The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., September 25th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Greg Lopez to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed with observers to observe the election administration procedures in congressional elections in which concurrence of the House is requested.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority-minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, the time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority-minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the most joyous things we do in Congress is to speak about people in our district. So I rise today to celebrate a remarkable milestone for a fellow Iowan and a fellow veteran. Richard Keep Jr. is about to turn 100 years old on September 28th, 2024. Richard's life is a shining example of bravery and dedication. As a World War II Army veteran, he served in the 12th Armored Division and the 82nd Reconnaissance Squadron from 1943 to 1945 in Germany. His courage during a crucial time in our history is an inspiration to us all. Richard fought for the freedoms we enjoy today, demonstrating great strength and commitment to his fellow soldiers and our country. And he did this starting at age 19. But Richard's story doesn't end there. He met his wife, Carol, while they were students at Delta High School. They got married about 5 months before he was deployed to Germany. They graduated together in 1942, married in 1943 before deployment, and have now shared an incredible 81 years of marriage together. And they are about to celebrate their 100th birthday together, as well as their 81st anniversary. Their family includes 2 children, Kelly and Karen, 4 grandchildren, and 5 great-grandchildren, all influenced by Richard and Carol's strong family values and love for one another. As we honor Richard on his special occasion, his 100th birthday, let us celebrate his incredible life as a soldier, and on their 81st wedding anniversary, his life as a family man. Here's to Richard, a true American hero and a proud Iowan. Thank you. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Maine, Ms. Pingree, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on October 25th, 2023, America's gun violence nightmare became a living hell for the people of Lewiston, Maine, and everyone who calls our state home. At 6:54, a man carrying a semi-automatic rifle walked into a bowling alley and fired 18 rounds, taking the lives of 8 patrons in 45 seconds, including a 14-year-old boy. The shooter then drove to a nearby restaurant, where he opened fire again, killing 10 more innocent civilians in 78 seconds, including 4 members of Maine's deaf community who were gathered at the restaurant for a cornhole tournament. It was Maine's worst mass shooting ever, and the 10th deadliest in American history. The total time the gun was operating was 2 minutes. 2 minutes of one man pulling a single deadly trigger, killing 18 human beings. 18 of our neighbors. This shouldn't be allowed to happen. Not by anyone, not anywhere, not ever again. Today, I ask my colleagues to join me in remembering the victims of this horrifying tragedy in holding our hearts, the people of Lewiston, a city that so beautifully embodies the resilience and dynamism of our great state. And I asked my colleagues to commit to the kind of sensible gun control measures supported by 80% of Mainers and supported by a vast majority of Americans. Please never forget, and never again. Mr. Speaker, maybe you've heard of New York Fashion Week, which was at the beginning of this month, but this week is New York Climate Week, giving us an opportunity to spur climate action. The fashion industry is a massive $2.5 trillion global industry and an economic driver with a presence in every state. But we cannot ignore the wide-ranging impacts of the fashion industry. Clothing production is surging, textile waste is rising, and workers' wages and conditions are worsening. Fashion, and particularly fast fashion, is a climate issue. The apparel industry is responsible for about 4% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions and 4% of the solid waste in the United States alone. In 2021, the World Economic Forum identified the fashion industry and its supply chain as the world's third largest polluter. In June, my colleagues and I took an important step by launching the first ever Congressional Slow Fashion Caucus. We're working to educate members and the public about the negative impacts of the fashion industry and to develop policies to support a more sustainable industry. There are important actions we can all take as individuals. We can buy less clothing. We can get more use out of our clothing by patching holes or buying secondhand. But there is a critical need for new policies to encourage brands to design better clothing and take responsibility for the end of life of their products. Other countries and states are already starting this work. We can not only make the planet healthier, but we can use these opportunities to create jobs and support communities and American businesses. The time for action is now. I invite my colleagues to join me in the Slow Fashion Caucus in raising awareness and making an impact for the future of our planet. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Sheriff Chris Squire of Franklin County for being named the Kentucky Sheriff Association Sheriff of the Year in recognition of his 25 years of dedicated service in law enforcement. Sheriff Squire has risen through the ranks from parking citation officer to captain before being elected sheriff in 2018. His time as sheriff has been defined by ensuring the safety of the people of Franklin County. Under his leadership, the Franklin County Sheriff's Office was able to fully staff each school in the county with a school resource officer. Sheriff Squire has earned the respect and support of Franklin County due to his ability to foster strong relationships and his commitment to the well-being of the community. Sheriff Squire's many years of service to Franklin County make him the perfect choice for Kentucky's Sheriff of the Year. I'm confident that Sheriff Squire will continue to serve as an exemplary role model for law enforcement officers all across the 1st Congressional District and the entire Commonwealth of Kentucky. Mr. Speaker, this is National Bourbon Heritage Month. Kentucky One is home to the world's finest bourbon industry, including such distilleries as Maker's Mark, Buffalo Trace, Jim Beam, Bulleit, Jefferson's, Yellowstone, and many more of the world's finest bourbons. The Kentucky bourbon industry is a huge economic driver for my congressional district. In addition to hundreds of good-paying jobs and millions of dollars in revenue, tax revenue, it's a huge market for many of my farmers who grow corn and wheat. And the Kentucky Bourbon Trail is the state of Kentucky's single largest tourist destination. So let's all celebrate the Kentucky Bourbon Heritage Month and remember the huge economic impact it has, not just on Kentucky's 1st Congressional District, but on the whole Commonwealth of Kentucky. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Debbie Lambert on being elected the first female Chief Justice of the Kentucky Supreme Court. She has served as a judge for 17 years, including 6 years on the Kentucky Supreme Court. I've had the privilege of getting to know Justice Lambert very well over the years. I've always admired her commitment to ensuring every person in Kentucky receives the impartial justice they deserve. During her time on Kentucky's Supreme Court, Justice Lambert has headed the Kentucky Judicial Commission on Mental Health, which works to address Kentuckians' mental health needs through improvements to the judicial system. Justice Lambert serves many counties in the 1st Congressional District, and they are served well due to her hard work and dedication on our state's highest court. Congratulations, Justice Lambert, on your election to this prestigious position. I'm confident Kentucky will continue to greatly benefit from your leadership. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the exemplary and extraordinary work of Mrs. Brenda Phillips Hong, the founder of Brenda's Brown Bosom Buddies in Birmingham, Alabama, ahead of her annual Sister Strut Walk to fight breast cancer. A survivor herself, Miss Brenda's organization is dedicated to supporting, educating, and advocating on behalf of breast cancer for minority, low-income, and underserved women and men. Not only does it provide a support system for patients, her organization also helps to connect them to transportation to and from treatments. Miss Brenda's work has changed countless lives in Birmingham and in Jefferson County, particularly for Black women who are 40% more likely to die from breast cancer than white women. We are so grateful that she has decided to turn her pain into purpose and use her own story to make a difference in the lives of so many. As we prepare to observe Breast Cancer Awareness Month in October, let us remember that early detection is our best protection. I ask my colleagues to join me in recognizing the amazing work of breast cancer survivor and community leader, Ms. Brenda Phillips Hong. May this year's Sister Strut Walk be the best one ever. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize National Hazing Prevention Week. For far too long, hazing has been a dangerous, unacceptable issue that has plagued college campuses nationwide. Hazing is often masked as a tradition or necessary step to joining many student organizations. But let me be clear, hazing isn't harmless fun or a rite of passage. It is a serious issue that puts the physical, emotional, and psychological well-being of students at risk. Hazing does not build genuine connections out of camaraderie or mutual respect. It creates a power dynamic based on fear. No student should ever be forced to endure demeaning or dangerous acts to feel accepted or to prove their loyalty to others. It is tragic that these abhorrent acts still occur on campuses across our country. We all play a role in holding clubs, organizations, sports teams, individuals, and campuses to a higher standard when it comes to the well-being of students, which is why I've long advocated for student safety on campuses during my time in Congress. In 2019, I introduced the Ending All Hazing Act to increase campus-wide transparency and accountability for all student organizations. Earlier this month, I led the effort to advance the Stop Campus Hazing Act through the House Committee on Education Workforce alongside several of my colleagues. Hazing is a serious threat to life and to safety on campuses, but obtaining facts about hazing can be somewhat challenging. Under current federal law, there are no national reporting requirements and no clear definition of hazing. The Stop Campus Hazing Act, which includes provisions from my End All Hazing Act, would require institutions to report hazing incidents in their annual security report, also known as their Clery report, and enact a responsible definition of hazing that holds perpetrators accountable and protects students nationwide. This bill also streamlines reporting requirements by respecting state laws and includes several transparency measures to ensure students, parents, and the public can access information about hazing incidents within any student organization. The information of the Stop Campus Hazing Act would not have been possible without the long and tireless work of many advocates, including Evelyn and Jim Piazza. Evelyn and Jim are the parents of Tim Piazza, who tragically passed away in February 2017 at Penn State as a direct result of a hazing ritual at his fraternity. Today would have been Tim's 27th birthday. As a parent, I cannot imagine Evelyn and Jim's tremendous loss. In the face of this unspeakable tragedy, Evelyn and Jim have been at the forefront of efforts in Pennsylvania, here in Congress, and in other states around the country to speak about the dangers of hazing and enact change in Tim's honor. Their advocacy led to the establishment of the Timothy J. Piazza Center for Fraternity and Sorority Research and Reform at Penn State, whose research helped shape the Stop Campus Hazing Act and led to the enactment of some of the strongest anti-hazing laws anywhere in the country in Pennsylvania. Hazing is unacceptable behavior that can lead to great bodily harm and even death. These tragic actions leave families struggling with the loss of their loved one, changing the trajectory of their lives forever. Mr. Speaker, these are not isolated events. These are preventable tragedies. We must safeguard the dignity and safety of every student and ensure that our campuses foster an environment of learning and growth. And for these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I urge all Americans to recognize the significance of National Hazing Prevention Week and urge all my colleagues in this chamber to continue to support common sense reforms to protect each and every student nationwide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with deep gratitude to honor a remarkable woman and extraordinary leader, Kimberly Wiard, who is retiring after 50 years of service at the Northeast Valley Health Corporation, NEVHC. Kim's tireless dedication has transformed NEVHC into a lifeline for countless families and individuals, particularly those in our most vulnerable communities. Kim joined NEVHC in 1974, just a year after the organization opened its very first health center in the city of San Fernando. In the 5 decades since her vision and leadership have guided NEVHC's growth to 18 health centers, providing over 300,000 medical, dental, and behavioral health visits every year, as well as 9 WIC sites serving more than 38,000 participants every year. What started as a single clinic has evolved into a vital network under Kim's unwavering commitment to providing care where it's needed most. As CEO since 1996, Kim has embodied the spirit of service, ensuring that low-income families, immigrants, and underserved communities have access to quality health care. Her leadership, compassion, and relentless drive have changed lives by giving hope and health to those who might otherwise go without. But Kim's service wasn't just limited to her role as CEO. She worked her way up from positions like director of the Adolescent Health Program and clinic administrator, and she represented our community at the local and national level, always advocating for more equitable health access. Her heart has always been with the people she serves, and that love for her community has been the driving force behind NEVHC's success. Today, as she steps into a well-earned retirement, I want to thank Kim Wiard on behalf of so many of us for her lifetime of service. She has built a legacy that will continue to enrich the lives of people in our community long after her work is done. Thank you, Kim, for everything you've done for the Northeast Health Corporation and for the thousands of families whose lives you have touched. Your dedication, compassion, and leadership will forever be remembered, even by my family. With 11 children, my parents used to go to Northeast Valley Health Corporation as well, way back about 50 years ago. Thank you, Kim. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Graciela Casillas, the goddess, a Hall of Fame fighter from Oxnard, California. Graciela is one of 11 children born to Mexican immigrants Roberto Casillas and Edina Santana Casillas. Graciela spent her formative years between Norwalk, California, where she attended school, and Northern California, where her family worked in agriculture. Her journey in combat sports began when she decided to attend a Taekwondo self-defense class. It was there where Graciela became passionate about fighting. Her career in combat sports spanned from 1976 to 1986. In that time, she became a world champion. Graciela is the first American, man or woman, to become a world champion in 2 sports at the same time. She accomplished the feat when she won the World Women's Boxing Association and the World Kickboxing Association's Bantamweight Championships. Graciela retired undefeated in 1986. In 2023, Graciela was inducted into the National Boxing Hall of Fame. Graciela's parents instilled in their children the pursuit of higher education. Graciela was able to honor her parents by attaining her bachelor's and master's degree. Today, after serving as the department chair of counseling at Oxnard College, she now balances her time between teaching as an adjunct and her martial arts pursuits like Filipino stick fighting. Graciela is a true warrior. Her fight today extends beyond the ring as she continues to fight on behalf of her community, and Graciela was subjected to a double standard between men and women athletes. Graciela has always been a strong voice, speaking the truth, not only for women, for everyone. Graciela teaches self-defense classes to try to bring the lioness within out into women who would love to have more self-confidence and to be able to defend themselves in any situation. The lioness within is Graciela's mantra, and that is how Graciela has always carried herself, not only as a champion in the ring, but a champion for her community and for women, and she continues to do many, many things for her community in the many years to come. We wish her well in her continued fight to make sure that women and equality exist everywhere. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Stop Campus Hazing Act. I rise on behalf of those who cannot, including Dalton Diebrich, an Irving native who tragically lost his life at the young age of 18. Dalton loved life and lit up a room with his smile. He grew up participating in sports, including baseball and other activities at the Irving YMCA. These experiences led Dalton to work with children, and after originally declaring an engineering major, inspired him to switch paths to pursue a career in coaching and teaching. A kind-hearted, bright young man, Dalton played baseball and made an impact in our North Texas community through his team sports and involvement in church programs. After 13 years of hard work, Dalton graduated from Nimitz High School and was excited to attend Texas Tech University in Lubbock. Like many of us, Dalton's parents, who are with us in the gallery today, were filled with mixed emotions when they dropped off their eldest child. Proud of their son for pursuing his lifetime dream of attending Tech, but nervous for his new chapter. On August 18th, 2014, Dalton turned 18. Days later, his loving family moved him into his freshman dorm. And by August 24th, 2014, Dalton went home to be with his Lord. He never got to experience his first day of college, nor the joy of graduating and beginning his adult career. The night before he was set to begin his freshman year, Dalton was killed in an alcohol-fused hazing incident. After being forced to drink a keg of beer in less than 30 minutes and a half-handle of whiskey, Dalton was left in a room unconscious and covered in vomit, guarded by a fraternity member so he wouldn't be seen, so he couldn't be helped. 911 wouldn't be called until 3 hours after he was found dead with a blood alcohol content 4 times the legal limit. Dalton's death was preventable. Since Dalton's death, his mom, Debbie, has spoken out and used her platform to urge students to look after each other and to be someone her son didn't have. In her discussions with colleges and universities, Debbie has been an incredible advocate working to fulfill Dalton's dream of educating children. And in doing so, Debbie and Dalton are saving lives. Debbie has worked with the Anti-Hazing Coalition to warn families about the dangers of hazing and to pass legislation that will help prevent other parents from experiencing this immeasurable loss. In 2019, Debbie worked to get Texas Senate Bill 38 signed into law, which changed criminal prosecution for hazing offenses and requires universities to be transparent about hazing incidences on campus. In the more than 10 years since Dalton was tragically taken from us, Debbie has saved countless students and families from suffering the same fate. Between 1959 and 2021, at least one hazing death occurred per year on a U.S. college campus. Currently, campus safety laws do not require colleges to report data about hazing, and state-level hazing definitions and penalties are inconsistent. The Stop Campus Hazing Act provides uniform anti-hazing guidance, mandating that institutions include hazing incidents in their annual reports, requiring them to implement hazing prevention programs and publish their hazing policies online, along with information about which student organizations have a history of hazing incidents. This is not only a tool for institutions to combat hazing, but will also help empower students to make informed decisions when choosing between which schools to attend, clubs to join, and Greek life on campus. I am hopeful that if we work together, we can put an end to the hazing culture that is all too common on college campuses. It's imperative that we protect students, that we provide parents with reassurance, ensure accountability for perpetrators, and save lives. I'd like to thank Debbie and her husband for her tireless work, advocating not only for Dalton, but the countless other parents who've tragically lost their children the same way. I thank my colleagues for supporting this important legislation as we take a crucial step to stop these preventable tragedies. Thank you for being here today.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Barra, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Dr. Susan Heredia for her service to the Natomas Unified School District and the greater Sacramento community. For nearly a quarter century, Dr. Heredia has worked tirelessly to ensure every Natomas student has access to the opportunities they deserve. Dr. Heredia began her journey as a bilingual teacher, and her commitment to diversity and inclusion has been a constant throughout her career. As a member of the Natomas School Board since 2000 and in her roles at UC Davis and Sac State, she has helped shape the education of thousands of students. Her leadership in bilingual and multicultural education has left a lasting impact on our community. Beyond Natomas, Dr. Heredia has played a critical role on the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing and as a leader with the California Schools Board Association, where she's been a strong advocate for improving educational access, opportunities, and outcomes for all students. As Dr. Heredia steps into a well-deserved retirement, we celebrate not just her decades of service, but the countless lives she's touched along the way. Dr. Heredia, thank you for your tireless work and unwavering commitment to the students and families of Natomas and our great state. I wish you all the best in your retirement and know your impact will be felt in our community for years to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Rio Linda Grange number 403, a cornerstone of community life in Sacramento since 1924. For a century, the Rio Linda Grange has been a beacon of civic engagement and community spirit, embodying the Grange's tradition of being unspotted from the world while making significant contributions to the well-being of Rio Linda and Alberta. From the early days of installing the iconic Rio Linda arches to their ongoing efforts in education, infrastructure, and community support, the Grange has tirelessly worked to improve the lives of local residents. They have championed causes that led to the establishment of critical infrastructure, such as supporting the formation of reliable utility services, advocating for safer rail crossings, and petitioning for better street lighting. The Grange's influence is deeply woven into the fabric of the community, from offering practical workshops on homesteading and food preservation to serving as a gathering place for shared learning and support. As we celebrate this remarkable milestone, I am proud to honor the Rio Linda Grange for its enduring commitment to the community and its significant contributions to the social and civic fabric of Sacramento County. Their legacy of service continues to inspire and uplift all who have been touched by their work. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of one of my good friends, Mr. Bill Camp. He passed this week, and it's with heavy hearts that those of us in Sacramento who got to work with Bill, celebrate and remember his extraordinary life. I first met Bill about 20 years ago through the American Leadership Forum and got to know Bill's life of service. He was an unsung hero. This was a gentleman who rose up in the civil rights movement in Mississippi and worked tirelessly to give voice to those that had no voice. In the words of our former colleague, John Lewis, Bill embodied that spirit of showing up, of standing up, and of speaking up. He came to Sacramento in the early 60s and became one of our labor leaders. In that, he really did fight tirelessly. We weren't always on the same side of each issue. We had our disagreements, but Bill showed up and stood up for those that didn't have any voice. Thank you, Bill, for a lifetime of service. Rest in power, Brother Bill. Your fight lives on in all of us. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Joe Quantrone, a legend on Capitol Hill who recently passed away at the age of 90. Joe was the barber in the Rayburn Barber Shop. He served for 52 years, and during the course of his service, he cut the hair of multiple presidents, including George H.W. Bush, Jimmy Carter, and the late Gerald Ford. Joe was known for his outrageous stories, wonderful sense of humor, and love for life. I first met him in 2019 when I got my start right here in Congress, and I was lucky enough to sit in his chair once a month, every month until he retired. I could always count on his positive attitude and his steady hands. Joe immigrated to the United States from Italy when he was 18 years old. He served in the Air Force and was married to the love of his life, Rita, for 65 years until she passed away. He is survived by his 2 grandchildren, his daughter-in-law and his son, Frank, who described his father as one-of-a-kind guy. To know Joe was to love him. He was kind, open-hearted, and possessed a unique ability to brighten anyone's day. We will miss the man who loved his family, worked hard, gave great haircuts, and made everyone laugh. Joe, may you rest in peace. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the most ridiculous and really almost offensive narratives that's out there is that America is a nation in decline. You see it on social media, you see it at rallies that are being held all across the country. And I would suggest to all of my colleagues, if you really want to see the ultimate rebuttal of that argument, then you should go visit a facility like Naval Station Great Lakes, which is in North Chicago, and is the largest training facility for recruits going into the Navy since 1911. When I was at the National Convention back in August, I had a chance to stop by and visit Great Lakes Naval Station. I spoke at a graduation ceremony for 946 enlistees. It was just a magnificent sight. It was the melting pot of America. Recruits from all over the country, every corner, every ethnic group. There was naturalized Navy recruits, immigrants who had come to this country and gone through an immigration process to now wear the uniform of our country. And I can tell you, those recruits who were ramrod straight, who were totally motivated and excited about the decision they made to serve our nation, in my opinion, was the best rebuttal to anyone who thinks that this country is headed in the wrong direction. Last year, the Navy fell short in its recruitment efforts. Their target was 37,700. They ended up recruiting only 30,236. As ranking member of the Sea Power Subcommittee on Armed Services, this is an issue of great concern because the tempo of Navy deployments, whether it's in the Middle East, whether it's in the Indo-Pacific, or whether it's in the North Atlantic, is really at a high level. And we need more people, and we need more good people. Here's the good news. In 2024, the Navy is exceeding its recruiting targets. What we saw at Great Lakes in Chicago was that, in fact, this year they are having to defer some of the recruits that have signed up coming out of high school this year, and they had to find more beds to accommodate, again, the recruits that are coming into the service. So the young people of this country, in my opinion, that is the most powerful statement about the fact that they are willing to put their time in their lives into the decision to serve our nation. Another indicator, Mr. Speaker, is how do our allies regard us? Here's a picture from the Groton Submarine Base in southeastern Connecticut, which I have the honor to serve. Last year, we passed a measure to establish the Australia, UK, US Security Agreement, AUKUS, which provides for those three countries to unite in terms of pushing back and rebalancing the security environment in the Indo-Pacific. Crucial to that is joint training of Australian naval officers and enlisted persons who, again, are going to be undertaking nuclear-powered submarines in the early 2030s, built here in the U.S. This is a graduating class of Aussies in Groton, Connecticut, the first enlisted group. They were tops in the class. They actually ranked higher than our Native Americans who were part of the class that was there. But the excitement and enthusiasm, the just, passion that they have for their work, but also their love for America was just so powerful. Talking to these young men who were there that day. One of their first graduates, an officer, just was at the helm of the USS Hawaii, a Virginia-class attack submarine, and drove it into the Navy station in Australia, in Western Australia, in Perth. And again, that training took place here in the U.S., in Groton, and that is going to continue. There's over 100 more Australian naval enlisted and officers that are going to come through this process. And those countries are committed, and they see the U.S. as really at the center in terms of, again, trying to provide peace and prosperity, supporting the rule of law, maritime freedom in the Indo-Pacific, which is under such great stress and strain. Again, we are not a nation in decline. The young people up at Great Lakes Naval Station and our allies who, again, are coming to the U.S. to, again, skill up and uplift in terms of making sure that the mission and the values and interests of democracies in this country are going to survive and prosper well into the 21st century. And again, I want to congratulate those sailors, and I want to congratulate particularly those enlisted young 17 and 18-year-olds who are out in Chicago who are going to do great things for our nation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Edwards, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my deep opposition to circumvention of the merit-based process and instead grant federal recognition to the Lumbee community through political means. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to have the representatives of the Eastern Band with us in the gallery today. The Eastern Band Cherokees are the descendants of those that fought to stay in their traditional homelands in the face of forcible federal removal efforts. Some Cherokee, including a man named Junaluska, made the forced journey and then walked back to the mountains of western North Carolina to return home. It must be noted that the Lumbee community has no standing treaties with the federal government, no reservation land, and no common language. As members of Congress, one of our most sacred duties is making sure that laws are drafted and implemented in an objective and an equal manner. For over 40 years, the Department of the Interior has carried out a merit-based process as set out by Congress and administered by the Office of Federal Acknowledgement, the OFA, to make determinations on federal recognition of tribes. If the administration or Congress allows the Lumbee to bypass the OFA, it sends a clear message that other groups with dubious claims for tribal recognition can also avoid the deliberation and scrutiny that the OFA petition process is designed to provide. We need the OFA process to protect Indian country and the public. The process requires verification that the persons who claim to be tribal members actually have a Native American descent. And believe it or not, the OFA has determined that some petitioning groups are comprised entirely of people that can't demonstrate Native American ancestry. Not a single person. Regarding the Lumbee, in one fell swoop, the federal government would recognize a tribe that would then soon be the largest in the country, and all enrolled members would likely gain full access to all federal benefits, which will further strain the Bureau of Indian Affairs and Indian Health Services' already stressed budgets. As a member of the Interior and Environment Subcommittee on House Appropriations, I'm proud that we funded the needs of the Indian Health Service and other critical priorities for our nation's tribes in fiscal year 2025, the bill that was recently approved in the House. That said, if the overall tribal population covered by those services is allowed to swell by tens of thousands of people, many of whom have no Native ancestry, I fear that necessary appropriations cannot feasibly keep pace. That's the crux of the issue. If there was an actual merit-based system behind the Lumbee case for federal recognition, they'd go through the OFA process as set out in the current law. But as they know, it won't hold up under a deliberative process. They've instead sought to seek special treatment through other avenues, all in the face of credible opposition by multiple federally recognized tribes. More than 140 established tribes from across the country have said that the Lumbee and other groups should go through the federal recognition process at the Department of Interior to demonstrate the merits of their claim to be a tribe. I agree. I urge all my colleagues to take these concerns into account, and I hope that the merit-based process put in place by Congress decades ago on federal tribal recognition will be adhered to. And Mr. Speaker, while I have the floor, I'd also like to urge you and my colleagues to move H.R. 7227, the Truth and Healing Commission on Indian Boarding School Policies Act, to create a commission to get a better understanding of the grievous wrongs done to Native American children in federally run school boards. Our tribal nations deserve the dignity to understand what happened to their family members at these schools. It's the very least this country can do. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair would remind members that the rules do not allow references to persons in the gallery. The chair now recognizes the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kamala Dove, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the lives of Frankie Beverly, James Earl Jones, and Tito Jackson, 3 remarkable individuals who have left an undeniable mark on the arts and Black community. Frankie Beverly, the smooth-voiced gospel choir boy turned Maze frontman, was a cornerstone of R&B and soul music for over 5 decades. Timeless hits like Before I Let Go have become anthems in the Black community, serving as the soundtrack to countless celebrations, romances, and moments of reflection. Beverly's music, characterized by its blend of funk, soul, and gospel influences, speaks to the heart of the Black experience. His unwavering commitment to his craft and his refusal to compromise his artistic vision have earned him the respect of peers and fans alike, paving the way for Black artists to thrive after him. His impact extends beyond music. He's been a voice for unity and pride within the Black community, using his platform to promote positivity. I was honored to honor him when he performed in Los Angeles on his farewell tour just a few months ago. Frankie Beverly was a musical storyteller, poet, and icon. I am grateful he lived authentically and encourage us to do the same. James Earl Jones, a titan of stage and screen, captivated audiences worldwide for decades with his commanding presence and iconic voice. From his groundbreaking role as the first African-American president in The Man to his unforgettable voice performances as Darth Vader and Mufasa, Jones regularly broke barriers and inspired generations of aspiring performers. From Broadway to the silver screen, Jones's range shined bright, so much so that he was one of 27 people to ever achieve an EGOT designation. Beyond his artistic achievements, Jones was a vocal advocate for civil rights and a role model for aspiring Black actors. He proved that with talent and perseverance, you can reach the pinnacle of success in the entertainment industry. James Earl Jones will forever be remembered for his powerful, majestic voice that carries nostalgia across generational barriers. As a founding member of the legendary Jackson Five, Tito Jackson was a pivotal figure in shaping the landscape of popular music. Alongside his brothers, Tito helped break down racial barriers in the entertainment industry during the 1970s. His distinctive guitar playing contributed to the group's unique sound, influencing countless musicians across genres. Later, Tito established himself as a solo artist, continuing to create music that touched fans worldwide. His dedication to preserving the Jackson family's musical legacy while supporting various charities demonstrated his commitment to both artistry and the Black community. We shall honor his legacy by continuing to support Black artistry and encouraging youth in Black communities to pursue their musical dreams. These three men, Frankie Beverly, James Earl Jones, and Tito Jackson, have not only entertained us, but have also served as beacons of excellence, perseverance, and cultural pride. Their contributions to the Black community and to the arts are immeasurable, and their legacies will continue to inspire future generations. Please join me in honoring them today for their talent, dedication, and enduring impact on American culture. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Sika Dwimfo, a prolific artist, jeweler, and business owner who was an integral part of fabric of our Los Angeles community. He was widely known as Sika and also the godfather of Leimert Park. The son of a tailor, Sika developed a love for art and a strong sense of personal style that he would carry with him for the rest of his life. In 1971, he moved from Chicago to LA in search of warmer weather and a place to complement his free-spirited energy. He set down his roots in my district and in 1992 established Sika Gallery on Degnan Boulevard. The shop, which I was honored to visit in February, sells African jewelry, art, and clothing, and over the years has become a beloved and integral part of the historic Leimert Park neighborhood. His daughter, Milan, helps run the gallery today. Though Sika is no longer with us, his legacy lives on, not only through his business, but through Sika Dwimfo Corridor, a street that was named in his honor in June. Please join me in honoring Sika's memory. His authenticity, creativity, and gentle spirit made Los Angeles a better place. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair would remind members that the rules do not allow references to persons in the gallery. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Dela Cruz, for 5 minutes.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes. I rise today to honor a true American hero from my home state of Texas, Mr. Francisco Ibanez. Born on September 28, 1922, near George West, Mr. Ibanez has lived a life of dedicated service to our nation. Before World War II, he joined the Civilian Conservation Corps. But when his country called upon him to serve in the military, he answered with courage and commitment. Enlisting in 1942 at Fort Sam Houston, Mr. Ibanez became a marksman, rifleman, and a AAA auto weapons crewman for the 601st. He fought bravely in the Pacific, serving in the Philippines and Okinawa, earning numerous honors, including the Ascenic Pacific Medal with 2 Bronze Stars and the Philippine Liberation Ribbon with 2 Bronze Stars and the World War II Victory Medal. Today, at almost 102 years old, Mr. Ibanez resides in Alice, Texas, surrounded by generations of his beautiful family. His legacy of service and sacrifice is an inspiration to all Americans. I ask my colleagues today to join me in celebrating his extraordinary life. Happy birthday. Today, I rise to congratulate and recognize Chief Roman Calendario Flores as the new Fire Chief of Alamo, Texas. Chief Flores brings over 2 decades of invaluable experience in firefighting and emergency response to his new role, making him a tremendous asset to the city of Alamo and its residents. With an associate's degree in Fire Services Administration and certifications such as Master Firefighter and Fire Inspector, Chief Flores is a true leader in public safety. Mayor J.R. Garza and the people of Alamo have rightly expressed their excitement for his leadership, and I share in their excitement. Chief Flores' dedication extends beyond his firefighting duties. He is deeply involved in youth programs, church groups, and local economic development. His commitment to serving others exemplifies the values we hold dear in South Texas. I congratulate Chief Flores on his well-deserved appointment, and I look forward to working with him and seeing the positive impact he will make in Alamo, Texas. Congratulations, Chief Flores. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month, a time to honor the profound contributions of Hispanic Americans to the fabric of our nation. From the fields of agriculture to the halls of Congress, Hispanic men and women have shaped America's story of hard work, faith, and a deep love of this country. Our vibrant culture, rooted in strong family values and perseverance, continues to inspire new generations. As the first Hispanic from my community to serve in Congress, I am proud to be part of this legacy, a legacy that reminds us of the power of the American dream, el sueño americano for all. This month, let us not only reflect on our history, but also recommit ourselves to policies that uplift Hispanic families and every American. Together, we can build a bright future that honors our heritage and strengthens our nation. Thank you. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Access to utilities is often a matter of life and death. Without access to electricity or water, people may find themselves unable to keep their families healthy, their homes heated, cooled during extreme weather, or unable to sustain critical medical equipment in their home. Utilities are not just a convenience, Mr. Speaker, but a fundamental human right that should be affordable and accessible to all. That's why Congresswoman Cori Bush, Congressman Jamal Bowman, and I introduced a resolution recognizing the human rights to utilities to affirm that access to water, sanitation, electricity, heating, cooling, public transit, and broadband are basic human rights. Utility access is especially critical for rural, low-income, and communities where, like many in my congressional district, where many, again, are struggling to make ends meet, and many are the communities that are faced with the climate crisis. The greedy corporations that own and operate utilities could choose to help families, but instead they're forcing them through dehumanization processes of having their power cut off and their water shut down. Instead, companies like DTE in my community prioritize stockholder returns and CEO pay, trapping many of our neighbors in a cycle of poverty while they continue to make enormous profits. Mr. Speaker, in the richest country on earth, no family should be denied access to utilities, lack access to clean water, face energy burdens, and bear the brunt of corporate pollution.
Access to these basic necessities is and should be a fundamental human right in our country. Mr. Speaker, our Haitian neighbors from Detroit to Springfield, Ohio are being targeted with hate, threatened with violence, and smeared with dehumanizing lies. Mega extremists, including the twice impeached former president, are spreading disgusting lies about our Haitian neighbors. This is nothing more than xenophobia and anti-Black racism. Our Haitian neighbors have been victimized by centuries of foreign exploitation, repeated occupation and oppression by foreign powers, most notably by the United States. Haitian immigrants' families in Springfield do not deserve to be targeted with a wave of bomb threats. We must stop the dehumanization of our immigrant neighbors coming from both sides. We should welcome asylum seekers, not push legislation that funds separation of families and criminalization. We always must stand with our immigrant neighbors that are seeking a better life for their families. I'm so proud to have joined colleagues in the Haiti Caucus in introducing House Resolution 1473, condemning the racism and bigotry towards our Haitian neighbors. To our Haitian neighbors in Springfield and across our country, we love you, we see you, we stand with you. We will always have your back. Mr. Speaker, my residents continue to share with me many fears of getting that dreaded phone call from their kids at school, that there's an active shooter, that there is a high alert alarm now. And just in the first month of the school year in my district, Southfield Police arrested a 15-year-old boy for carrying a handgun in his high school. We are grateful for Michigan's OK to Say program that gave that student the ability to share that vital information that saved lives. But gun violence is everywhere, Mr. Speaker. It's not just in our schools. After a Lions game last week, gun violence took 2 innocent lives in the Eastern Market. We saw it literally at a children's splash pad in Michigan. We also saw it at even a Black club, many neighbors in the community celebrating. We must never get numb to the gun violence impacting our families, Mr. Speaker. The majority of our communities want more action on gun violence. That's why I'm really proud to have worked with so many folks to introduce the Safe Storage, Save Lives Act, which would require firearm sellers to provide each buyer with a secure gun storage and safety device and a gun lock for every gun they buy. Even in Michigan, Mr. Speaker, the Children's Hospital of Michigan is now passing out gun boxes, like literally storages for guns, because they know this is now the leading cause of death for our children. Of course, we have so much more work to do here in this Congress. It pains me that we continue to have inaction after continued over and over in high-profile shooting. Again, it cannot become the norm. We must work together. Congress cannot ignore survivors' families forever. With that, I yield.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to let the Charleston County Sanctuary Sheriff in South Carolina know that she can run, but she cannot hide. In recent weeks, I've had sources and a whistleblower come forward about the damaging policies of Charleston County's Sanctuary Sheriff, letting off illegal aliens, criminal illegal aliens, onto the streets of Charleston County, South Carolina. She can say that the Charleston County Jail doesn't reside in my district, but when she lets out an illegal alien who's committing crimes against residents of South Carolina, she doesn't get that excuse. She can blame the release of illegal aliens on her department policies all she wants. But what she will not tell you is that she literally drafted and signed off on her own department policies for which she's blaming the reason why she's allowed over 50 criminal illegal aliens out onto the street of South Carolina. She can call me a liar all she wants, but anyone who knows me knows that in Congress or in an oversight committee hearing or any hearing, quite frankly, I bring the receipts, including a receipt from ICE showing she has let off over 50 criminal illegal aliens out onto the street of South Carolina, most recently as August 23rd, when she allowed a criminal illegal alien who is an alleged pedophile who tried to solicit a minor
back out onto the streets. And she blamed that release because she said her department policy is that a judge has to keep him detained. Well, by the way, Sanctuary Sheriff Kristen Graziano, it's your own policies that you wrote and you signed your name to that you're blaming it on. And so when we're up here in Congress, I demand truth, I demand honesty, and I demand integrity. So too do the residents of South Carolina. They deserve to be put first. They deserve to be safe in their homes, safe on the streets, and safe in their communities. And until that changes, Charleston County Sanctuary Sheriff Kristen Graziano is to blame for what is happening in South Carolina today in her own county. Mr. Speaker, I also want to share that if you go out onto Sanctuary Sheriff Kristen Graziano's Twitter feed, you'll see in her header, she's proudly standing with border czar Kamala Harris. The Biden-Harris administration has allowed our borders wide open for the last 4 years, allowing over 10 million illegals to come into our country illegally. Every town has become a border town. Every county has become a border county. Every state has become a border state. And not on my watch at all, not one more day. ICE even responded to Charleston County's Sanctuary Sheriff Kristen Graziano yesterday and commented on how problematic her policies are, freely releasing criminal illegal aliens out onto the streets of South Carolina. I won't put up with her lies, and in fact, this morning at 10 a.m. she had a press conference for the local press. She spoke for barely 1 minute and refused to take any questions from any member of the press. That is cowardly, that is shameful, and that is disgusting. She doesn't deserve the privilege of serving as sheriff of Charleston County. Her policies are damaging to our residents, and I will not allow one more day of this behavior on my watch. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to praise my hometown of Goose Creek, South Carolina, who came together to celebrate the grand opening of the Joseph Danning Amphitheater. Named after former South Carolina House Rep Joseph Danning, who worked hard to secure the funding for this nearly $4 million project, this amphitheater can accommodate around 800 people, plenty of room for families and friends all at once. I feel truly blessed to represent a district so dedicated to our community, and I certainly enjoyed working with former State House Rep Joe Danning when we served in the state legislature together. So we appreciate all of his work and the town of Goose Creek's work to provide this amphitheater for residents of the Low Country. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 125th anniversary of the Polish Cadets of Buffalo, New York, an organization dedicated to honoring and preserving Polish heritage and providing a welcoming community for intercultural peace and unity. Founded in 1899, the Cadets emphasized athletics and physical and military training. Booming in popularity leading up to the First World War, the group, led by Anthony Schreiber, censor of the Polish National Alliance, laid the cornerstone for their clubhouse in September of 1913. A fixture of the Black Rock neighborhood in Buffalo, the community center would host speakers, hold celebrations, and organize fundraisers for Polish relief when the conflict started. When the war came, 18 members left to fight in Europe. All returned home. By the end of World War II, the Polish Cadets had over 1,200 members and formed their own credit union. During the post-war era, the Cadets opened their membership to individuals of non-Polish descent, fostering greater inclusivity. Today, the Polish Cadets preserve their traditions and create new ones. It maintains the Polish Library and Harmony Polish Folk Ensemble and hosts Dingus Day and Oktoberfest. For 125 years, the focus of the Polish Cadets has been to provide a welcoming space for coexistence, harmony, and community betterment. I offer my congratulations and gratitude to the Polish Cadets on the significant milestone of preserving the Polish heritage for future generations and honoring those who began this important Buffalo institution. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in remembrance of Mark Mortensen, who passed on September 14th and whose life's work brought beauty and wonder to so many lives in Western New York. After taking on his most recent role as president and CEO of the Buffalo and Erie County Botanical Gardens in 2022, Mark was ready to take on a multi-million-dollar expansion to fulfill its mission of delivering wow, wonder, and welcome to our region. In pursuit of doing so, he created an environment where people of all backgrounds felt a sense of welcoming and belonging. Before coming to Buffalo, his tenure with the Walt Disney Company spanned 20 years. But it was in Buffalo, his home since 2006, where Mark and his family put down roots. Throughout his career, his warmth, focus, and sense of humor cultivated partnerships and support for our cultural institutions, including as the CEO of the Richardson Center Corporation, the heart of Buffalo's cultural corridor, executive director of the Lipsey Architecture Center in Buffalo, and as president and CEO of the Buffalo Museum of Science and Tift Nature Preserve. His loving family is in our prayers, including his husband, Kurt Moranto, and children, Nicholas, Kiera, Mikey, Elliot, and Emily, and the late Clayton. He will be missed. May my friend, Mark Mortensen, rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to condemn Trump's Project 2025. The American people need to know what's in this extreme MAGA Republican agenda and what it's all about. It would reject the power of the people. Trump's Project 2025 weaponizes the DOJ and the FBI, imposes loyalty tests to purge our civil service, and undermines congressional oversight. It would take away our rights and freedoms. Trump's Project 2025 goes after free speech, a woman's right to choose, LGBTQ protections, and the progress we've made towards racial equity. It would hurt middle-class families. Trump's Project 2025 raises taxes on working people, increases the cost of prescription drugs, slashes funding for public schools, reduces benefits for our veterans with disabilities, and jeopardizes Social Security and Medicare that our seniors rely on. It would be an un-American attack on each of us. Trump's Project 2025 erodes consumer protections, damages our election integrity, and harms our world standing. This is a blueprint to deny the rights and privileges of many in the pursuit of total power of a few. We must reject Trump's Project 2025. We cannot allow this extreme MAGA Republican agenda to become our reality. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to acknowledge this will be the very last time I speak in this chamber before the next presidential election. In the coming weeks, the American people will head to the polls and we'll have a choice before us. We can choose 4 more years of Vice President Harris' chaos and madness, or we can choose 4 years of law and order and American strength. When I came to Congress almost 4 years ago, America was strong. Our streets were safe and our border was more secure than at any time in recent history. Prior to the pandemic, the U.S. had one of the strongest economies we've had in the past 20 years. Even in the face of adversity, President Trump led the federal government in empowering America's small businesses and families. Just a few years before, House Republicans passed the Tax Cut and Jobs Act that put more money in the pockets of American families, put more food on their tables, and better positioned them to care for each other. 4 years ago, America's strength was well understood on the world stage. The Trump administration spearheaded the historic Abraham Accords, and the U.S. was tough on adversaries like Communist China, Iran, and their terrorist proxies. We saw an era of historic trade deals with the passage of USMCA, President Trump's trade deal with Japan, and his administration's work to hold China accountable for the deals it agreed to. It truly was an era of American greatness. Unfortunately, much of that greatness has been undermined. I once looked at the nation and felt optimistic about the future that awaited my children. I felt that when it was time for them to spread their wings and build their own lives, they'd inherit a country that gave them the opportunity to pursue their American dreams. I was confident that when their time came for them to purchase a home, choose a college or university, or start their own small business, they'd step into an economy that empowered them to successfully do these things. On January in 2021, that started to change. Vice President Harris and President Biden have made America less safe, destroyed the American economy, and have made America look weak on the world stage. Since day one, Vice President Harris and President Biden have been laser focused on rolling back President Trump's policies that actually worked. Their open border policies have ushered 16 million illegal immigrants into the country without adequate background checks or vetting, making every state in this country a border state. Rather than fixing their open border policies, they coddle radical activists and leave Americans at risk. Under their leadership, cartels and drug lords have been the winners, and the American people have been the losers. Vice President Harris and President Biden's economic policies are the primary reason for the skyrocketing inflation that has haunted America over the past 3 years. In the big First District of Kansas, American families, small business owners, farmers, ranchers, and our agriculture producers have struggled to manage sky-high interest rates, higher input costs, and a crumbling economy. For young Americans, homeownership feels like a distant dream. Rather than reversing bad policies or coming up with solutions to these challenges, the Biden-Harris administration's proposal is more reckless government spending that got us here in the first place. Vice President Harris and President Biden have failed to capitalize on the strength of President Trump's trade deals and have formed 0 new trade deals in the last 4 years. The country is facing the largest agriculture trade deficit that we've faced in years, hurting American farmers, ranchers, and ag producers who desperately want access to new markets to help feed a hungry world. Vice President Harris and President Biden's weak foreign policy gave Russia a green light to attack Ukraine, while their appeasement to the Iranian regime emboldened Iran back to Moscow to attack our strongest ally in the Middle East, Israel. As anti-Semitism rotted our own nation, college campuses, and universities, the Biden-Harris administration turned a blind eye and instead held up congressionally approved arms for Israel to protect itself. Mr. Speaker, is this a future that we want? Do we want to gift our children a nation with wide open borders? Do we want them to grow up in a country with an economy that fails to work for the average family and fails to address our $35 trillion debt? Do we want a nation that is unsafe or where the American dream is no longer attainable? In a few short weeks, we will head to the polls, and we have a choice. We can vote for a candidate who has told us what she wants to do to address her own failing policies, or we can vote for a candidate who has shown us what his policies can do to strengthen the nation. I know the choice that I will make. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, on October 7, 2023, Hamas terrorists launched a brutal invasion of our ally Israel, killing more Jews than on any single day since the Holocaust and taking hundreds of hostages. 1 year later, thousands of families continue to grieve the loss of their loved ones, and the families of the remaining hostages continue to long for their safe return, including the family of Keith Siegel from my home state of North Carolina. The unspeakable horrors Hamas has inflicted on innocent civilians, including terrifying sexual violence, and its ongoing torment of the hostages, should shock the conscience of the entire world. Just last month, Hirsch Goldberg Polin, a 23-year-old American citizen, was brutally murdered along with 5 other hostages in the Hamas tunnels beneath Gaza as they were about to be rescued by the IDF. Since October 7th, more than 40 American citizens have been killed by Hamas terrorists, and at least 10 remain hostages. As we mark the anniversary of Hamas's devastating attack, I'm grateful to President Biden and Vice President Harris for their unwavering commitment to securing the return of all hostages, and for their clear recognition that the onus is on Hamas to accept a proposed deal. Just last month, Israel accepted the terms for a deal. The responsibility continues to lie with Hamas to release the hostages and accept the deal on the table. The release of the hostages and the surrender of the terrorist group Hamas is absolutely necessary to allow the international community to assist with the reconstruction of Gaza and bring about a stable government that is willing to live in peace with Israel. The Arab countries willing to assist in the rebuilding of Gaza will not do so if Hamas remains. Israel stands as our strongest, most dependable, and only democratic ally in the Middle East. The United States must continue to stand by Israel as it faces ongoing attacks from Iran and its proxies, including Hezbollah, which began its attacks on Israel on October 8th, while Israel was still fighting the terrorists who had invaded their country and had not yet sent troops to Gaza. Even today, thousands of Israelis are unable to return to their homes in southern Israel, and almost 100,000 Israelis are unable to return to their homes in northern Israel because of Hezbollah's relentless attacks on Israeli civilians. Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis must not be allowed to continue to destabilize the region and threaten Israel's security. They must be held accountable by the international community, and the United States must continue to affirm the safety and security of our ally. Let us be clear-eyed about what is at risk. Not just the security of our only democratic ally in the Middle East, but the defeat of a terrorist ideology that abhors our Western values. As we reflect on the horrors of October 7th, my heart goes out to all the loved ones of those affected by Hamas's brutal assault. The attack on October 7th continues to traumatize Israelis and Jews across our country. I urge Congress to continue to provide Israel the support it needs to protect its citizens and to protect the values we Americans hold dear. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lopez, for 5 minutes.
I rise today in recognition of Hispanic Heritage Month to commemorate a people, my ethnicity, who are crucial to the prosperity of this nation. I want to encourage all my brothers and sisters across America to participate in this celebration, September 15th through October 15th. America thrives on the cumulative effort of all ethnicities working for the collective good, beginning with the annexation of Florida, Louisiana, and northern part of Mexico. More than 100,000 Hispanic people became U.S. citizens in the 1800s, to be followed by millions more over the next 200 years. Today, the American Latino population amounts to over 65 million people and roughly 20% of the total U.S. population. The name of my home state of Colorado comes from the Spanish phrase, Colorado Rojo, meaning colored red. This name originates from the 16th century conquistadors who explored the area in search of gold over 400 years ago. Their journey paved the way for exchanges that continue to shape our society today. In the late 1800s, following the end of the Civil War, 25% of New Mexico's Hispanic population moved to Colorado and established towns throughout. One of the most notable was the trading post of El Pueblo, which at the time was the border between the United States and Mexico. This area became a hub of commerce and culture, illustrating the vital role of Hispanic communities in our nation's development. San Luis, the oldest town in Colorado, was founded by Hispanic settlers who came to farm and raise livestock. These pioneers laid the groundwork for agricultural practices that are still necessary to our economy today. Then in the early 1900s, Hispanic families moved to Greeley, Colorado to work for the Great Western Sugar Company, which offered workers the chance to own a small home. This opportunity allowed families to build a foundation for future generations, demonstrating the enduring spirit of resilience and hard work. Some individuals in the Hispanic community have stood tall as leaders in Colorado, including Rodolfo Corky Gonzalez, a boxer and poet who led the crusade for justice during the Chicano movement in the 1960s and 70s, fighting for the rights of the Hispanic community nationwide. His dedication to social justice continues to inspire activists today. Joe Trujillo, a good friend of mine, that for years lived in Colorado and was an instrumental mentor, not only to myself, but to others, to always be proud of our heritage, to always be proud of what we came from, and never forget our humble beginnings. You see, I come from humble beginnings. My mom and dad grew up working in the fields. My dad had a 6th grade education and never learned to read and write. My mom has a 10th grade education, and yet I stand before you here in Congress as a true representation of what America offers the Hispanic community, and it's an honor to be an American. And just 6 years ago, Kendrick Castillo, a young Hispanic boy attending a STEM school in Highlands Ranch, sacrificed himself for his classmates when a shooter entered his school, saving their lives. His bravery serves as a reminder that any of us can have the courage to stand up for our communities. These individuals exemplify the resilience, character, integrity, and passion that is lifeblood of the Hispanic community. Moreover, the arts, the culture of the Hispanic community have enriched American life, influencing music, literature, politics, and businesses across the nation. Many of the Christian beliefs of our founding father constitute the pillars of the Hispanic community. Core values like family, faith, and freedom are instrumental to my culture and are essential to the success of a nation. These values unite us and provide a path for future generations to thrive as well. For centuries, members of the Hispanic community have legally migrated into the U.S. for the opportunity to achieve the American dream. The influx of illegal immigrants and criminals is damaging this crucial process and is unfair to those who have legally immigrated to America. It is imperative that we differentiate between those seeking refuge and opportunity and those who seek to undermine our laws. The term Latinx is a derogatory term, and when utilized is an insult to Hispanic Americans and should never be used. This term was invented to erase the male and female gender of the Hispanic community and culture. It is a perversion of the Spanish language and an insult to Hispanic heritage. It is vital that we continue to uphold our values of justice and fairness, ensuring that the paths of citizens remain open for those who seek a better life. We must support comprehensive immigration reform that honors the contributions of immigrants while addressing security concerns. In closing, let us celebrate the rich history and achievements of the Hispanic community, recognizing together we can create a future where all individuals, regardless of their background, can contribute to the American story. And for my Anglo brothers and sisters, I leave you with this. If you like tacos, you are one of us. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commemorate the approaching somber first anniversary of Hamas's horrific attack on Israel on October 7, 2023. This past year, we have experienced continued heartbreak and mourning, with fresh pain rearing its ugly head each time we learn the tragic fate of hostages who were captured that fateful day and subsequently murdered by their captors. Just a few weeks ago, on the eve of a rescue operation, Hamas executed 6 hostages in cold blood, including American Hirsch Goldberg Poland. It was a gut punch. After surviving absolutely horrific conditions for nearly a year, they were brutally murdered by Hamas in the tunnels below Gaza, all because their rescue was imminent and because of Hamas's hatred of Jews and their commitment to destroy Israel. As a Jewish mother of 3, meeting with so many parents of the hostages, including Hirsch's parents, Rachel and John, has felt deeply personal. Their fortitude and strength in advocating for the return of their children is nothing less than heroic. I've met with Rachel and John countless times this past year, and something that always sticks with me is when Rachel shared her last embrace with Hirsch before he left for the Nova Music Festival for his 23rd birthday. No mother should ever have to think that when they kiss their child goodbye before a concert, it will be for the last time because they will be murdered by terrorists. This senseless evil compels us to hold our own children tighter and strengthens our resolve to end the terrorist threat that lives on Israel's doorstep, which no people should have to endure. I was in the region with a congressional delegation on October 7th and in Israel on October 10th. Since October 7th, I've traveled to Israel twice more. During a visit in March, the most searing moment for me was when our delegation paid our respects at the site of the Nova Festival. The Nova Festival was a celebration of peace. Thousands of young people joined together in the desert to celebrate life. At sunrise, terrorists invaded the site, including flying in on motorized paragliders, with the sole objective of murdering, maiming, sexually assaulting, and kidnapping festival-goers and hundreds of Israelis in their homes. No parent should fear getting the text that so many received that morning from their children that the worst has happened. And when you go to the Nova site today, you see memorials and photos of the beautiful, vibrant faces of the hundreds of young people marked where they were murdered. As a mother, a Jew, and a Zionist, the experience was overwhelming. Despite the horror and ongoing tragedy of the almost 100 hostages that still remain in Gaza, ripped away from their loved ones for almost 365 days, the people of Israel are strong and will never stop fighting for their future. I am inspired by those Israelis who have dedicated themselves to bringing the hostages home and seeking a just peace. But October 7th didn't just impact Jews living in Israel. It impacted Jews around the world, especially here at home. While anti-Semitism was already on the rise after October 7th, Jewish hate exploded, reaching record levels of anti-Semitic incidents in the United States. According to ADL, since it first started tracking incidents of anti-Semitic harassment, vandalism, and assault in the United States in 1979, this past year resulted in the highest number of anti-Semitic incidents on record. The American Jewish Committee found that 2/3 of American Jews say the status of Jews in the U.S. is less secure compared to 1 year ago, and 62% of American Jews report facing anti-Semitism online or on social media in the past 12 months. This is unacceptable. But anti-Semitism doesn't just threaten Jews. It is an attack on the very foundations of our society: pluralism, religious freedom, equal rights, endangering all of us. I am so grateful for President Biden and Vice President Harris's moral clarity and leadership in combating anti-Semitism. In May 2023, their administration took the unprecedented step to release the U.S.'s first ever whole-of-society national strategy to counter anti-Semitism. We must combat this hatred, and I urge all of my colleagues to call out anti-Semitism no matter where it comes from. And lastly, I have a plea for my colleagues. When you are home in your districts, please check in on your Jewish friends and neighbors. We are not okay. Local Jewish organizations are planning events around the October 7th anniversary, so I implore you to reach out and show up for your Jewish neighbors and constituents. Speak out against anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, which is a form of anti-Semitism. Together, we will stand up against hate and stand up for Israel, and we will never forget the victims, the hostages, and their families. We must bring them all home now. Am Israel Chai. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I frequently make speeches and try and have the American people know and understand just what we face, especially in our western states. Every fire season, it's pretty much the same thing. As you see depicted here, just one of many fires that would have in California or Idaho or Oregon or Arizona or Montana, many of our western states. This is just a microcosm of what we see each year. And so you see these smoke plumes. Not only does it affect the West, but when you get a really, really large fire in the 6 digits, or one in my district 3 years ago known as the Dixie Fire, which ended up being just under 1 million acres, that smoke plume actually got up into the jet stream and it affected the East Coast, where there was low health days declared in places like New York City and Philadelphia and even in D.C. We experienced it here on the East Coast from Canadian fires earlier on, which is more proximate here, just up north of us in Canada, that they're affecting the whole East Coast. But we get the West Coast fires can even affect here. So we need to do a lot more about that. Here's what some of that damage looks like in the very real world in the communities that are affected. I've had several of my communities just in my district, and that's just one of 435 congressional districts that are negatively affected. You all have heard about the town of Paradise, where 85 people lost their lives, as well as about 90% of the town. A picture not unlike this. Town of Greenville, a couple years ago, in the Dixie Fire went up. Town of Canyon Dam right nearby, what was called as the North Complex Fire near Oroville, California, devoured most of Berry Creek and Forbestown. So this becomes very real to the people that are proximate to these forests. The Park Fire this year, at least 70, 80 homes. And so just to give you a quick recap of the acreage we're talking about, I mentioned Dixie Fire, just under 1 million acres. The Park Fire this year in my district, 430,000 acres. The Bear Fire, also known as the North Complex, was over 300,000 acres. So you can see we're getting really tired of these big numbers, and that's just my own district. Many other members of Congress can tell you about that. We see here that 7.3 million acres cumulatively have burned in the West this year, And you could say, like, well, we're getting into the fall. Is it going to get better? It might start tailing off somewhat here as temperatures come down, the conditions. But fire season is still going to be upon us through the fall, maybe until the first rain and snow starts to fly. Places like Southern California, it really never ends because they have a drier condition down there. So other states, even in the east, they're looking at fire conditions that are going to go well into the fall and early winter. So what does all this mean? It means treatment. It means treatment of our acres. Forest Service needs to engage much more so. I know they're afraid of the lawsuits that the environmental groups always bring, and they're bound up by NEPA regulations, which study to death things that really don't need to be studied. This is not news here of what we need to do to treat our forests. So when you have, it's probably hard to see this poster on TV very well, but this area here that's really dark and burned had no treatment. This area in the middle, it's nice and green, had thinning, removing some of the trees, so you would still leave a lot of the trees behind. Now the left, the environmental groups would have you believe and scare you into joining organizations and sending dues in that we're going to cut every tree from here to Canada. That's not the case. That's not even responsible. Nobody wants to do that. So thinning, and also it says the term prescribed fire. Fire is a good tool when used properly in the right conditions, the right timeline, etc. That makes actually a good condition left in mind, getting rid of a lot of the waste material that is on the forest floor that builds up over time. Because we've been putting fire out for about 100 years under the Smokey the Bear type thinking, which is good, but we have replaced what nature used to do with, in the last 50 years, inaction in our forests and managing those lands that we need to be done. Of course, you see down here thinning only, which works pretty well and is at least a positive step, but we need to do all these things that are making the lands more sustainable, so to speak, in a fire situation. You have overcrowding of trees. They compete for less and less water in an arid area or a drought period, or you want to say climate change. What are we doing about it during climate change? We're not doing much. We're letting the trees grow 500 per acre when a good forest is healthy at 50 to 70 adult trees per acre, a thin forest. So we need to use these tools. Prescribe fire. We can't just say, oh, we don't want the smoke. Well, you're going to get the smoke anyway. You're getting the smoke at 7 million acres at a time in a situation that is not timed or a good structure for doing so. So fix our forests is a bill we passed yesterday.
Gentleman's time has expired.
It's going to be a good tool towards getting started on that. We've got a lot to do. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with great concern for the people of New Jersey and the future of our country. Project 2025 puts our health care access at risk. The conservative pledge would impose lifetime caps on Medicaid benefits, putting coverage at risk for nearly 1 in 40 New Jerseyans. It also raises prescription drug costs for almost 500,000 residents by eliminating Medicare out-of-pocket limits. Even worse, it would block the government from negotiating lower drug prices, lining the pockets of pharmaceutical companies at the expense of our most vulnerable communities. The attacks on Medicare and Medicaid would be devastating to Black and low-income people's access to vital health care. Black women, especially Black expectant mothers, who already are facing among the worst infant and maternal mortality rates in the developed world, would face even worse outcomes. The criminalization of abortions, tracking of miscarriages and stillbirths, and restrictions on access to Plan B would impinge on the freedom of Black women to make their own decisions and eliminate their health care options. That's not all. Project 2025 would eliminate programs like Head Start, which provides critical care for child care for children, over 12,000 children in New Jersey alone. It would force 167,200 student loan borrowers to pay thousands more each year and dismantle the U.S. Department of Education, cutting vital funding for schools serving low-income students and putting nearly 4,000 New Jersey teachers and their students at risk. Project 2025 just isn't a political pledge, it's a direct attack on families, our values, and the future of our country. I urge my colleagues to stand together against the dangerous assault, and let's get back to work for the not for the uber wealthy and mega corporations behind the 2025 agenda, but for the people. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we lost over 50,000 people to suicide across the country. This year, more than 1.6 million individuals attempted to take their own lives. These deaths of despair disproportionately affect some communities more than others. Systemic issues, generational trauma, racism, economic disparities, and historical oppression have compounded mental health challenges, leading to an environment that has been devastating to our Black youth. For example, between 2007 and 2020, the suicide rate among Black youth ages 10 to 17 increased by 144%. And from 2018 to 2022, the suicide rate of among Black youth aged 10 to 19 increased by 54%, while decreasing elsewhere. Every life lost to suicide is an incomprehensible tragedy, and the heartbreaking truth is that these deaths are preventable. That is why it's so important that we act. Our choices can make a real difference in people's lives. We have a responsibility, especially here in Congress, to ensure that resources and support are available to people who need help. In 2019, I chaired the Congressional Black Caucus's Emergency Task Force on Black Youth Suicide and Mental Health. The product of that task force, the Pursuing Equity in Mental Health Act, would provide resources to increase access to mental health care among America's youth, as well as help train a new generation of culturally competent mental health professionals. No matter your race, your background, or your gender, each one of us wants no praise for our children to grow healthy. When we see them struggle, we struggle. When we see they're in pain, we feel that pain deeply. Democrat, Republican, Independent, it does not matter. But it doesn't have to be this way. Children who have access to help can thrive. They've shown an ability to bounce back and become strong, happy, and resilient, to be active and productive in their communities. We can create the conditions in which all of our children have a shot at happy, fulfilling lives. All that is required is for us to break through the partisan gridlock. Our children and grandchildren's lives depend upon it. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, in the past 18 months, Republicans have gathered 3.8 million documents and 80 hours of witness testimonies on a baseless inquiry against President Joe Biden. But now that Joe Biden is not running for president, they've ended their political impeachment stunt. Now, the investigation that we should be focusing on is Jared Kushner and his $2 billion from the Saudis just months after leaving the Trump White House. Now, new reporting today from the New York Times has noted that Jared Kushner collected $112 million in fees, but hasn't made a single dime for the Saudis through this fund. Now, we don't know if the Saudis expected profits or if they just wanted to reward Jared for his service. This $2 billion payment for this investment fund represents the reward of sitting next to former President Trump and pushing for pro-Saudi policies. During his time in the White House, Mr. Kushner consistently ignored the recommendations of top foreign policy experts at the State Department and even ignored the warnings of Trump's own Secretary of State. These conflicts of interest and the national security threats are obvious, but House Republicans are not interested in uncovering the truth about Kushner's actions or the suspicious actions of the Saudi government and other foreign governments. While the Senate is beginning to finally move on this investigation, the House has done nothing. Mr. Speaker, we can no longer wait to hold the Kushners accountable for their shady dealings. Our democracy is not for sale, and we need to ask ourselves the question: why did Jared Kushner receive $2 billion for an investment fund just months after leaving the White House? The American people deserve answers, and we should never stop until we get them. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes. No one's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this Hispanic Heritage Month, I rise to celebrate the iconic landmark in my district, the Little Village Arch, El Arco de la Villita. Since 1988, the Arch has become the gateway to the largest Mexican community in the Midwest. It's a symbol of economic, cultural, and social contributions of Mexicans and Mexican Americans in the city and the region. It's a reminder to younger generations to be proud of their roots. The Arch is located on West 26th Street, a commercial corridor, which is also the second highest revenue generator in Chicago, with businesses predominantly owned by Mexican Americans and immigrants. As an alderman in 1987, I had the vision of a marker that would celebrate the growing Mexican population in the city and foster community pride. I wanted a monument modeled after the Mexican architecture, something that would make 26th Street stand out. I got to work and secured the funds with the support of numerous community members, small business owners, and the Little Village Chamber of Commerce, and together we began the process to make the dream come true. The design was commissioned to architect Adrian Lozano, also an immigrant from Mexico, and the contractors who helped build it were Ron Valtierra and Dave Ramirez, both Vietnam veterans. All of them poured their hearts and souls in the design and the construction of the Arch. The Little Village Arch has become the heart of the Mexican community in the Midwest. People come from all over the U.S. to visit it. The annual Mexican Independence Parade that just celebrated its 53rd year kicks off from the Arch. 2 years ago, the City Council officially approved the landmark status for the Arch, thus beginning much-needed restoration process. I'm proud to say that the clock that hangs on the Arch, a gift from the Mexican government, was successfully restored by the original makers. Relojes Centenario, the oldest clockmakers in Mexico. It's an honor and pride to be part of the origin story of the Arch, and when you come to my neighborhood, I will take you to the Arch and say, Bienvenidos a la Villita. Mr. Speaker, during Hispanic Heritage Month, we often talk about our cultural and economic contributions, but we cannot forget that Latinos have served our country in every war since the Revolutionary War. Today, I rise to honor the contributions and patriotism of one of those heroes, Benito Morales. Benito was born in a small town in Texas during the Great Depression. He attended segregated schools where he and his brother constantly faced discrimination. Benito had to start working after finishing the 4th grade. Later, his family moved to Chicago looking for better opportunities. By the time he was 19 years old, Benito was called to service at the height of World War II. He served our country, fighting across France and into Germany. During the crossing of the Ludendorff Bridge across the Rhine River on March 8, 1945, an enemy artillery shell burst directly in front of his vehicle in which Private Morales was riding. With complete disregard for his personal safety, he assisted in the evacuation of 11 American soldiers to the nearest station. His heroism earned him the Bronze Star Medal, but it took 75 years and the advocacy of his fellow veterans for the Army to add V for Valor to his medal. In 2016, Benito was awarded the French government's Legion of Honor Medal by the French Consul General, for which I had the honor to be present. Benito is currently a member of the American Legion Manuel Perez Post 1017 in Chicago. He is now 101 years old, and his life is a perfect example of the contributions that the Latino community has made to the United States. Benito, we thank you for your bravery and continued service to our country and community. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my friend and community leader, Sylvia Puente, who has served for nearly 18 years as president and CEO of the Latino Policy Forum and will step down at the end of this year. Sylvia is a public policy expert whose activism began at the age of 13, walking the picket line with her mom in support of farm workers. She has spent her career advocating for justice, equity, and economic prosperity. Sylvia's last name, Puente, means bridge in Spanish and translates into her own personal mission statement, which is to build bridges and understanding and opportunity within and between the Latino community and the larger society. We wish her Godspeed in her new endeavors and celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Pastor Darren Wood of the First Baptist Church of Midland, Texas, who will be opening the House floor in prayer tomorrow. Pastor Wood grew up in Joshua, Texas, and started his career in pastoral ministry in 1999. The Wood family later moved to the Permian Basin and started preaching at First Baptist Church of Midland in February of 2016. His leadership is truly inspirational in the Permian Basin. He's no stranger to lending a hand to others, and he's opened the congregation's doors to the public during times of need. In his own words, and I quote, "You may enjoy the title of pastor, but truthfully, it is an earned role, one bit by bit." His wife, Julie, and son, Joshua, will be joining them tomorrow. Let me just tell you, Pastor Wood is an inspiration to so many. If you live in Midland, the Permian Basin, Midland, Odessa, you know Pastor Darren Wood. You know the inspiration that he brings to the community. Not only is he a voice of reason and of wisdom, but he also urges discernment, and he has personally helped me since I've been here. In fact, just recently, he was telling me about his study on Ezra and Esther and Nehemiah, and talking about the stories of the Old Testament and how they apply to us today. And I want to thank Pastor Wood. If you live in Midland, you know how inspirational he truly is. And I want to tell you that he's been inspirational to me and so many others around Washington, D.C., as he prays for us continuously. And I think our country needs prayer right now. Pastor, thank you for what you do to serve the Permian Basin, to serve First Baptist, to serve so many people. And thank you for your inspiration, your education, and your prayers for me and so many other leaders. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy and omnipotent God, though we have never seen you, we know you. We know you, for you have shown yourself in the wondrous things that you have done and the countless gifts of love you reveal to us each day. You, Lord, our God, are God, faithful in keeping your covenant of love to 1,000 generations, to those who love you and keep your commands. Remind us in our generation of your command to be bearers of your love in our time. For when we love one another, you abide in us, and your love is revealed through us. And when love is scary, when there seems to be no reason or return in loving those around us, remind us that there is no fear in love, for your perfect love casts out fear. Your love will prevail. Remind us again that we love because you first loved us, with all our faults and flaws, doubts and divisions, and that we are commanded to love even the most aggravating of our brothers and sisters. How great is your love, O God our Father, that you have lavished on us that each one of us should be called children of God. Today, may we live believing that we are, and that those whom we encounter this day are your children too. In your gracious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Arizona, Mrs. Lesko.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
The Biden-Harris administration's reckless immigration policies are now on full display for all to see. Newly released Border Patrol data shows that nearly 530,000 illegal aliens have flown into the U.S. under the administration's irresponsible mass parole program. If that wasn't enough, another 800,000 are set to enter. Yet, on top of that, they're suppressing the information about how many people are coming into this country, including those that are on terror watch lists. San Diego Sector Chief Aaron Heitke recently spoke to the Homeland Security Committee talking about how he was told to suppress these numbers, to keep them hidden from the American public and from Congress, to do anything about that. This is the height of hypocrisy by the Biden and Harris administration, especially border czar Harris, trying to keep us from knowing and take action to repair the sieve of a border we have. We have to do much better than that because our American public is being subjected to all sorts of fentanyl and potential terrorists, as well as the crime level and all the other things you're seeing that are harming our country. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to sound the alarm. The dangers of Project 2025 are real, and they're coming. This isn't some distant threat. It's all happening right now, and extreme MAGA Republicans are leading the charge. This isn't just another political agenda. It's Donald Trump's playbook to seize control of our government with no checks and no balances, just power. Project 2025 would ban abortion nationwide, strip away birth control, including access to IVF, raise taxes on working families, and destroy Social Security and Medicare as we know them. The American people don't want to roll back the clock with Project 2025. They want a government that works for them, I came to Washington to fight for working families, to protect our communities, and to defend fundamental freedoms like reproductive freedom. We've got real work to do, and I won't let Project 2025 or Donald Trump stand in the way. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to seek recognition to revise and extend my remarks for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to raise awareness for Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, or CJD. CJD is a rare brain disease that causes a rapid decline in a person's cognitive health and often leads to death within only a few months to 1 year following the onset of symptoms. There are about 500 new cases in the United States each year. Sadly, one of these cases was a friend of mine and a well-known member of the Central Valley community, Bakersfield Mayor Harvey L. Hall. In 2018, Mayor Hall lost his life from CJD just 2 weeks after his diagnosis. Mr. Hall was a beloved member of our community and the longest-serving mayor in Bakersfield's history. His sudden death was a shock to our community and devastating for all who knew him, including his wife of 28 years, who is here today, LaVon Hall. I'm introducing a resolution today to designate November 12th to CJD Awareness Day, and I'm proud to honor Mayor Hall's memory in this way and raise awareness for thousands of CJD patients and the families who have been impacted by this disease. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition? The gentlewoman from Florida. Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to sound the alarm about the former president's Project 2025. It's a cruel and reckless plan that threatens the health and welfare of women in every corner of this nation. Project 25 would end access to medication abortion, create an abortion surveillance state, and criminalize abortion services. These policies are more than restrictions. They are a direct assault on women's lives. Just ask Anya Cook from my home state. At 16 weeks pregnant, suffering from a miscarriage, she was turned away from treatment because of Florida's cruel 6-week abortion ban. Anya nearly bled to death, delivering her fetus alone in a bathroom. This is the future of Project 2025. Women in pain, bleeding, abandoned by a broken system. We must fight back.
Time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek recognition to speak for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to honor Staff Sergeant Ralph H. Bodie from Racine, Wisconsin. On September 27, 1944, Staff Sergeant Bodie's aircraft was shot down over the skies of Kassel, Germany. After the crash, 3 crew members were taken prisoner. Staff Sergeant Bodie was not among them. He was declared missing in action. At the time, Staff Sergeant Bodie was 20 years old, serving as a World War II tail gunner. He played a vital role in the bombing mission aimed to disrupt Nazi operations over Kassel, Germany. For 80 years, no one knew what actually happened to Staff Sergeant Bodie, but recently his remains were identified. This Friday, 80 years to the day of his last mission, he will be returning home to Racine, Wisconsin. Welcome home, Staff Sergeant Bodie. We're a nation forever grateful for those who gave their lives defending our freedoms. Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I rise today during Hispanic Heritage Month to celebrate our beautiful communities and our cultures and how we support one another. From city councils and school boards to the state legislatures and Congress, Latinos are leaders. We embody the spirit of service and dedication that drive our communities forward. We put people over politics. We are champions for working families, advocating for justice, and trailblazers who inspire the next generation to strive for excellence. Our contributions remind us of the rich and vibrant culture of Latinos and what they bring to our nation. As we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, let us not forget that we are stronger when we stand together, that we have built beautiful lives in this country, and that our brightest days are ahead of us. I look forward to celebrating the rest of Hispanic Heritage Month with my constituents, and to all, happy Hispanic Heritage Month. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Illegal aliens are voting in America. This actually subverts democracy. It is basic that registration confirm citizenship and voting confirm photo identification to preserve democracy for all political parties. Elon Musk suggests a left-wing strategy with the lack of citizenship enforcement, saying, quote, if Dems win President, House, and Senate, they'll grant citizenship to all illegals, and America will become a permanent one-party, deep socialist state, end of quote. House Republicans passed the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act to protect and preserve the right of American citizens to vote. This should not be partisan. The bill requires states to obtain proof of citizenship in person when registering and requires states to remove non-citizens from existing voter rolls as correctly promoted by President Donald Trump. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. We do not need new border laws. We need to enforce existing laws. Harris shamefully opens the borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as repeatedly sadly warned by the FBI. I yield back.
The gentleman from South Carolina yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Rhode Island Fire Chiefs Honor Flight Hub. My constituent, U.S. Army Lieutenant John Wolf, is scheduled to participate in Honor Flight High Voltage on September 29th. I had the privilege of writing him a letter as part of the mail call portion of the program, and I ask unanimous consent that my letter be included in the congressional record.
Objection.
Lieutenant Wolf served our local community for more than 20 years as a social studies teacher in the East Providence School District. But before that, he courageously wore our nation's uniform in Vietnam, earning a Bronze Star for his service. Madam Speaker, we must do more to support veterans like Lieutenant Wolf. We can and should build on the PACT Act, which expanded presumptive benefits for Vietnam veterans and has helped nearly 3,000 veterans in Rhode Island. Today, I am proud to stand on the House floor and say thank you to Lieutenant Wolf and thank you to all who have served our country. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition?
For unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute. Finally.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize someone whose lifelong service to our nation has been a blessing to me and countless others. Matthew Simon. Welcome to the House Gallery. Matt, I'm so glad you're here. Through his time teaching in rural classrooms with Teach for America, to his years at the Arizona State Legislature as an education policy staffer, and his staff service on my staff as Chief of Staff, Matt has been a steadfast public servant committed to advancing policies that empower young people and improve their lives. Throughout my time in office, Matt has been a reliable counselor and a dedicated member of my team. Even after he left my office to move home to Arizona, he still helped me. I look forward to continuing to work with Matt in the future. The state of Arizona and our nation are in good hands with thoughtful, young leaders like Matt Simon at the helm. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair reminds members that the rules do not allow references to persons in the gallery. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
A second American Revolution will be bloodless if the left allows it to be. Ominous words from the lead architect of Trump's Project 2025. The founding fathers must be rolling in their graves. From our earliest days as a nation, Americans have valued freedom. Our Constitution enshrines it. And as leaders today in the chamber, we should all envision a future where Americans have more freedom. But that's not what Trump's Project 2025 envisions. It promises the opposite, total control. Project 2025 would suffocate the institutions that keep our government running. It would sabotage the people that keep our country safe. Cynically, it would grant more freedoms to billionaires and wealthy corporations. Healthcare, wages, pensions, education, insurance benefits, the tentacles of Project 2025 would be so far-reaching into daily life, who knows if it could be reversed. Trump is trying to hide from Project 2025, but this is simply Trumpism on an industrial scale. Draconian, partisan, government control, and chaos. That's what Project 2025 represents. Let's choose freedom instead.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the distinguished gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Mr. Joseph Allen, a native Hoosier from Crawfordsville, Indiana, and a renowned astronaut. He earned his bachelor's degree from DePaul University in math and physics and went on to work for NASA in 1967. While at NASA, Joe Allen flew on the first operational mission on Columbia in 1982 and the first satellite salvage mission on Discovery in 1984. On Columbia, Allen helped deliver the first satellites to orbit for paying customers, marking the first commercial deployment from a shuttle. On Discovery, he retrieved 2 satellites that had been stranded in a useless orbits. Joe Allen was inducted into the U.S. Astronaut Hall of Fame in 2005. We are proud of his immense accomplishments, and we thank him for his service to our country at NASA and in the final frontier. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Consent to address the House.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the memory of Professor Gregory Castor, a beloved educator, community member who left an indelible mark on all who knew him. While earning his doctorate, he met his best friend and wife, our beloved Kate Wittestein, with whom he would have celebrated 40 years of marriage this fall. They had a shared passion for liberal arts and longtime dedication to making the world a better place. In 1968, they both became professors at Gustavus Adolphus College in St. Peter, Minnesota. Together, they helped to develop the college's history department into what it is today, and Professor Castor would teach there for the rest of his life. Throughout his distinguished tenure, he was known as a trusted educator, advocate, mentor, and a friend to students and faculty alike. Madam Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating his incredible life. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to recognize my dear friend, Coach Bill Higdon, who is turning 80 years old this month. Coach Higdon retired from the University of Tennessee in 2009, was inducted into the Greater Knoxville Sports Hall of Fame, something I will never be inducted into. Coach Higdon had a career with UT Athletics that spanned 35 years. Coach Higdon played basketball at Holston High School in East Tennessee and described himself as an ordinary basketball player. He wanted to pursue coaching and took the path that led into multiple sports. Bill was a basketball graduate assistant at Western Kentucky University when they reached the Final Four. Then he went on to recruit for the UT football team. He was still working in an administrative role when the Volunteers played in the College World Series, not once, not twice, but 3 times. Bill loved his work as a recruiter, and he was great at it. He was named one of the top recruiting coordinators of the year under Coach Johnny Majors when Coach Majors returned to the University of Tennessee. Happy birthday, Coach. Your work at UT is legendary, and you deserve your spot in the Greater Knoxville Sports Hall of Fame. You and Susu have an incredible life. You have 2 wonderful children, 4 grandchildren, and on a very personal note, you always were so kind to my parents before they left this earth, and you took care of us. You're a great man, Coach, and I love you, brother.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise during Hispanic Heritage Month to commemorate the life and legacy of Richard Alatorre, who served on the Los Angeles City Council and the California State Assembly. His life's work was dedicated to delivering for the east side of Los Angeles and the Latino community. He was tough, smart, and dedicated. He worked hard to get his community the same rights and representation as everyone else. Early in his career, he helped collect funds and lowered bail for protesters arrested during the 1968 Chicano walkouts. As an assembly member, he authored bills for bilingual services to be offered in communities that needed them and for farm workers to be allowed to collectively bargain. He co-founded the Latino Caucus in the California legislature in 1973 and helped expand Latino representation in the legislature. He strengthened historically black council seats and ensured they stayed that way for decades. That's the kind of man he was. He got things done. He prioritized everyday working class Angelinos, and he will be missed. East LA will never forget our luchador. May Richard Alatorre rest in peace, and may his family may his memory be a blessing to him, to his family, and to his community. Thank you so much. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks. It may be a long 1 minute, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is, without objection, the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
So I want to take this opportunity to commemorate the 50th anniversary of Robert Caro's The Power Broker. As one of the great literary accomplishments over the last 5 decades, The Power Broker is more than a biography of Robert Moses. It explores how Moses reshaped New York City, and it's a first-class lesson for anyone interested in policy and politics. Much like Moses in his work in New York City, Caro's work has transcended generations. I use this book as a guest lecturer at Western New England University, and it references the literary masterpiece that we all have come to love. Caro's book is a reminder of the responsibility that comes with power and the need for accountability with democratic institutions. As we reflect on this seminal work, let us remind ourselves of the challenge we face today, reflecting upon those who wield power in our society and how it affects the lives of everyday citizens. Let's commit ourselves to the principles of fairness, transparency, and equity, principles that underscore democracy by and of the people. What a favor Robert Moses has done to American history. Congratulations, Mr. Caro, on the occasion of the Power Brokers semi-centennial. And now, please, finish the Lyndon Johnson series. And with that, I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While IVF is a major news story, fertility treatments are deeply personal journeys, full of loss and hope. I see it in my own family. For 2 years, my daughter-in-law Stephanie and my son Patrick have struggled to have a second child, to give their precious daughter Ella a sibling, a lifelong best friend. And for 2 years, they've had hope extinguished by heartbreak, 2 failed IUIs, 2 IVF egg retrievals, a failed embryo transplant, and 2 miscarriages. For them, IVF has opened the door to growing the family they've always hoped for, and after that, so many doors were shut. IVF is not a cure-all, and it will never eliminate the trauma of infertility. But Stephanie and Patrick's latest IVF embryo transfer worked, and God willing, we will be blessed with another grandchild this spring. Their story is like so many other young families, yet it's rarely discussed. Infertility affects 1 in 5 women in the United States, many of whom suffer this in silence. That's why I'm on the floor today, and why Stephanie gave me the blessing to tell their story. Let's end the stigma, and as lawmakers, let's protect and expand access and coverage for IVF.
The
I yield back.
gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to say congratulations to the West Point class of 2024 for graduating this past spring and for their continued commitment to service. It is no small feat. I myself, a West Point class graduate of 2004, am celebrating my 20th reunion this fall, and time has flown. But I ask each of you to lead with the West Point motto in mind: duty, honor, country. It's not just a slogan, it's a way of life as you embark on your lifetime of service. I also want to briefly congratulate you on going 3-1 against Navy. You are winners, and on a more serious note, our country will be better off for your leadership. I'm honored to ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating the following 3 grads from 2024 class from Michigan's 10th Congressional District: Lucas Dickerson from Sterling Heights, Alexandria Goss from St. Clair Shores, and Chelsea Tene Kuate of Macomb, also in my district. God bless you, class of 2024. Your service and your sacrifice will never be forgotten. Godspeed, and God bless you all.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman from Hawaii is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, Project 2025 is Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans' manifesto against everyday Americans. It is based on an extreme ideology of inequity that envisions a chilling future in which the rich get richer on the backs of working families. From Keiki to Kupuna, Project 2025 would take away our ability to feed and care for our ohana. In my district, it would raise taxes for working families in Hawaii just to hand out tax cuts to millionaires. Project 2025 would impose limits on Medicaid benefits that almost 58,000 people in Hawaii depend on for health care coverage. It would raise out-of-pocket prescription drug costs for over 82,000 people on Medicare in my state alone. Project 2025 would eliminate Head Start in Hawaii for almost 3,000 keiki from low-income backgrounds, many who live in rural communities and whose families depend on it for childcare. And for over 1 million Hawaii residents working hard towards a dignified retirement, Project 2025 would raise the retirement age from 67 to 69 and drastically cut their hard-earned Social Security benefits seniors depend on. We cannot allow Project 2025's terrifying vision to become our future. Our people deserve better, and I won't stop fighting to reject this radical extreme agenda.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today is the National Day of Remembrance of Murder Victims, and we honor the family, friends, and loved ones whose lives have been taken far too soon by violence. I rise in recognition of one of my constituents, Jackie Rhode Adams, co-founder of Harlem Mothers Save, who has dedicated her tireless efforts to ending gun violence and murder in communities across my district. Gun violence has become far too prevalent in New York City and in communities around the nation, and is undeniably a national crisis. Today, we remember those lost to homicide. We honor their memories and uplift their loved ones. Far too many lives in my districts have been lost to gun violence, and far too many families have been impacted. Congress must come together now and work towards a future where gun violence no longer plagues America and we can keep our communities safe. Thank you, Jackie Rhode Adams, for everything you do for us. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York yields back. For what purpose did the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize Rock Ridge Elementary in Wilson County, North Carolina, as a 2024 National Blue Ribbon School. The National Blue Ribbon honor demonstrates the outstanding achievements of the Raiders and their unwavering commitment to excellence. Rock Ridge, led by Principal Emily Chilton, is to be commended for tirelessly pursuing academic excellence. The journey to this honor has involved collaboration, innovation, and a shared vision among students, teachers, educational support, professionals, families, and the community. As Rock Ridge proudly displays the National Blue Ribbon flag, it's a symbol of a commitment to exemplary teaching and learning. Congratulations, Raiders. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 3334.
Without objection.
I yield my time. I yield my.
The gentleman will suspend. Okay. Pursuant to House Resolution 1486 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 3334. The chair appoints the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, to preside over the Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Dr. Fox.
Thank you. Thanks, Christina. The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 3334, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to provide for the imposition of sanctions on members of the National Communist Party Congress of the People's Republic of China and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees. The gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam.
Madam Chairwoman, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chairwoman, I rise in support of H.R. 3334, the Stop CCP Act, which was introduced by my colleague from Michigan, Congresswoman McClain, and ordered favorably reported by the Committee on Foreign Affairs. The Chinese Communist Party is responsible for some of the world's worst human rights violations and threats to international security. In Xinjiang, CCP-led genocide seeks to erase history and culture of Uyghur Muslims who live in constant fear. While Hong Kong was once known for its vibrant civic society and the rule of law, today it is under the iron fist of Beijing, and many brave democracy advocates sit in jail. Our close friends in Taiwan live under constant military pressure, with incursions into their air defense identification zone. An oppressive PRC Coast Guard keeps pushing closer and closer to Taiwan's shores. The Tepana people have and continue to suffer from decades of brutal repression designed to undermine their identity and culture. I am glad that we have the opportunity today to support an amendment to shine a spotlight on the abuse they endure. All of these abuses and urgent threats are being directed and implemented by leaders of the Communist Chinese Party. The party's Central Committee, which this bill targets, is like the board of directors of the CCP. As key party decision makers, the Central Committee directs CCP abuse and aggression, which threatens our friends and partners in the Indo-Pacific. Therefore, it is critical to use targeted sanctions to hold these top party leaders accountable. Sadly, the weakness of the Biden-Harris administration's foreign policy has invited aggression around the world, in Ukraine and in the Middle East. We hope it will not invite aggression toward Taiwan. In the face of chaos, I'm sorry that the Biden-Harris administration and some of my friends on the other side of the aisle feel that we cannot afford to put action to our words with these modest sanctions. The administration opposes this bill, claiming that it needs to maintain flexibility to avoid, quote, veering into conflict, end quote. Sadly, I fear that our adversaries have grown to depend on Biden-Harris administration's flexibility. Just last night, the PRC launched an ICBM near my district of Guam, which landed just below Hawaii. Clearly, we need to draw our line in the sand now. This bill is not an act of war. It includes exceptions for UN, intelligence, law enforcement, and national security purposes. And it even gives the president the ability to waive sanctions if the president deems it necessary. We are only ensuring that the CCP officials most responsible for the party's crimes, crimes that include genocide, do not routinely get to enjoy the benefits of the U.S. financial system or travel to our great country. We must stand up for our founding values and security interests. The defense of liberty and human rights is not escalation. Our partners and allies feel safest when America leads rather than hesitating while our adversaries are on the march. This bill is a strong display of U.S. foreign policy and the values that guide it, and I urge my members to support this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Guam reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you. I give myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to this legislation. We all recognize the challenges posed by the People's Republic of China. The Biden-Harris administration and this body are clear-eyed about the PRC, who is our foremost geopolitical challenge. But how we manage this relationship will have consequences not just for us, but for the entire world. This requires sober policies and shrewd diplomacy, not fear or partisan grandstanding. And it's for that reason I oppose H.R. 3334, because if signed into law, this bill would sabotage high-level diplomacy at Beijing. Why else would we sanction all of the PRC's top leaders, including the president, the premier, the senior ministers, in one fell swoop, an action that would immediately rupture the U.S.-China relationship? Such a unilateral action would undermine the United States' interests, divide us from our partners and allies, and endanger our national security by making a conflict more likely in the Indo-Pacific. Over the last few years, the Biden-Harris administrations has competed rigorously with China. They have sanctioned Chinese officials and companies for human rights abuses in Xinjiang and Hong Kong. They have provided Taiwan with weapons that it needs to enhance its self-defense. They have imposed unprecedented export controls against China to ensure our technology isn't bolstering China's military or its human rights abuses. And they have done so while revitalizing our alliances and partnerships in the region and stabilizing relations with Beijing so that our competition does not slide into conflict. All of this is endangered because or by this bill before us. The State Department has warned that this bill will bluntly curtail the United States' ability to engage with Beijing at senior levels of our civilian and military leadership to advance our national interests. For an example, earlier this month, the head of U.S. forces in the Indo-Pacific spoke to his Chinese counterpart for the first time in years. During the call, Admiral Puparo underscored the importance of sustained lines of communication between the United States military and the PLA, noting that, quote, such discussions between senior leaders serve to clarify intent and reduce the risk of misperception or miscalculation. So if we want to keep the American people safe and lower the chance of an accidental crisis on the Taiwan Strait or in the South China Sea, we have to talk to China. We already know that sanctioning its leaders is counterproductive. Beijing's last defense minister refused to meet with Secretary Lloyd Austin because of U.S. sanctions. Engagement is necessary. Engagement through senior level conversations, engagements between Biden and President Xi. The Biden-Harris administration has restored open channels of communication with Beijing. Remember, even during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and we were talking with Russia at the time, there was always dialogue and conversation that probably prevented a nuclear war back then. So that is something that we should take knowledge of. Conversation, diplomacy, preventing an accidental war. That's why this bill is not the right bill. So I say thank you to the Biden-Harris administration. For the first time in years, Beijing has agreed to take action to crack down on fentanyl precursors chemicals and pill presses that are killing 100,000 Americans a year. We still have to deal with issues that most people believe in, that there is a climate crisis. We cannot solve problems like that unless we're also talking with, and Beijing takes action. And so, just this month, the Biden-Harris administration's diplomatic efforts led to the release of an American citizen, David Lynn, who was unlawfully detained in China for over 18 years. So let me assure you, if this bill becomes law, it will be next to impossible to secure the return of the 2 remaining wrongfully detained Americans in China. Sanctioning the top 200-plus CCP officials all at once would limit the United States' future leverage if China engages in more problematic policies and behaviors. The legislation does not include basic exceptions that are standard in all bipartisan sanction legislation. And while the waiver in this legislation sunsets after just 2 years, the authority to impose sanctions does not. This is poor policy making, plain and simple. So I oppose this dangerous and counterproductive bill, which will do nothing to help the Uyghurs, the Hong Kongers, and the people of Taiwan, while making it incredibly difficult to engage China to advance any U.S. interests, whether it's fentanyl, regional security, Taiwan, human rights, or IT theft. So I must oppose this measure and urge all of my colleagues, all members, to do the same. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
From Guam is recognized.
Madam Chairwoman, I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Congressman Lisa McClain, the author of this bill.
The Congresswoman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just confused. There's nothing in the bill that says we can't talk to them, right? There's nothing in the bill that says we can't talk to them. There's nothing in the bill that says we can't have diplomacy. What the bill says is we don't need to fund our destroyers. So I'm all for talking. How's that working for us, right? We talk to them ad nauseum. And what do? They continue to push the envelope and push the envelope and push the envelope. So I'm sharing maybe what we should do, since our talking doesn't work, is provide some sanctions, right? But I want to remind us that let's stick with the facts of the bill, and it talks about sanctions. You can talk to them. There's nothing in the bill, unless I'm missing something, and I'd like you to show me in the bill where it says we are not allowed to talk to them. Okay? Stop with the fear-mongering. Let's stick with the basics. I rise today to stress the need for the Stop the CCP Act. The Chinese Communist Party has grown to be our greatest geopolitical threat. Chinese dictator Xi Jinping and the Central Committee of the CCP are working to turn the People's Republic of China into the dominant world superpower. Meanwhile, the Biden-Harris administration stands by and continues to cozy up with Xi Jinping. The CCP has shown us they will do anything to achieve global supremacy. Xi and his Central Committee have crushed Hong Kong's democracy. They have threatened to push the world into war over the free and democratic island nation of Taiwan. And Xi has authorized the enslavement and genocide of the Uyghurs within his own country. Recently, the CCP has used their navy to ram other vessels into the South China Sea to intimidate neighboring nations. How's the talking going? And today, the talking has gone so well, and the strategy of diplomacy has gone so well, that the CCP launched an ICBM into the Pacific Ocean. Maybe we should just call them and say, hey, just don't do that anymore, because they respond so well to that. For far too long, these atrocities and aggression have gone unchecked and without consequence. Well, I say not anymore. Congress and the United States must send a message that the deliberate disregard for human rights, international norms, and blatant bullying will no longer be tolerated. And I wish words would work, but they don't. They haven't. Let me remind everyone who may be skeptical about the Chinese Communist Party's intentions. Nothing happens in China without the approval of Xi Jinping and the Central Committee of the CCP. Nothing. While I wholeheartedly support the numerous pieces of legislation that have passed this chamber aimed to countering the CCP's nefarious acts, none of them have targeted the actual individuals, the core problem, who are giving the orders. It is time to begin to deal with the root of the problem. The Stop CCP Act places significant sanctions on Xi Jinping and members of his Central Committee in response to their decades of aggression, human rights abuse, and outright threats to democracies around the world. Xi's goal is to cover the world in communism. We are the ones who stand in his way, which is why instead of opposing my bill, the White House should get tough with the CCP. Let's try a different strategy, one that may actually work. Every time China crosses a line, Biden sends officials to Beijing. That's embarrassing. We do not need to coddle an aggressor. You need to deal with them from a position of strength, not weakness. It's time we draw a line in the sand and say enough is enough and stop funding our destroyers. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I want to thank Congressman Panetta, Buchanan, and Pappas for joining me in this effort to hold the true culprits within the CCP accountable for their heinous acts. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman from Michigan yields back. The gentleman from Guam reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Ready to close? You myself as much time as I may consume for purpose of closing.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
If you think that unilateral sanctions on 200 members of the P on China is going to work, I got a bridge to sell you also. That's going to work. Unilateral, none of it, all it will do is drive us against some of our Indo-Pacific friends and colleagues and allies. H.R. 3334 is a deliberate effort to undermine all of what we're trying to do. It would rupture the U.S.-China relationship. It would create collateral damage that would impact American workers and families and companies. It would make America look like the instigator and divide us from our partners. It would make a conflict more likely by undermining the ability to have open lines of communication with the PRC civilian and military leaders about Taiwan or the South China Sea. Shutting down communication channels. That's not what diplomacy is about. That's not what this committee is about. Shutting down communication channels, specifically with the PRC, is not a strategy for success. American officials, diplomats, and military leaders must be able to engage directly with the PRC counterparts in Washington and elsewhere to address concerns and reduce tensions. Ambassador Burns, who was recently here, urges communications even between members of Congress and members of the PRC. Not to back down from them, but to make sure they understand what we say and what our positions are. Dialogue and conversation. That's diplomacy. That's how we get things done. And that's how we can prevent a misunderstanding or a miscalculation that could lead to devastation. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Guam is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman recognized.
Again, want to thank Congresswoman McClain for introducing this bill and Chairman McCall for moving it through committee and to the floor. We are in a global competition with the Chinese Communist Party. If we do not stand up to those attacking the freedoms we stand for, then we undermine the principles that defined us. Allowing the CCP's crimes to go unchallenged disheartens their victims, weakens our global standing, and emboldens authoritarian regimes around the world. Imposing basic sanctions on CCP's Central Committee members is a measured response to the genocide, abuse, and threats they continue to direct. I ask support for this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Foreign Affairs, printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of House Report 118-705, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as an original bill for purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of House Rule 118-705. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 118-705. For what purpose does the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-705, offered by Mr. Nunn of Iowa.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1486, the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Iowa.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I rise in support of H.R. 3334 and the good work by the Foreign Affairs Committee to sanction the tyrannical and oppressive peoples within the Chinese Communist Party Act, and I present my amendment, Amendment Number 1. The illegal production and distribution and the sale of fentanyl has contributed to a surge of overdoses across the world and severe addiction right here in the United States as well. Cheap but deadly fentanyl is flooding into the United States across our open southern border, wreaking havoc on communities across our country and locally in our neighborhoods, and killing a record number of Americans, including in Iowa's 3rd District, my hometown. In Iowa alone, over the last 2 years, we've seen a 34% increase in drug death overdoses, with fentanyl implicated in more than 83% of those. Among Iowans, those 25 and under, drug overdoses have increased by 120% in the last 24 months alone, a staggering figure. Fentanyl, tragically, is the leading cause of death of Americans my age down to my high school daughter's age. This epidemic kills over 150 young people in America a day, a catastrophic death toll by any measure. But at its source of the crisis is the Chinese Communist Party. They are the primary source for fentanyl production worldwide, including that ends up here in America. The chemical compounds of this deadly drug are manufactured under Beijing's control and then are sent to cartels and laboratories within Mexico. Mules from Mexico cartels move this deadly fentanyl across the wide open border on America's southern states and disperse it out to every community in America, where it kills our friends, our neighbors, our families, and guts our very communities. The longer that we allow China to go unchecked as the main producer and funding source for these dangerous drugs, this crisis will continue to get worse and more deadly. It is time that we put this heartbreaking madness to an end. And that is why I offer my amendment, which would add a Chinese state-owned enterprise that knowingly produces chemicals for the manufacturing of fentanyl to the list of sanctioned entities here in the United States. We must stop this crisis at the source and keep our fellow Americans safe. My heart goes out to every family who has been impacted by this. And tragically at this point, nearly every American has felt or known someone who's been impacted by the fentanyl crisis, including the Kidd family that joined me here in this very chamber at this year's State of the Union, who lost their child to Chinese-manufactured fentanyl. I urge everyone on both sides of the aisle, in both chambers, to take action on this by supporting this amendment. I thank my colleagues for their work in standing up to China to protect our communities and fight for our kids. With that, Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Iowa reserves. Does anyone in opposition seek recognition? Seeing none, the gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not believe this needs to be a partisan issue. The fact is simple. Fentanyl is killing Americans in every single congressional district, in every single community across this country. We know how to stop it, and this is an amendment that can move it forward. With that, I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from the great state of Tennessee, Mr. Ogles.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the gentleman from Iowa for yielding. 14,700 pounds of fentanyl seized fiscal year 2022. 27,000 pounds of fentanyl seized in 2023. And 19,700 pounds of fentanyl seized so far in fiscal year 2024. 76,000 Americans died from fentanyl overdoses last year. Tens of thousands more of Americans have died from fentanyl overdoses since this administration took office. Hundreds of thousands have died from drug overdoses in general. Chinese state-owned enterprises are seeing an opportunity to profit off of the deaths of Americans, and this administration is letting it happen. Americans are crying out for new leadership, and until they have their say on November 5th, we should be sanctioning the daylights out of every single one of these Chinese Communist Party GOP genocidal thugs. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back to the gentleman from Iowa.
Gentleman from Tennessee yields back. The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that we can all fight this scourge at the source, not only to save Americans, to save lives, but to push back against those who would profit off the death of our country. This is a bipartisan issue. This is a good issue for America, but most importantly, it's the best safeguard we can do to stop fentanyl in its tracks. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield my time.
Gentleman from Iowa yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Iowa. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is... Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek a recorded vote on the amendment.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Iowa will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 118-705. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I rise as a designee for the gentlewoman from Texas, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-705, offered by Mr. Amo of Rhode Island.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1486, the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Amo, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island.
While the underlying bill is problematic and harmful to U.S. interests, I have no problem supporting this amendment, which adds election interference as a sanctionable conduct. Beijing should not be interfering in our democratic processes. I think if the sanctions authorities in this bill were constructed thoughtfully, this would be an important area of concern where sanctions could be used to hold PRC entities accountable. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone in opposition seek recognition? Seeing none. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Rhode Island. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 118-705. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-705, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1486, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party is the highest organ of authority within the 2,000-member National Party Congress. The 205 full members of the Central Committee have critically important decision-making authorities and voting rights, to include the selection of the General Secretary, the Politburo, and the Politburo's Standing Committee. Thankfully, the underlying legislation leaves the possibility of not only permitting the U.S. President to sanction these 205 members, but also 171 so-called alternate members of the Central Committee, who do not have voting rights, but are nevertheless members of the committee. This amendment provides both clarification that the legislative's punitive sanctions may also be used against these alternate members, and also provides congressional support for blocking and prohibiting all transactions and property against these top Chinese Communist Party cadres. It further lends support for making these alternate members ineligible to receive a visa to enter the United States. There should be no confusion as to the nature of the threat posed by the PRC. The Chinese Communist Party seeks to destroy the United States. It is already actively involved in sending the fentanyl precursor chemicals necessary to kill our fellow Americans across our border. For context, 76,000 Americans died from fentanyl overdoses alone in 2023. This fiscal year alone, 35,400 Chinese nationals have taken advantage of our porous southern border in coming to our country. The CCP has also co-opted every meaningful international institution to the point where our nation is now funding organizations like the WHO and the wider UN to promote policies that are undermining our own national interests. The CCP engages in gray zone warfare against Taiwan and other Indo-Pacific allies, risking the start of another global conflict. Communist China steals hundreds of billions of dollars worth of intellectual property from our nation every single year, and it uses diplomatic presence to engage in massive espionage operations. Our government opens a new China-related counterintelligence case every 10 hours, and approximately 50% of all of our nation's counterintelligence cases are related to China. I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Does anyone in opposition seek recognition? The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized.
Time in opposition to the Ogles Amendment number 3.
Is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment makes a bad idea even worse. Scratch past the surface of the underlying bill and you will find an unserious proposal that does nothing to address our problems with Beijing. It would blindly sanction all the PRC's top leaders while getting absolutely nothing in return. This unilateral action would detonate the U.S.-China relationship. That's right. This bill would slap widespread sanctions on a broad swath of China's government without achieving a single change in its malign behavior. That truly is some art of the deal. Given the high-stakes nature of our relationship with China, we need sanctions that are targeted, scoped, and sequenced to be effective. This amendment doesn't come within a football field of meeting this standard. It makes a bad idea worse. The amendment would sanction an additional 170 or so alternate members of the CCP Central Committee. It's the policy equivalent of taking out a chainsaw when the job requires a scalpel. Chaotically applying sweeping sanctions is not thoughtful. It's not smart. I oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I reserve.
The gentleman from Rhode Island reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Nothing. It gives the President of the United States, whether Republican or Democrat, the ability to defend our country, to create accountability when a bad actor engages in undermining our national interests. My colleagues say we need better communication. And when we were communicating to them that Americans were dying because of precursor chemicals, they did nothing. When we communicated that we needed them to stop because our kids were dying, they did nothing. So this idea of communicating and appeasement did not work, and hundreds of thousands of Americans paid the price. I will not sit idly by and allow China to bully our country. Now, if others want to do that, then that's up to them. But this bill is permissive. It gives the President of the United States another tool, another opportunity to hold China accountable. I reserve.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized.
Once again, this short-sighted amendment makes a bad idea even worse. I yield back.
Gentleman from Rhode Island yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's short-sighted to allow Americans to die on our streets because the Chinese Communist Party is flooding our country with fentanyl. I think it's short-sighted that we allow the Chinese Communist Party to influence our foreign policy. I think it's short-sighted that we don't stand up for Taiwan and let them take full control over their own destiny. It's time that America stands up for its allies, Israel, Taiwan, and all of those beacons of democracy around the world. Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 4, printed in Part B of House Report 118-705. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 4, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-705, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1486, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The underlying bill rightfully includes a robust set of preconditions prior to lifting any sanctions on members of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. However, when it comes to those who have been sanctioned for their role in the political oppression of minority groups in the PRC, the bar of accountability ought to be set even higher. The ones suffering in communist China aren't just the people of East Turkestan. Over the years, the United States has demonstrated its solidarity with the people of Tibet and with the plight of the Tibetan people. 7 decades after the CCP began its illegal occupation of the country of Tibet, the Chinese Communist Party continues its policy of wholesale persecution of the Tibetan people. This amendment simply states that the sanctioned members of the PRC Central Committee must also cease any and all oppression of the Tibetan people. The amendment references the State Department's 2023 Country Reports on Human Rights Practices, a report which details the numerous different ways the PRC authorities are oppressing the Tibetan people. I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Does any member in opposition seek recognition? Seeing none, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to be clear, the persecution is rather stark. Enforced disappearance, torture or cruel, inhumane and degrading treatment or punishment, harsh and life-threatening prison conditions, arbitrary arrests or detentions, serious problems with the independence of the judiciary, particularly regarding political prisoners, transnational repression against individuals located in other countries, arbitrary or unlawful interference with privacy, punishment of family members for alleged offenses by a relative, serious restrictions on freedom of expression and media freedom, including censorship, serious restrictions on internet freedom, substantial interference with the freedom of peaceful assembly. This is the Chinese government. This is who some on the other side of the aisle seek to appease. It is important that we leverage every tool to stand firm as the dominant superpower in the world, that we continue to be the light of freedom and hope for our entire world. It is time we take a stand. It's time that we say no to China. It's time that we pass my amendment. Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole on the House State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 3334, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration H.R. 334 and has come to no resolution thereon.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1486, I call up the bill H.R. 8205, the Keeping Violent Offenders Off Our Streets Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 598, H.R. 8205, a bill to amend the Omnibus Crime Control and Safe Streets Act of 1968 to provide that burn grant funds may be used for public safety report systems and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 1486, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of the Rules Committee Print 118-51 shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority members of the committees on the judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 8205.
Without objection.
At this time, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to stand before you today in support of my bill, H.R. 8205, the Keeping Violent Offenders Off Our Streets Act. The bill defines the posting of cash bail by a corporate, nonprofit, or for-profit entity as engaged in the business of insurance, subjecting them to federal insurance laws and our criminal fraud statutes. My district, unfortunately, knows the painful consequences of some of the left-wing bail policies after a repeat offender drove his car through the Waukesha Christmas Parade nearly 3 years ago. The Waukesha community continues to heal from this violence that was unleashed that day, but our community is resilient. While we must take time to remember those that we lost, we should also turn an eye toward preventing a similar attack from ever happening again. That starts through regulating the use of charitable bail funds, which have been abused time and again to release violent criminals back onto our streets with no consequences. Charitable bail funds generally flew under the radar until 2020, when the George Floyd riots caused revenues to balloon in many of these funds. The solicitations were done, for the most part, from celebrities and politicians. What used to be small community-based organizations that help post bail for nonviolent misdemeanors has now grown into a multi-million-dollar industry. For example, the Minnesota Freedom Fund saw revenues increase 18,000% between 2019 and 2020, no doubt benefiting from then Senator Kamala Harris's tweet encouraging her supporters to help fundraise for the group. A snap of that is just to my right. Perhaps most alarming, what was intended to help bail out low-level, nonviolent protesters has instead been used to release violent felony offenders back into the streets with little to no oversight. In 2021, for example, the Minnesota Freedom Fund released a domestic abuser back onto the street. 2 weeks later, that man, George Howard, was charged with second-degree murder for a road rage incident. Michael DeWitt of Louisville, Kentucky, was bailed out by a bail project in February of 2021. After being arrested on multiple charges, 2 months later, he was arrested again for murder. Sean Michael Tillman, 3 weeks after having his bail paid by the Minnesota Freedom Fund, murdered a man at a light rail station in St. Paul and is now serving a life sentence for that crime. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on and on. According to an investigation conducted in Hennepin County, Minnesota, the Minnesota Freedom Fund has bailed out at least 65 defendants who are awaiting trial on felony charges involving violence, physical threats, or sex crimes. And because these funds are often anonymous or at least unrelated to the defendant, there's no incentive to show up for the court date. Makes no sense. And many of them don't. According to CNN, that took a look at this issue, nearly 42% of the roughly 500 defendants bailed out by the Minnesota Freedom Fund later failed to appear at one or more court hearings between 2021 and 2022. Commercial bail companies, by comparison, had a failure to appear rate of only 22% during that same period of time. This is why many states have begun regulating the use of charitable bail funds, and unfortunately, state-by-state patchwork is now developed, and it will not solve this problem. That's why we introduced the Keeping Violent Offenders Off Our Streets Act. The bill makes a small but important change to our criminal code to define bail bonds as an insurance product. Doesn't seem that significant. It's very simple. But thereby subjecting them to the same federal background check and regulatory requirements as those for for-profit bail agencies under the Federal Comprehensive Crime Control Act of 1994. This change would also bring charitable bail funds under state insurance regulation, giving states the ability to better scrutinize the use of the funds. There is no mandate on any of the state insurance regulations. Let me be clear, this bill does not outlaw the use of charitable bail funds. It does not, nor does it regulate the posting of cash bail by family and friends of the accused. This bill merely says that if you're operating a not-for-profit with the purpose of posting cash bail, you should be subjected to the same regulation and oversight requirements as those operating as for-profit entities. This will bring needed oversight to organizations that for years have gone unregulated now. $42 million in the Minnesota Freedom Fund. And while ensuring accountability of these funds, be subjecting them to federal insurance fraud statutes, if they misappropriate funds or misrepresent the use of these funds in any financial reports, we now will have some oversight. It's a critical step towards reversing efforts by the Democrats, like Vice President Harris, to remove bail safeguards and let violent criminals back into our communities to cause further damage. I want to thank my colleagues from Ohio, Chairman Jordan, for his leadership on this important issue, as well as Congressman Troy Nehls, Congressman Brian Stile, Congressman Tom Tiffany, Congressman Clay Higgins, and Congressman Calvert from California for their support of H.R. 8205. I encourage a yes vote on the bill. I want to thank you and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 8205 is yet another vehicle for Republican campaign messaging that does nothing to help the American people. It is simply another attempt by Republicans to baselessly claim that Democrats are soft on crime and to distract the American people from the indisputable fact that crime rates continue to drop across this country as they have for each of the last several years. This legislation, which would amend the federal insurance fraud statute to define, quote, the business of insurance to include the posting of any kind of monetary bail, would do nothing to actually keep violent offenders off our streets. Instead, it targets non-profit bail funds that try to address the clear inequities that result when people without financial means are held pending trial, simply because they cannot afford to pay the bail amounts set by the court. Defendants who can afford to pay the bail amounts set by the court are set free. In New York, we have such a person, well-known person, who was accused of many felonies, set free on bail pending trial, convicted of 34 felonies, and is now free on bail pending sentencing. I refer, of course, to Donald Trump. Nonprofit bail funds, the Minnesota Freedom Fund in particular, have become a favorite target of Republicans recently as they desperately try to prop up their failing presidential candidate by attacking Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. Former President Trump has repeatedly and falsely claimed that Vice President Harris donated to the Minnesota Freedom Fund and that her donation secured the release of a man who went on to commit murder. This is nothing more than another made-up story the Republican ticket has created, and it is just as false as the former president's claim that immigrants are eating the dogs and cats in Springfield, Ohio. The Minnesota Freedom Fund has confirmed that Vice President Harris has never donated to them, and that her only relationship to the fund was a 2020 tweet encouraging people to chip in if they were able. 2 years later, the fund bailed out an offender who went on to commit murder. The majority's attempt to link this incident to Vice President Harris demonstrate that Republicans are willing to politicize even the most heinous crimes to serve their desperate needs. We know from experience and from actual data that when you put the political rhetoric aside, Democratic policies work to reduce crime. Homicides are down across the country. Violent crimes are down. Property crimes are down. We learned just last week that even drug overdoses are down this year, substantially. And while my Republican colleagues love to criticize policies aimed at eliminating or reducing our justice system's reliance on cash bail, study after study, including a recent comprehensive study of 33 jurisdictions, shows that bail reform has not led to an increase in crime. The majority's only answer to this mountain of evidence about the crime rate is to claim that the FBI's crime data is fraudulent or that it does not include critical jurisdictions. But the FBI's data covers jurisdictions encompassing more than 312 million Americans, and it includes every jurisdiction in this nation with more than 1 million people. Moreover, data from other agencies and organizations show the same decrease in crime rates that are shown by the FBI's data. Despite the bill's title, it has nothing to do with violent crimes or offenders. It applies to entities that post any type of monetary bond, including non-criminal immigration bonds and bonds for non-violent criminal offenses, which make up the vast majority of criminal bonds. In fact, the provision of this bill that actually attempted to address violent crime was stripped from the bill in the Judiciary Committee. All that remains in the bill is the provision relating to insurance fraud, despite the title. I expect that during today's debate, Republicans will cite individual examples of people who committed violent offenses after being bailed out by nonprofit bail funds. Each is tragic, and our hearts go out to the victims and their families. But they won't tell you about the thousands more who received help from these funds, finished their cases, and moved on with their lives without incident. They won't tell you about people who commit crimes after being released with the help of commercial bail agents. And they will not tell you that it is a judge, not a bail fund, who decides whether to set cash bail in a given case, and if so, in what amount. Bail funds simply allow indigent defendants to obtain a release that a court has already deemed to be appropriate. We must remember that we cannot ask for or expect perfection from our bail system. What we can do is to make sure that the solutions we propose for violent crimes are actually targeted to address the problem, rather than to provide sound bites for social media. There is no question that we must address the root causes of violent crime, invest in proven solutions, such as community violence intervention and drug treatment, and we must also support law enforcement with funding and other resources, rather than attacking the FBI, the ATF, and our other federal partners relentlessly. If and when the majority decides to get serious about combating violence in America, I will gladly join them in exploring serious solutions. But this legislation is no solution at all. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to join me in voting no on H.R. 8205, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities towards nominees for the office of president. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I would reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from
Mr.
New York.
Speaker, I now yield as much time as you may consume to the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 8205, the so-called Keeping Violent Offenders Off Our Streets Act. While I have many concerns with this bill, my primary concern is that it was designed to target nonprofit bail funds, which help defendants who cannot afford bail themselves to obtain pretrial release that a court already determined to be appropriate. Research has found that socioeconomic inequity often makes it harder for people of color to afford bail, and that they are more likely to receive higher bail amounts than their white counterparts. And I want to clarify, the color orange has not ever been considered a person of color. As a result, we find people of color in pretrial detention at disproportionately high rates, not out of being guilty, but rather due to poverty. Nonprofit bail funds work to address these disparities and increase fairness in our criminal justice system. Unfortunately, today's bill turns a blind eye to this and instead perpetrates the myth that bail reform has increased violent crime, which data consistently disproves. Understanding that, it should come as no surprise that the Keeping Violent Offenders Off Our Streets Act does nothing to address violent crime. Rather, the bill applies criminal penalties for misconduct that is already covered by federal wire fraud and money laundering statutes, applies to any entity that posts bond, including non-criminal immigration bonds, and affirms a bail system that we know deepens inequity and cycles poverty. This bill is a distraction from the fact that thanks largely to Democratic policies, violent crimes and homicides are down across our country. It is also a distraction from real bipartisan work that we could be doing to bring communities relief and perpetrators of violent crimes to justice. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would direct the Department of Justice to provide funding to state, tribal, and local law enforcement agencies to hire, train, and retain detectives, investigators, and victim services personnel to investigate unsolved violent crimes. In recent years, the percentage of violent crime and homicide cases solved by law enforcement agencies has declined significantly across the country. To give a clearer picture of what that means, today, nearly half of murders in the United States go unsolved, depriving victims of healing and grieving families of justice. If Republicans truly want to address violent crime, this amendment would offer a solution by improving clearance rates for violent crimes, bringing perpetrators to justice, radically improving community safety, and enhancing supportive services for victims. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit.
The gentleman yields back. The
Thank you.
The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have nobody else to speak, so we would reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Prepared to close.
Gentleman from New York is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, once again, Republicans have brought us to the brink of a government shutdown, threatening to cut off essential services for millions of Americans. Instead of addressing the real needs of the American people, Republicans are poised to advance legislation that does little more than advance false Trump campaign rhetoric. Although the majority claims that the bill is necessary to provide oversight of bail funds, the bill provides no oversight. It simply applies criminal penalties of up to 10 years or 15 years in some cases for misconduct that is already covered by federal wire fraud and money laundering statutes. The majority does not even attempt to explain how this bill will live up to its title of, quote, keeping violent offenders off our streets, close quote, as the bill has nothing to do with addressing violent crimes. Like their failed hearings in blue cities across the country, this bill is another baseless attempt by Republicans to engage in fear-mongering and to label Democrats as soft on crime, while ignoring their own documented red state murder problem, the mountain of data showing that crime has been steadily declining throughout the U.S. under the Biden-Harris administration, and that bail reform policies have not contributed to increases in crime that occurred during the pandemic. In bringing up this legislation, they seek to distract the American people from the fact that their own actions have repeatedly made every American, from presidential candidates to school children, more at risk at every turn by failing to support law enforcement funding and common-sense gun safety measures. I urge members to oppose this flawed legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
You know, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle mentioned that many of these bail funds operate locally and therefore do not affect interstate commerce. I think it's important to describe the current landscape of the charitable bail funds, and we're not trying to eliminate them. According to the National Bail Fund Network, there are over 90 charitable bail funds operating across the country. Perhaps the largest fund by revenue, the Bail Project, operates in at least 19 states. And that's according to 2023 annual report. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, the Bail Project saw revenues triple after George Floyd riots to a whopping $42 million in 2020. $42 million. There's zero oversight. Thanks to solicitations from Senator Harris, Vice President Harris. Thanks to those generous donations, the Bail Project ended calendar year 2023 with an astonishing $71 million. I think an important part that's flown under the radar is that these donations are also tax deductible. That's right. A lot of Americans are surprised by that. You can pay the bail out of a violent felony offender and write that off on your taxes the same as if you were donating to any charitable cause. That's an incredibly important point in the context of regulating the payment of cash bail. The donors to these funds have no skin in the game, which makes it incredibly difficult to secure a defendant's appearance in court. They likely care more about their tax deduction than about who actually receives the bail money. In other words, there's no disincentive to commit a new crime and have a bond forfeited because the source of funds are not tied to the defendant. Mr. Speaker, at this point, I would yield back.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1486, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Omnibus Crime Control and Safe Streets Act of 1968 to provide that burn grant funds may be used for public safety report systems and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Cardenas of California moves to recommit the bill H.R. 8205 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise, a sufficient number having risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6656, the Stuck on Hold Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6656, a bill to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs and the Commissioner of Social Security to implement automated systems with callback functionality for each customer service telephone line of the Department of Veterans Affairs and the Social Security Administration, respectively, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 6656 as amended.
Objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6656, offered by my good friend and colleague, the representative from California, Representative Calvert. The Stuck on Hold Act would require VA to implement an automated callback system. This bill would inform veterans of the expected wait time for their call to be answered. This change would make life easier for veterans while ensuring VA responds to them in a timely manner. During my time in Congress, I have long heard horror stories from veterans about waiting on hold for over an hour to talk to someone at the VA. That's unacceptable. In today's digital age, the VA needs to do better. Representative Calvert's bill is in lockstep with the House Republicans' effort to modernize VA care and services. I thank the VFW and the DAV for their support of this bipartisan legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6656 as amended. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 6656, the Stuck on Hold Act as amended. This bill mandates that the Department of Veterans Affairs implement automated callback systems for their customer phone lines and aim to limit wait time for veterans on hold no more than 10 minutes. Now, since we skipped regular order on this bill, we were not able to mark it up in committee and make the needed improvements to the bill. I was not informed why we are rushing this bill to the floor without a markup, but I appreciate that the chairman's staff worked with mine to amend the bill to include important changes to improve the bill to ensure that veterans who should be prioritized for assistance are not negatively impacted by excessive wait times. Considering the Senate is unlikely to take this bill as written, take this bill up as written due to concerns with implementation, I also hope we can continue to work with our Senate colleagues to determine the correct amount of time we should target for veterans on hold. Obviously, no one likes being on hold, but ideally, every veteran should have the option to receive a callback instead of needlessly remaining on hold waiting for assistance. Now, during our limited committee consideration, our committee heard from VA about concerns for implementation, and I believe limiting hold time is not simply picking a number, but also requires us to understand what resources are necessary to limit hold times. The rush to get to this bill to the floor did not allow for a more detailed conversation about resources and impacts. So I hope a truncated committee process will not prevent us from engaging with the Senate to ensure we enact the best possible bill. I will support the bill for now with the expectation that there is more work to do, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to recognize the sponsor of the bill and the gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert, for as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding me time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 6656, the Stuck on Hold Act legislation I introduced to support American veterans. This legislation is simple yet powerful in its potential to make government services more accessible to those who served our country. In a time when technology has advanced significantly in the private sector, it's long overdue that we bring the same level of efficiency and user-friendly approach to our federal agencies, like the Veterans Administration. Right now, when a veteran picks up the phone to call the Veterans Administration, they often face long, uncertain wait times. They sit on hold, sometimes for hours, with no clear idea of when their call will be answered or how long they will have to wait. The frustration this causes is immeasurable, and frankly, it's unacceptable. That's why the Stuck on Hold Act is so crucial. The bill requires the VA to implement a system to inform callers of their estimated wait times, and when those times exceed 10 minutes, give them the option to receiving an automated callback when it's their turn. Now, many of us familiar with this kind of system from our interactions with private companies. It's not a new idea. It's not revolutionary technology. But for millions of Americans who rely on the VA for benefits or medical treatment, it's a game changer. It shows respect for their time and acknowledges the importance of their needs. Mr. Speaker, it's time for Congress to set acceptable customer service standards for our federal departments and agencies. The American people, especially those who have served our country, deserve a responsible and efficient government. That's why the Stuck on Hold Act is supported by the veteran service organizations, including the Veterans of Foreign Wars, the Disabled American Veterans, and others. In closing, I'd like to thank Chairman Bost and the Ranking Member Takano and the Veterans Affairs Committee, as well as Chairman Van Orten, Ranking Member Levin of the Economic Opportunities Subcommittee, and their respective staffs for helping us bring this important legislation to the House floor. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
We have no more speakers. I'm ready to close, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support H.R. 6656 as amended. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I encourage all members to support the legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6656 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Is that you? Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 522, the Deliver for Veterans Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 522, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to authorize the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to provide or assist in providing a vehicle adapted for operation by disabled individuals to certain eligible persons to pay expenses associated with the delivery of such vehicle and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 522 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 522, offered by my friend and colleague, the delegate Moreland from Guam. This bill would allow VA to pay for the shipping price of specially adapted vehicles for disabled veterans. Currently, services connect to disability veterans who are unable to drive due to their disability can work with the VA to get an adapted vehicle for their use. Unfortunately, shipping costs are not currently under the program, so it is difficult for a disabled veteran to have an adapted vehicle shipped to them. While this might not be an issue for some veterans, other veterans are unable to use the program because the resources are not available close to home to make the modifications necessary. What Delegate Moreland's bill would correct this issue by allowing shipping costs to be covered by the VA. In a time when people across the country are feeling the effects of Biden-Harris economic policies, Congress needs to help veterans stretch their dollar a little farther. This bill would allow just that, and it would save potentially thousands of dollars for disabled veterans. And I thank the DAV and the VFW for their tireless work on this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 522 as amended. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 522, the Deliver for Veterans Act as amended. This bill would make it easier for disabled veterans to obtain the adaptive automobiles they're entitled to through their service-connected disability. If signed into law, this bill would save veterans tens of thousands of dollars on shipping costs of vehicles. Last Congress, we passed the Veterans Auto and Education Improvement Act, a bill authored by Ranking Member Mike Levin and Representative Lizzie Fletcher, which expanded the adaptive auto benefit for veterans, allowing them to get a new vehicle if 10 years have passed since using the benefit. This bill from Representative Moylan builds upon that work by simplifying the process for veterans who require their adaptive vehicle to be shipped. This includes veterans who live in areas such as Guam, Puerto Rico, and the Northern Mariana Islands. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to Representative Moylan from Guam, the sponsor of this bill.
The gentleman from Guam is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to talk about a significant piece of legislation that would benefit many of our nation's heroes residing in very remote locations. H.R. 522, the Deliver for Veterans Act. This bill is a significant step forward in ensuring our veterans receive the care, support, and service they not only deserve, but are also legally available. However, obtaining some of these benefits can be challenging because of their location. Currently, a program with the Department of Veterans Affairs allows disabled veterans to receive about $25,000 to purchase an adaptive vehicle. However, veterans residing in remote areas such as Guam, Hawaii, Alaska, or other jurisdictions throughout the nation would have to pay the rates to ship the vehicle to their homes. It would easily cost at least between $3,000 to $4,000 for a vehicle to be shipped to Guam or Hawaii. Imagine the shipping cost if it came from the West Coast. H.R. 522 addresses this problem by including shipping costs as part of the program. This ensures that a veteran with disability can obtain an adaptive vehicle from this program and have it delivered to their home. The legislation would assist many veterans residing in my district of Guam, which has among the nation's highest number of veterans per capita. H.R. 522 would also benefit veterans residing in other territories, such as the Northern Marianas and American Samoa. Moreover, it would support those residing in non-contiguous states, such as Hawaii and Alaska, and greatly help veterans living in rural communities throughout the nation. This legislation needs to be passed. This bill is another step towards closing many gaps of inadequate care for veterans living in remote areas. I would appreciate your support in continuing to deliver our promise to those who served. Veterans have sacrificed so much for our freedoms. It is our duty and moral obligation to ensure they receive the highest standard of care and support when they return home. In closing, I urge you all to support H.R. 522 and work together to give back to our veterans who have already given so much to our country. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I have no more speakers. I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge all of my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 522, the Deliver Act, as amended, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 522 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7323, the Montgomery GI Bill Selected Reserve Tuition Fairness Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7323, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to disapprove courses of education offered by a public institution of higher learning that does not charge the in-state tuition rate to a veteran using certain educational assistance under Title 10 of such code.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boston, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 7323 as amended.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7323, offered by my friend and fellow veteran, our subcommittee on economic opportunity chairman, Representative Van Orton. This bill would reduce tuition cost for Montgomery GI Bill selected reserves by making them eligible for the same in-state tuition waiver that the other GI Bill recipients receive. Representative Van Orton's bill would also reduce the cost for veterans seeking to become pilots. Veterans attending flight training schools would not be charged unlimited fees, but instead would pay fees equal to those charged by a 4-year private college or university. Student veterans would also be able to complete their flight training faster because they would be able to attend flight training year-round under this bill. I fully support this bill that would ensure VA can protect its integrity of the GI Bill and provide veterans with the best economic and educational opportunities out there. I thank the VFW, the ROA, and the DAV for supporting this bill. And I also want to thank my friend and colleague from New Jersey, Representative Kane, for his work on the flight school enhancement that are included in this bill. And finally, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an exchange of letters on H.R. 7323 between Chairman Rogers of the Committee on Armed Services and myself as Chairman of the Committee on Veterans Affairs.
Without objection.
And I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 7323 as amended, and with that I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 7323, the Montgomery GI Bill Selected Reserves Tuition Fairness Act of 2024. This bill mandates that the Department of Veterans Affairs deny courses that they do not charge in-state tuition rates to veterans using certain educational assistance under Title 10. Now, VA already has the authority to disapprove courses at higher education institutions that do not offer in-state tuition rates for other GI Bill beneficiaries. Mandating in-state tuition rates is a good policy. It ensures only schools who prioritize quality education at a fair price participate in the programs, and it preserves GI Bill benefits for student veterans, and it makes the entire GI Bill program more solvent and sustainable so that the GI Bill stays available for veterans for generations to come. It is also crucial to ensure that selected reservists receive the same benefits as their active duty counterparts by ensuring that in-state tuition is granted regardless of their residency. Now, this bill will expand educational opportunities by providing them with more affordable education options. Their dedication to serving our country deserves nothing less. So, I urge, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Representative Van Orton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Takano.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Takano, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to speak today on behalf of my legislation H.R. 7323, the Montgomery GI Bill Select Reserve Tuition Fairness Act. The bill holds special meaning to me because the issue is brought to my attention by one of my constituents, a fellow veteran, Mr. Greg Tremeling, during a Veterans Day listening session. And his voice, along with many other reservists and veterans, made clear that we have to change our policies. This is how representative government should be, us listening to our constituents and acting on their behalf. I'm proud to represent the brave men and women who serve at Fort McCoy and Volk Field, who make sacrifices for us every day and for this nation. And we have to remember that 3 out of the last 5 service members that were killed defending our country were reservists. The other 2, of course, being my fellow Navy SEALs who are lost at sea. These service members gave everything to defend our nation, a solemn reminder that reservists face the same risks and make the same sacrifices as their active duty counterparts, and their service must never be overlooked. By passing this bill, we're going to take steps to ensure parity between reservists and active duty service members. And by addressing this key disparity in educational benefits, my legislation will provide reservists with greater access to affordable education. I'd like to remind everybody that the enemy doesn't care if you're a reservist or a National Guardsman or an active duty service member. They're simply aiming at the American flag that you have on your shoulder. It is time for a change. I thank Mr. Tremeling personally for bringing this to my attention. Again, I thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Takano, for supporting this, and I urge all of my colleagues to vote for this bill. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would just mention I support this bill because it is a step forward, but we do have a more comprehensive solution for reservists. It's called the GI Bill Parity Bill. It's the reserve. It would provide parity to our reservists and our guardsmen to make sure that the time they put in for training counts for their qualification for GI Bill benefits. I am disappointed that bill has not been brought to the floor. Because I think that is the real solution to making sure that our guardsmen and our reservists are treated fairly. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to the representative from New Jersey, Representative Kane.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7323, the Montgomery GI Bill Selected Reserves Tuition Fairness Act of 2024, introduced by my friend, Congressman Van Orden from Wisconsin. This legislation includes my bill, H.R. 7613, the Veterans Flight Training Responsibility Act of 2024. This act would allow up to $115,000 benefits for veterans to use at the public institutions of higher learning for flight school. This number is on par with the cap for 4-year private institutions, so that veterans in flight schools are not disadvantaged and would allow veterans to go to school year-round. Additionally, this legislation would protect American taxpayers from schools charging hundreds of thousands of dollars for a degree that should not cost that much. Finally, by getting veterans through school faster and protecting the VA from flight GI Bill fraud, this legislation would help the economy and America's deficit while being a good steward of taxpayer dollars. This bill would allow student veterans who wish to train during the summer months to do so. This allows those students who take advantage of better weather conditions for flight training. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this vital piece of legislation that will help our veterans obtain degrees quicker and advance them in their chosen profession. And finally, I would like to thank Chairman Bost for advancing this legislation, and my friend, Congressman Van Orden, for sponsoring the underlying bill. I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
We have no more speakers. I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 7323, the Montgomery GI Bill Selected Reserves Tuition Fairness Act of 2024, as amended. and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7323 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S656, the Veterans Improvement Commercial Driver's License Act of 2023.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 656, an act to amend Title 38 United States Code to revise the rules for approval by the Secretary of Veterans Affairs of the commercial driver education programs for purposes of veterans educational assistance and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boston, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Takano, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on S656.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S656 offered by my colleague, Senator Fisher from Nebraska. This would cut through the red tape for the approval process for a commercial driver's license schools across the country. House Republicans' priority is to expand the employment opportunities for veterans after they leave the military. And as a former truck driver and the former manager of our family's trucking business, which I was raised in, I know how important it is to have qualified drivers. The American Trucking Institute has said that they need 60,000 more drivers to keep the economy moving. This bill allows veterans to help meet that demand. We may need to make changes to the law to address some concerns in the future. However, it is essential that we advance the bill to create more job opportunities for our veterans. And I look forward to continuing to improve CDL programs, and I urge my colleagues to support S656. And with that, I reserve for the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on S656, the Veteran Improvement Commercial Driver License Act of 2023. Now, this bill directs the Department of Veterans Affairs to create an expedited approval process for commercial driver education programs when the program is an extension of an existing educational institution. Now, new programs must meet the same curriculum as previously approved by VA to ensure veterans are not negatively impacted. Now, while I'm considering supporting this bill today, I do wish to point out our committee has been working on this bill for months, and we reached a House and Senate bipartisan agreement on improved language for S656 that would empower state improving agencies to conduct proper oversight and limit automatic approval of these programs if they're opening in states without existing CDL programs. However, despite these negotiations, for some unknown reason, this text is the same which passed in the Senate, ignoring the hard work our staff put in to reach a final agreement. Now, this is unfortunate, and I hope this won't be our last word or last work on this language. It is critically important that we include important oversight provisions in bills such as these to ensure that veterans get the best possible training and that schools who access veterans' hard-earned GI Bill benefits are held accountable for the quality of their programs. And that is why I wish to yield to my colleague, Chairman Bost, for a question to ensure that we can still work to get this bill to a better state. So, Mr. Chairman, I understand both our staffs have spent quite a bit of time working on bipartisan language to S656. Can I get your commitment that we will continue these discussions and pass an updated bill as soon as possible?
You can have my word. We will continue to work with your staff to do the best we can. I think this bill is in very, very good shape the way it is. And as the only one that actually has a CDL, We should probably realize that the safety's here. That's all good. But I would be willing to work on it in the future to move it on out today.
I appreciate that, and we can get to work on an updated bill as soon as possible.
Yes.
I appreciate that pledge. And my second question to you, Mr. Chairman, can I count on your support for that amended bill whenever it may be, this Congress or next?
Ask that question again. I'm sorry.
I just want to ask if I can count on your support for that amended bill, the amended bill,
and if,
whenever it may be, this Congress or next.
Right, and the updated language is also in the Dole Act if we get the opportunity to have the Dole Act too. So.
All right, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Well, I want to thank the chairman. I will reclaim my time. While this bill will head to the president's desk, I hope our committee can continue to work on this issue in the meantime. Despite my concerns and reservations, I will support this bill now, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserved. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from North Carolina, Representative Edwards.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to Senators Fisher and Padilla for their leadership on the Veteran Improvement Commercial Driver License Act. I was happy to introduce the House version of this very important bill, H.R. 2830, and I look forward to the benefit this language will add on our veterans' quality of life once it becomes law. Every day, brave men and women join our military to fight for the American dream so that each of us can live in a country where we have the opportunity to succeed and are free to pursue a better way of life. But all too often, when our service members are transitioning to civilian life, our government fails in their pursuit of achieving the American dream. A 2016 study by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation found that 53% of all veterans were unemployed for at least 4 months after leaving the military. These are our country's strongest citizens, yet we repeatedly fail to sufficiently support them as they make the biggest transition in their life from service member to civilian. S-656 and H.R. 2830 make a much-needed change to the Veterans Educational Assistance Programs, expanding job opportunities for the brave men and women who serve our great nation. The VA CDL Act will increase veteran access to timely, quality commercial driver's license training, reduce veteran unemployment or underemployment, and reduce the strain on our nation's supply chain by increasing the truck driver workforce pool. Currently, roughly 8,400 commercial driving programs are approved for use by eligible veterans under the GI Bill. But a bureaucratic 2-year rule prevents these training facilities from accepting GI benefits as secondary locations for 2 years. This burdensome red tape has excluded many veterans from attending closer secondary branch training and dissuaded service members from joining the trucking industry. And who better knows how to drive big stuff than our veterans? Because of the rule, veterans must decide between finding a new career path, waiting 2 years to pursue their commercial driver's license, or traveling hundreds of miles in some cases away from their home for immediate training. S-656 and H.R. 2830 fix that issue by exempting new branches of pre-approved training facilities located in the same state from the statutory 2-year wait to accept veterans' benefits. It's high time that we take meaningful steps towards better supporting a veteran's transition into the civilian workforce. Too many arbitrary rules are impeding a veteran's ability to achieve the very American dream that they're fighting for others to pursue. But the VA CDL Act helps to eliminate one of those barriers. Ultimately, this is a common sense reform bill that will reduce unnecessary roadblocks to veterans' training and workforce opportunities, and I urge all my colleagues to support it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina yields back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no more speakers. I'm ready to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman in reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, again, say I support S656, the Veteran Improvement Commercial Driver License Act of 2023, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a veteran and as a person that drove big stuff, I encourage all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 656? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion is reconsidered and is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 9747.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9747, a bill making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2025 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, and the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Mr. Laurel, each will have 20 minutes of control time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas arise?
Asking that.
Rise to seek time in true opposition to the legislation.
Is the gentleman from Connecticut opposed to this?
No, I'm not opposed.
The gentleman from Texas will control the time in opposition. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to yield to the gentlelady from Connecticut, the distinguished ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. Delora of Connecticut, 1/2 of my time, and that she be allowed to control that time. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 9747.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise today in support of H.R. 9747, the Continuing Appropriations and Extension Act of 2025. In a matter of days, funding for the fiscal year 2024 will run out, and it's Congress's responsibility to ensure that the government remains open and serving the American people. We are here to avert harmful disruptions to our national security and vital programs our constituents rely on. Before I discuss the underlying bill, I'd like to note the progress this body has made so far on the appropriations process. After a late start due to the delay of fiscal year 2024 process and a late presidential budget request, the Appropriation Committee succeeded in passing all 12 of our fiscal 2025 bills out of committee, all of which were within the bounds of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which is enshrined in law. The House then passed 5 of those bills across the floor, representing nearly 71% of overall discretionary spending. Despite House Republicans' strong momentum, time is drawing short, and our colleagues in the Senate, who have yet to pass all of their bills out of committee or to pass a single fiscal year 2025 bill across the floor, have not kept pace with the House. It's clear we're unable to complete the full appropriations process by September 30th. That means that a continuing resolution is needed. The bill before us is narrow in scope and continues government operations through December 20th. It includes extensions for critical programs that must remain in place, such as WIC, TANF, and the National Flood Insurance Program. It also includes additional resources for the Secret Service to ensure candidates and government leaders are protected, while also guaranteeing the full cooperation of the Secret Service with congressional investigations. Mr. Speaker, governance by continuing resolution is not ideal. Like most, my preference would be to pass full-year individual appropriations bills through regular order, but we are out of time. We cannot afford a shutdown, which would be greatly damaging to our national security, to critical government programs, and to the American people, not to mention the enormous cost of government shutdowns. I commend the Speaker for his efforts to find a path forward. He was dealt a very difficult hand and has delivered once again for the good of the country. This path ensures Americans aren't needlessly punished with a costly shutdown and allows the people and, importantly, the next president to have a say in the appropriations process. For these reasons, I urge all of my colleagues to vote in support of H.R. 9747 today. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume, and let me first say a thank you to the gentleman from Oklahoma for allowing me the 10 minutes time. I'm much appreciative. I rise in support of this continuing resolution, which will avert a costly and pointless government shutdown and provide Congress with the time required to enact bipartisan full-year funding bills for 2025. We require a continuing resolution to keep the government open because House Republicans chose to squander the second session of the 118th Congress by writing extreme and harmful funding bills based on Donald Trump's Project 2025 manifesto, 7 of which the House did not even consider because the majority knew the bills did not have the votes to pass on the floor of the House. It is never ideal to govern with a continuing resolution, but this is a responsible and sober measure that avoids many of the problems that would have been created with a 6-month funding bill. After the continuing resolution is enacted, the Appropriations Committees should begin bipartisan negotiations to finish full-year bills by December 20th. This will be a difficult task. We must address significant shortfalls in veterans' health care, disaster relief, and other priorities. These problems demand bipartisan solution, and so we must drop poison pill riders and massive cuts to the services that American families depend on so that this Congress can finish its work. No matter who wins in November, we owe it to the next Congress and the next president to not saddle them with yesterday's problems. We know where we must end up, and it is my hope that this bill will provide the bipartisan momentum needed to arrive there. I urge your support, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chair. The last time we moved all 12 appropriations bills through the House, I believe, was in FY 2010. The last time that we did not have to use a continuing resolution to be able to fund government, I believe, was 1997. I think 4 times in my lifetime have we been able to pass all 12 appropriations bills through both bodies and get them signed by the President of the United States. This institution is failing. It's failing to do the one core thing it's supposed to try to figure out what to do. And that isn't the spending bills. It's actually defending the United States of America, securing the border of the United States, doing what the Constitution actually prescribes, what the preamble lays out, securing the blessings of liberty. We're not doing that. And we end up in a vicious circle every single year, the same vicious circle. And the American people are watching, and they're wondering, why on earth cannot the 435 people sent here to represent them figure out how to do what every other family and business and nonprofit in the United States has to do? And the short answer is, it's because we can and do print money. We irresponsibly continue to spend money that we do not have, that we have not collected, and we continue to retreat to the corners of our safe political spaces and hide behind them in order to try to sell something to the American people. My colleagues on this side of the aisle tend to hide behind national defense and say, well, we must do this, and therefore we must spend more money that we don't have in order to accomplish the goal of defending the United States, which, by the way, I would question whether we're actually defending the United States when our borders are not secure. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have never met a program they don't want to advance to make another promise that we can't fully honor to the American people in the form of some additional welfare payment or additional bunch of free stuff. But yet we never pay for any of this. Not a dime. We are taking in $4.5 to $5 trillion, and we're spending $6.5 to $7 trillion. Like, what are we doing? I mean, it's absurd. And the American people look at us and they go, what on earth is wrong in Washington? We end up back at the same spot every single year. This year, the Speaker put forward a proposal that would have had the continuing resolution extend into 2025, and then would have guaranteed that we know that only American citizens vote in American elections, in federal elections. Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle like to dismiss that as an issue that is not a problem, non-existent, despite the data rolling in from states with their limited tools to go determine the citizenship. We have the Secretary of State of Florida testify in front of the subcommittee on the Constitution that they don't have the tools they need. They had to sue the federal government to get the limited tools they're using. Other states, Texas, identified people that were on the rolls who are non-citizens. We know it's a real issue. So you have this simple measure that just reinforces existing law to ensure that issue, and we have violent opposition from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and then inexplicably, a handful of people on this side of the aisle who wanted to oppose that measure out of some sort of deference to opposition to a CR, and then set the circumstances for where we are right now today, where we find ourselves with the Speaker putting a short-term CR into December, which was the natural outcome, the predictable outcome of the opposition of the plan put forward by the Speaker 2 weeks ago. It's more of the same games that get bemoaned by the very people complaining about the games. You can't complain that the games are going on and then play games. That's the truth. I appreciate the Appropriations Committee chairman for working and trying to work across the conference, across the entire body to figure out how to get something done. We passed 5 appropriations bills. It's better than none, it's not 12. Last year we passed 7 appropriations bills. Better than none, not all 12. The Senate, led by our Democratic colleagues over there, have passed 0. Not one. Not one appropriations bill has the Senate sent out of that chamber to this chamber. So who is it who's serious about wanting to do our job? Because I will say that despite my concerns, publicly stated concerns about some decisions on this side of the aisle, the truth of the matter is that had our Democratic colleagues been in charge of this chamber, what we would have seen is a massive increase in spending. The non-defense spending would have gone up, whereas we have kept it flat. The defense spending that did go up, we paid for out of the IRS expansion. We pulled that back so you didn't have IRS agents in your living rooms if you're a middle-class taxpayer. And we took COVID money and we paid for that defense increase. And we were able to stop what the Democrats would have done, which would have passed legislation in the name of border security that would codify the dangerous release of individuals onto the streets of the United States that have led directly to the death of Americans. Americans like Jocelyn Nungray, whose beautiful 27-year-old mom testified in the Judiciary Committee because her daughter went missing after she put her to bed on Sunday night, and on Monday she finds out that she was gagged, bound, and raped in Houston, Texas, and murdered. Alexis Nungray is a hero and had the courage to come testify about that, about what happened to her daughter. And are we doing anything about that? No. Our Democrat colleagues refuse. Instead, they want to hide behind a bill in the Senate that they couldn't even get out of the Democrat-controlled Senate, that never had any chance of passage, and they want to say somehow that that was a grand bipartisan bill. Because what? A couple of Republican senators had a couple of conversations with them about it? But the bill had no chance of moving, and that bill would have codified Kamala Harris, the border czar's mass release policies into the United States. Laken Riley is dead. Jocelyn Nungray is dead. Kayla Hamilton is dead. Rachel Marin is dead. I could go down the laundry list of Americans who have died at the hands of people released into the United States by this administration. I could go down a laundry list of examples of non-citizens voting and our colleagues on the other side of the aisle not caring about it, wanting to continue to fund an executive branch that is refusing to follow the law, blatantly disregarding asylum laws, blatantly disregarding parole laws to endanger the American people. That's why some of my colleagues here, by the way, didn't want to support a CR, because they don't want to fund an executive branch that's at war with the people. Because if you're a Texan, and now increasingly across the country, like Laken Riley in Georgia or Kayla and Rachel in Maryland, you can't help but believe that this administration is in fact at war with your well-being. You have gangs now operating in Dallas, gangs operating in Colorado. You've got expansive criminal activity and fentanyl pouring into our streets. And we're not doing anything about it as the Article I branch that is set here to check the Article II executive branch. So here we are again, kicking the can down the road, to quote my friend, and he is my friend, the gentleman from Kentucky, Thomas Massie, with whom I disagreed on our tactical strategy with respect to the CR plus SAVE Act. But the CR plus SAVE Act was designed for a reason. We should secure American elections. We should guarantee that only American citizens vote in American elections. And we should not be kicking the can down the road to December 20th, a mere 5 days before Christmas, which is what this town always does. Because this town is built around K Street. It is built around people believing they need to spend more money. And when we do that, then we just take another chunk out of the hide that is the fabric of this country, racking up more debt. 2 years ago in 2022, a $1.7 trillion omnibus bill was passed when? December 23rd. That is not an accident. It's by design. It's on purpose. That's what people in this town want. They want the pressure so that everybody will clap and get on their planes and go home to open their gifts and be around the Christmas tree with their kids while they destroy the very country that they're here to represent. That's what will happen unless we fight it. So now we're going to have to spend a lot of time, and I will, fighting against whatever massive omnibus bill is tried to jam down our throats on December 20th before Christmas so that everybody can enjoy their jet fumes and roll out of D.C. Last time we threw in $45 billion for Ukraine for good measure in that massive omnibus spending bill right before Christmas. We shouldn't be in this place. We shouldn't be in this position. I think the Speaker was correct. I think the Appropriations Chair was correct in working with the Speaker, and our body was correct in putting forward a bill that would have extended spending into next year, allowed the next president, allowed the next Congress to deal with this issue while we try to preserve and protect American elections. That's what we should have done without a reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentle lady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, the distinguished ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, Mr. Takano.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank my good friend and colleague, the gentlewoman, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in reluctant support of H.R. 9747, which does the bare minimum to avoid a government shutdown, keeping the bus moving only until we ultimately face another Republican-induced funding crisis just before Christmas. But I say reluctant support because for some unknown reason, this bill lacks a crucial $12 billion that we direly need for the Veterans Health Administration. No one in the majority has come to even remotely close to explaining why. Not Speaker Johnson, not Majority Leader Scalise, not even my counterpart on the Veterans Affairs Committee, Chairman Bost. Not a single person can articulate why we aren't helping veterans right now in this vehicle. We know VHA requires this funding to be able to care for veterans, and we know Congress will provide this money eventually. So I'm baffled as to why we are waiting. We can and should be doing it now, yet the bus remains stuck in the station. What do we gain by holding veterans' health care hostage to the majority's political whims? The answer is nothing. And yet we still wait, our wheels spinning round and round, and veterans and their families are left in the lurch. Mr. Speaker, how much longer must we continue to idle while the majority party deludes themselves into thinking they can govern? This has been the least productive Congress in modern history. The majority can't even convince its own members to support its own bills. And the Speaker's no buses, anti-omnibus screed was as predictable as it was unrealistic in a divided government. Democrats have been repeatedly called upon to be adults in the room and keep this body functioning. So let's drop the pretense, work together on legislation we know has broad support, and I can think of nothing that has broader consensus than funding veterans' health care. I implore my colleagues to get on board the bus and stop throwing veterans under the bus, and let's provide funding to the Veterans Health Administration as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentle lady from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
I thank the chair. I would note that the reason that there's a question about veterans funding is because despite the observation and protests of many on at least this side of the aisle, that the PACT Act, which was passed, I believe 2 years ago, was not going to be able to deal with the claims against it and would create funding problems in addition to this massive mandatory block of funding. And this was all laid bare, and now here we are. And we've got to pay the piper. And now you got to say, okay, well, we passed the PACT Act with this kind of open-ended amount of funding, all in the name of doing something righteous that we all want to do to care for veterans who were harmed with burn pits, but we did it the worst way possible because we're Congress and that's what we do. We identify a problem and we come up with literally the worst possible solution you can come up with, and then the American people kind of look at you and go, well, here we are again. So you got to go write a check like we did last week for $3 billion. And then guess what happens? The CBO, in all of its infinite wisdom, will come forward and actually, with a straight face, say something about the baseline and how that $3 billion that we needed to appropriate really doesn't cost anything and doesn't score. That's what your CBO will do, because that's what it just did. And guess what? The $12 billion that we're talking about and the additional veterans money that we know we're going to go ahead and fund that the gentleman was just referring to. CBO will say the same thing. They'll say it again. They'll say, well, mandatory spending, we have baseline, it's already built in, this doesn't cost anything. Well, then why do we have to appropriate it? Why do we have to come down here and write the check? This is why you're $35.6 trillion in debt, ladies and gentlemen, because nobody here is serious. There's literally not serious. Because if we were serious, then we would say, well, we messed up when we passed the PACT Act, and it's now costing more than they said it was going to cost. And like, if this were my home, so, oh, well, I thought that if I spent this amount of money, it was going to all be fine, or I bought the house, the mortgage, and have to redo the interest rates. Well, now it costs more. Do I just walk away from that? Do I just go print some money to go pay for my bills at my house? But that's what we do. We just go say, let's go to the magic tree, print more money for the $3 billion that we messed up. And then we'll go back and do it again and say, well, $12 billion next year. don't worry, it won't score. Nobody in America knows what the hell that means. What it means is you're racking up more debt because of our incompetence. That's what that means. And it's done in the name of veterans, because you're not allowed to oppose a bill if the word veteran is in the title. You're not allowed to oppose a bill if the word teacher or firefighter or police officer is in the title. You know how many bills last week we passed on suspension, racking up more billions because it had something in there about autism or something in there for a study or more funding for something else? Because you don't dare oppose it because you put something like that in the title. And then all of the people are left holding the bag. At what point are we going to actually be serious? My friend, the chairman of the Budget Committee, Jody Arrington, posed this question in the Budget Committee a little bit earlier. Are we ever going to come together and have an actual conversation? Are we just going to say every tax cut, no matter what it is, magically pays for itself? Let me give a little hint to Republicans. They don't all pay for themselves. They don't. It's simple math. Some tax cuts do because they create economic growth. Some tax cuts don't. So can we be serious about that on this side of the aisle? Can my colleagues on the other side of the aisle admit that there's any limit at all to another feel-good program that they want to pass to be able to go buy votes because they put a nice little title in the bill? I doubt it. And that's why we're $35.6 trillion in debt. I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentle lady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentle lady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chair. I appreciate the time. And I do say with respect to the Appropriation Committee, and by the way, shout out to their staff processing a lot of amendments this year, the hard work of the Appropriations Committee. When you process 1,000-odd amendments or whatever it's been, it's an extraordinary amount of work. So deeply appreciative of the Appropriations Committee. Those amendments are important. They're an important part of the process. I'm proud of the fact that we process amendments. I'm proud of the bills that we produced, the 5 bills that we passed. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not wrong. There are some divisions on this side of the aisle. You know what? I'm proud of those divisions too, because at least we're having a debate. At least we're having a full-throated debate about how we can try to get out of this mess while our colleagues on the other side of the aisle bury their head in the sand. We're trying to figure out how you can possibly continue to spend money like this without consequences. That's why those, 14, 16 Republicans opposed the CR plus SAVE. I understand why. I'm sympathetic to some of their arguments. But I don't believe that you can come down here, do that, and then complain about the result of where we now find ourselves, which is now we have before us the continuing resolution into December, which many of us wanted to avoid, and it was the logical outcome of the tactics chosen by a handful of my colleagues. I'm proud of the Republican conference. When we have been united over the last 20 months, we've done some extraordinary things. We have reopened the process with amendments in the appropriations process. We have passed appropriations bills, which we hadn't been doing for a while. We did pass a budget out of the Budget Committee. I wish we'd brought it to the floor. We did pass H.R. 2, one of the strongest border security measures we've ever passed, vehemently opposed by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Why they hide behind legislation that had no chance of passing out of the Senate. We passed strong National Defense Authorization Acts. We were able to get real reforms, real changes in terms of policies through the National Defense Authorization Act, pulling back on DEI, pulling back on the excessive climate policies of this administration because we went through that amendment process, both for appropriations and the NDAA. I'm proud of those things. I'm proud of passing a strong ICC sanction bill to go after the International Criminal Court that's trying to go after and make a war criminal out of our friend, Prime Minister Netanyahu, who came and addressed this chamber, and the Vice President of the United States wouldn't even come here to the chamber and stand behind the Prime Minister. I'm proud of doing that. I'm proud of standing alongside Israel. I'm proud of the colleagues coming together to do those things and fight for the American people and ensure that non-defense spending stayed flat. Defense spending went up, but it was paid for. I'm proud of culling back on the IRS. We've done a lot of good things when we're united and when we've done it. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are committed to spending money we don't have. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are committed to wide open borders, endangering the American people. They're committed to wide open borders, allowing non-citizens to vote, and they wouldn't even allow us to move the legislation on the appropriations bills to try to make sure we solve that problem. Chuck Schumer has a bill right now, the SAVE Act, that he won't bring to the floor of the Senate. That's a choice. So my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are for open borders, spending money we don't have, watering down our national defense with woke priorities and DEI and critical race theory. All true. So no, I am proud of the debate being had on this side of the aisle, sometimes with strong disagreement. But we are, in fact, each 1/435th of 1/2 of 1/3 of this federal government. So we have to figure out how to come here and figure out how to work together to get this done. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to ask my colleagues to please support this continuing resolution. We have an obligation in this chamber to rule, to govern, to say to the American people, we're here on your behalf. You sent us here. You put your faith and your trust in us. The legislative process is not one where one gets everything that they want. It is about compromise. It is about coming together to recognize that we do have this obligation and this responsibility. It would be nice to say, I didn't get what I wanted, so I'm going to take the ball and go home. That's not the responsible thing to do. This continuing resolution, as I said in my remarks, it's a somber document. It achieves some goals. There are some areas that have not been covered, that need to be covered, like disaster relief, like the $12 billion shortfall for veterans. But we have a process to undertake as we move forward, and that is hammering out the 12 appropriations bills, which fund the U.S. government. That is our responsibility. If we do not do this today, the government shuts down. We don't suffer. We continue to get our paychecks. Maybe if there was a threat of a furlough for members of Congress, the outcome might be different. But there are men and women out there who serve this country whose economic stability is in jeopardy. And we hold that in our hands. So we say yes today, not because it's everything that we wanted, but yes to continue a process that gets us to fund the goods, the services of the American people. That is what they expect us to do. They expect us to govern. That is what this bill about is today. Again, I urge my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time. And I'd like to begin just with a quick personal reflection and tell both my colleagues what an honor it is to share this floor with them today. And I mean that quite sincerely. These are two of the most principled people that we have in Congress. They don't always agree with one another. We don't always agree with one another, but I've had the privilege of serving with my good friend, the distinguished ranking member on the Appropriations Committee for many years. Nobody that I like to debate with, bargain with, and eventually come to an agreement with more than my friend. And I've had the great privilege of serving with Mr. Roy on the Rules Committee in this Congress, and I have enjoyed every minute of it, quite frankly, because like my friend on the other side of the aisle, he approaches things with a great deal of passion, a great deal of care, and always enriches the debate. And it is true that my friend, Mr. Roy, and I have worked on a lot of stuff together. We're on the same side more times than not. And, I was very proud to work with him last week when we tried to submit a little bit longer CR and tried to get the SAVE Act done. I like the short one, but I could accept the compromise that the Speaker offered to get the SAVE Act. We didn't quite get that done. Frankly, I've often worked with my friend, and I think he's right on the spending issues. I'm proud of this Congress because we have pulled that back. There's no American Rescue Plan coming out of this Congress, thanks to the Republicans. There's no Inflation Reduction Act coming out of the Congress because we're in the majority in the House. And frankly, even this year, we did have the Fiscal Responsibility Act overall governing our spending. But as my friend from Texas knows, there were quote-unquote side deals. Those aren't the law of the land. They weren't things we literally were operating by things that, honestly, many of our members didn't know about. And to my Democratic friends who like to still talk about that, why aren't we honoring that deal? Maybe you should have kept the guy that made the deal, Speaker McCarthy. But the reality was it's not in law. We appropriated to what was in the law. And we lived that way, and I'm proud that we did that. I'm proud of the progress we made on the Appropriations Committee. The fact that we got all the bills out of the committee when the Senate has not. The fact that we got 5 of them constituting the great majority of spending across the floor when the Senate has yet to do a single bill. This committee, and frankly this institution, is not the reason why we face the challenge we face today. But let's be honest, too, about the challenge we do face. It's a binary choice. We're either going to shut the government down without achieving anything by shutting it down, or we're going to keep it open and keep working on our problems and, frankly, give the American people an opportunity in the election through their votes and their voice to decide who's coming back here and who the president-elect is going to be, and I suspect that will clarify a lot of the decisions in front of us. I agree with my friend from Connecticut. I am not for shutting down the government. It is a disservice to the American people. We inconvenience them. We endanger them. Our responsibility, if we can't come to an agreement, is to still keep the country safe, still keep it operating, and frankly continue to work on and allow the American people to intervene and tell us what they want us to do. So, Mr. Speaker, pretty clear to me, the right thing to do is to join together in a bipartisan sense, and later we hope in a bicameral sense, and pass this bill. Keep the government open and functioning. Let the American people make a decision a few weeks from today and then return. And I agree with my friend Connecticut. I would like to finish our business before the end of the year. I don't know if that's possible, but I agree very much. The next president and the next Congress should not be forced to do the work of this administration and this Congress. They should be able to start. They're going to have plenty of problems. They're going to come here in a dangerous world. President-elect is going to have to create a budget, get their people in place, and rewrite the tax code. Let's not throw a potential government shutdown in front of them as well. That's more than enough to deal with. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I sincerely urge the passage of this legislation, H.R. 9747. I urge my colleagues to support the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9747? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Ask for the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment to the bill H.R. 6513.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6513, an act to amend the Help America Vote Act of 2002 to confirm the requirement that states allow access to designated congressional election observers to observe the election administration procedures in congressional elections. Senate amendment.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit additional material on the Senate amendment to the bill H.R. 6513.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself so much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Senate amendment to H.R. 6513, the Confirmation of Congressional Observer Access Act, or the COCO Act. Ensuring the fairness and accuracy of our elections is of utmost importance for me as chairman of the Committee on House Administration, which has broad oversight over our nation's federal elections. The Election Observer Program is one of the key ways the committee has worked to strengthen our elections administration practices. Since 1933, there's been 110 contested election cases considered in the House. This averages to two contests per Congress. Congressional observers collect on-the-ground factual information for Congress and my committee for these potential election contests. During the 2020 election cycle, House election observers were deployed to Iowa's 2nd District to oversee the administration of the election of our now colleague, Representative Marinette Miller-Meeks. She went on to win the contested race by only 6 votes, and trained House election observers were instrumental in gathering the information the committee needed to seat the rightful winner. The Constitution grants Congress the authority to, quote, be the judge of the elections, returns, and qualifications of its own members. It is under this constitutional authority that the House established the nonpartisan election observer program. In the 2022 election cycle, observers were deployed to roughly 25 sites across the country. Dozens of offices have already signed up to participate in this year's program for the election that concludes in just 41 days. With the help of our colleagues in the Senate, this legislation is now expanded to encompass a Senate program similar to the one we run in the House. I'm working to ensure election observers can be deployed across states as needed. At a recent committee hearing, 6 secretaries of states from both parties testified they'd provide unimpeded access to our election observer program in the upcoming election. I'll continue to work to ensure every state and locality across the country will welcome our observers. Strong election integrity increases confidence and participation in our elections, which is a good thing. Providing a federal statutory citation for these elections observers to monitor election administration practices will achieve that goal. Elections are partisan, but the administration of our elections should never be partisan. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me thank my distinguished colleague and friend from Wisconsin, the chair of our committee, Mr. Stile. And I, as well, rise today in support of the Senate amendment to H.R. 6513. I'm proud to say this measure is the byproduct of bipartisan and bicameral agreement. As was noted, Article 1, Section 5, Clause 1 of the Constitution grants Congress the authority to, quote, be the judge of the elections, returns, and qualifications of its own members, end quote. The House of Representatives serves as the final arbiter over any contest to the seating of any member-elect and is the ultimate authority over who may serve in the chamber. This measure, H.R. 6513, confirms Congress's constitutional authority to designate congressional staff to observe election administration procedures in congressional elections. This bill complements our long-standing election observer program, as has been noted. The program is conducted by the Committee on House Administration, as authorized by the House Rules and the Federal Contested Elections Act. The role of a congressional observer is to monitor the administration of the election gather information and report back to the committee. Every 2 years, the committee's longstanding practice is to work collaboratively on a bipartisan basis to send observers. And there is evidence of the committee sending observers dating back to at least the 99th Congress, 1985 to 1987. And I want again repeat that I am grateful to my colleagues and the chairman of the committee, Mr. Stile, as well as another colleague who serves on our committee, Representative Mike Carey of Ohio, for sponsoring the bill. This addresses several concerns raised in committee with an earlier version of the text. I want to thank them for working with us and thanking the staff on both sides for coming to this agreement. I urge my colleagues to support the Senate amendments to H.R. 6513. And with that, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I'd like to thank my colleague, the ranking member of the Committee on House Administration, for his work on this important legislation, as well as staffs of both the minority and the majority for coming together in a timely manner to get this across the line, as well as our colleagues in the Senate. Having no further comments on the bill, I urge everyone to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 6513? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the Senate amendment is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purposes, gentleman from Wisconsin, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, seek recognition?
Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1486, I call up House Resolution 1469 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1469, Resolution ensuring accountability for key officials in the Biden-Harris administration responsible for decision-making and execution failures throughout the withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1486, the resolution is considered read. The resolution shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their representative designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on the measure.
Without objection.
Also, you ask unanimous consent to place into the record an exchange of letters with the chairman of the Armed Services Committee.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, 3 years ago, the world witnessed one of the most devastating foreign policy disasters in American history. The Biden-Harris administration withdrew all U.S. forces from Afghanistan with no plan, no care, and no remorse. As a result, 13 brave U.S. service members and over 170 Afghan civilians were murdered, and 45 U.S. service members and countless others were injured. Just this month, the National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby was asked whether there had been any accountability for the administration's deadly and chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. He responded, quote, "We've all held ourselves accountable," end of quote. That answer, Mr. Speaker, is detached from all reality. Today, the administration touts that deadly withdrawal as a success, and they have yet to hold a single person accountable for their role in this tragedy. In fact, many of those responsible for this catastrophe have actually been promoted. If the administration refuses to hold itself accountable, then Congress must. On April 14th, 2021, the President announced the Biden-Harris administration would withdraw all troops from Afghanistan, no matter what the cost or the consequences. They ignored the Taliban's violations of the Doha Agreement. They ignored objections by our nation's top military and intelligence experts, and they ignored objections by our NATO allies. According to the administration's own admission, the Doha Agreement was, quote, immaterial, end of quote, to that decision. Following President Biden's go-to-zero order, the Taliban captured province after province in Afghanistan, and the collapse was all but set in stone. Astoundingly, this administration did nothing to plan for the evacuation. Instead, they denied threats to Americans' interests, American citizens, and our decades-long Afghan partners. And on October 15th, 2021, after months of Taliban advances, Kabul fell. The administration's utter failure to prepare became painfully clear. President Biden claimed the very next day that his administration, quote, had planned for all contingencies, end of quote. Nothing could be further from the truth. At every step, the administration prioritized the optics and the politics of the withdrawal over the security of U.S. personnel and diplomats on the ground. To protect their partisan aims, they ignored the well-known terrorist threats from ISIS-K and the Taliban to our service members, diplomats, citizens, and allies. The Biden-Harris administration instead chose to treat the Taliban, the very terrorists that we have been fighting for 20 years, as security partners, for God's sakes, security partners during the evacuation. This administration created the very environment that allowed an ISIS-K terrorist to pass through a Taliban checkpoint because, Mr. Speaker, we put the Taliban in charge of the checkpoint. And guess who let the suicide bomber through? The Taliban. The result? Deadliest day for American troops in Afghanistan since 2012. And on August 26, 2021, that terrorist detonated a suicide vest, murdering 13 U.S. service members and over 170 Afghan civilians, injuring 45 service members and countless civilians. Rather than admit their failure, this administration continues to this day to celebrate their deadly evacuation. Never once have they said, "I'm sorry," to the Gold Star families. It took the Speaker of the House in the Congressional Gold Medal ceremony to say, "I am sorry for what your government did to you." Just yesterday, President Biden proclaimed to the world that his withdrawal was, quote, the right decision, end of quote. I believe that is shameful. When I became chairman, I launched an investigation so that we, the Congress, could work to ensure that what happened in Afghanistan never happens again. And as everyone here knows, you cannot fix a problem without first admitting that there is a problem. That's what accountability is all about. My 353-page report on this investigation works to provide that accountability. So today, we take the first step in fixing the problem by holding those accountable, those leaders who are derelict in their duty and are responsible for this disaster. They are Joseph Biden, President of the United States; Kamala Harris, Vice President of the United States; Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor; Jonathan Feiner, Assistant to the President and Deputy National Security Advisor; Elizabeth Sherwood Randall, Assistant to the President for Homeland Security and Deputy National Security Advisor; John Kirby, National Security Council spokesperson and former Defense Department spokesperson; Jen Psaki, former White House press secretary; Anthony Blinken, U.S. Secretary of State; Brian McKeon, former Deputy Secretary of State; Ross Wilson, U.S. Ambassador and former Chief of Mission to the U.S. Embassy, Kabul; Zal Khalilzad, U.S. Ambassador and former Special Representative for Afghanistan Reconciliation; Ned Price, Deputy to the U.S. Representative to the United Nations and former State Department spokesperson; Lloyd Austin, U.S. Secretary of Defense; Derek Chollet, Chief of Staff to Secretary Austin and former counselor to Secretary Blinken; and finally, Colin Kahl, former Undersecretary of Defense for Policy. The American people, U.S. service members, veterans, and most importantly, the Gold Star families deserve this. They deserve transparency, and they deserve, Mr. Speaker, accountability. This measure is the first step towards that, and I urge my colleagues to support it. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in strong opposition to this resolution, which is clearly just another attempt by Republicans to politicize their investigation, not a bipartisan investigation, their investigation into the United States withdrawal from Afghanistan. For what purpose? Solely to attack the Biden administration in an election year and deflect the scrutiny of their own partisan claims. You know, Mr. Chair, we had a committee markup yesterday, just yesterday. Why avoid regular order? Well, I'll tell you why. If this resolution had gone through committee, we would have been able to go line by line and address either their misleading or outright falsehoods that was made throughout the text. We could have made clear, for example, how Republicans cherry-picked testimony to reinforce their own predetermined, they made a determination before it was included, their own predetermined narrative about the Biden administration, while omitting any facts showing that former President Trump initiated the withdrawal, that President Trump's actions undercut U.S. leverage in negotiating with the Taliban, and that President Trump's order to withdraw more and more troops set it into an irreversible motion. But their investigation and this resolution, of course, is not concerned about the facts. What it's really concerned about is the politics. Why do I say that? Because the evidence that the Republicans released in their partisan misleading report, a report into which, I might say again, Democrats had no input and didn't even see until just hours before they made it public. So it was their secret. It is evidence by Republicans' rush yesterday to basically hold Secretary Blinken in contempt, even though the Secretary of State, who was with President Biden engaging in high-level diplomacy with world leaders at the UN yesterday, has stated time and time again, Secretary of State Blinken, that he's willing to testify. Why? What is the rush? What is the urgency? It's not to get answers. It's not to get the facts. The withdrawal was completed more than 3 years ago. Why? Because they wanted to make a spectacle before the November elections. It's clear. Nothing underscores their partisan theater more than Republicans, now get this, naming Vice President Harris over 200 times in their report, and we don't know when they just added, when they added it or not. I believe it was at the last second, and 5 times in the resolution, put that in there, despite the fact she's mentioned only 3 times in over 3,000 pages of transcript interviews. 3 times. And Vice President Harris was only mentioned twice in the Republicans' interim report in 2022. I wonder what changed. I wonder why all of a sudden they want to put her name more in it. Could it have something to do with the elections that are coming up in less than 45 days? This did not need to be a partisan exercise. No one has claimed on our side of the aisle that the withdrawal, or any party, that the withdrawal was perfect. There were clear lessons to be learned. The State Department even admitted it. The State Department did its own investigation. However, facts are facts, and witnesses consistently made it clear that the Biden administration developed a plan after the Trump administration failed to do so. Now, let me remind you that the former president initiated this withdrawal when he went from 14,000 troops upon taking office, when he took office, down to 2,500 troops by the end of his term. Multiple witnesses told us that the former president did not have a plan in place to evacuate our Afghan allies or our American citizens. But they don't want to talk about that. And witnesses also told us that the dynamic situation on the ground changed dramatically when Afghan President Ghani fled the country, leading to the collapse of the Afghan government and the military. And I would remind you, Ghani was here in Washington, D.C. in a meeting with leaders that I was there and the Republican leadership was there, where he had said that he and the Afghan government would stay and they would be there to monitor things. Just a week later, they fled. Witnesses in the GOP investigation repeatedly told us that while the situation in Kabul was chaotic, the administration's response was not. Our military and diplomats adapted quickly to facilitate the largest airlift in U.S. history to relocate over 120,000 people, and that's why President Biden said it was a success, and pulling out of Afghanistan was the right thing to do. So despite what my Republican colleagues say, our withdrawal did not begin the moment that President Biden took office, though planning for it did. It was the Trump administration's flawed deal with the Taliban that they don't want to talk about. It's called the Doha deal that initiated our withdrawal, forced the Afghan government to release 5,000. Don't want to talk about this either. They forced the Afghan government to release 5,000 Taliban prisoners back into the battlefield and fundamentally change the power dynamic in Afghanistan. That's not in their report. They don't want to talk about that. Testimony reaffirmed that Trump's troop drawdowns were not conditions-based, but even erratically ordered a full withdrawal in his last days of office, a decision that the military leaders essentially overruled. They don't want to talk about that. Trump had also frozen the SIV program, leaving the Biden administration with a backlog of more than 17,000 cases to start addressing. And they did. But that's not in the report. They don't want to talk about that either. Republicans are trying desperately to clean up a candidate that truly has a flawed record, Trump's record, on this withdrawal. But President Trump himself has bragged that the Biden administration couldn't stop the process if they wanted to. And in this case, President Trump's rarity was accurate. Witnesses said that if the withdrawal was reversed, then the only condition in the Doha deal that the Taliban had honored to stop firing on U.S. troops would be broken, and we would be back at war, and we would have had to send more troops back into Afghanistan. So the president had two options upon taking office: end America's 20-year war in Afghanistan, or massively surge troops for an undeterminable amount of time. Yes, as President Biden has said, yes, he made the right decision not to send another generation of Americans to spill blood in Afghanistan. That was the right decision. Our country owes our gratitude, a deep debt of gratitude, to the 2,461 Americans who made the ultimate sacrifice in Afghanistan, including the 13 service members tragically killed in the ISIS-K attack at Abbey Gate. They deserved honest oversight of our longest war, which spanned 4 administrations. An honest oversight would look over all 4, as we thought on our side of the aisle was the appropriate thing to do if we really wanted to get the facts and make sure that we correct things that took place over that long 20-year time. But this resolution and report affirms that they're not oversight or accountability. It's really there are election season props used for political gain. Thankfully, the nonpartisan Afghan War Commission will provide that serious oversight that's necessary. And there is legislation that Congress can pass now to move forward, something impartial, something that will have real credibility, something that I believe could really console all of those that lost their lives for our great country in Afghanistan. We've reported bipartisan legislation by Rep. Titus to authorize the coordinator for Afghan relocation efforts. I know negotiations continue on legislation by Rep. Crow to improve how the State Department responds to crises, responsible legislation. The Afghan Adjustment Act and the Afghan Allies Protection Act, which are long-standing bipartisan proposals, would keep the faith with the Afghans who fought and worked alongside us. We're going to do these kind of reports, should be bipartisan. So I deeply regret that one of the final bills we are likely to take up before election, I don't think it's by accident, we're getting out of here tomorrow, Last thing we're going to be doing is this. I know Republican leadership wanted to make sure of that. Politics. But even before we voted to keep our government open, this is what they want to do. It is instead, this is an unfounded partisan attack. We should be focused on at least have this vote, the CR, to keep this government open. The American people deserve better. Let's reject this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yeah, I'd like to, Mr. Speaker, address some of the points. I can tell my good friend from New York has some prosecutorial background like myself, and I commend him for his skills at arguments. But I do want to address some. This is all political, is the argument. The timing of our investigation and of this report was not of my making. It was not my timeline. It was deliberately delayed by this administration, I think, in a plan to take it well beyond this election, well beyond this Congress. Fortunately, we had it done in September, and we invited the Secretary to testify about the report. He declined to show up, saying he had no time for the Congress, not one day in September. Secondly, they had nothing to do with this report. Every transcribed interview had full participation by members in the minority, members on the other side of the aisle. They were full participants. And I would have to say, with respect to the report itself, we have 1,812 citations with a very thorough historic document. Their report is a 50-page memorandum that doesn't even cite to a single piece of the 20,000 pages the administration presented to us after a threat of holding the Secretary in contempt. The dissent channel, the after action report, these were the testimonies of the diplomats themselves on the ground. That's what's in our report. That's not political. It's not opinion-based, other than what the generals were thinking on the ground and the diplomats were thinking on the ground at the time of the fall. What is despicable is that Ambassador Wilson abandoned his own Afghan employees and left them to the mercy of the Taliban. And I'm sure many of them were executed, along with many of the diplomats in the embassy. I find there's just so much more that I could talk about, and I'm sure we will. But the fact is, I take pride in the work we did. I did it as a federal prosecutor would, along with my team, who is also a former federal prosecutor, methodically building our case. We never threw advanced conclusions out. We never made judgment calls in advance. We didn't do a bunch of press on this. We built our case, and the case all roads lead to the Secretary of State, Jake Sullivan, and the National Security Council. I believe those are the facts. And with that, I want to recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, the chairman of the Subcommittee on Middle East, North Africa, and Central Asia.
For how many minutes? How many minutes? How much time?
I'm sorry, as much time as you may consume.
Thank you. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mike McCall, and thank you very much, Speaker Mike Bost. I rise in support of the resolution, quote, ensuring accountability in the Biden-Harris administration, end of quote. Sadly, as a student of history, the Biden-Harris administration failures in Afghanistan, I believe, have been the most catastrophic ever in American foreign policy and national security. 13 Americans murdered at Abbey Gate, and 3 Georgia Army reservists murdered January 28th this year, with dozens of Georgia reservists also suffering permanent traumatic brain injury. Americans left behind, Afghan mothers giving up their babies over the wall so that their children could live in freedom, and patriotic Afghans falling from the planes as the Biden administration deserted the people of Afghanistan. Surrender in Afghanistan, with Afghanistan becoming a safe haven for terrorists, has opened borders for every American family to be at risk of mass murder, as we see dictators who have the ability to now come into our country and the potential of mass murder, as has been warned by the FBI. War criminal Putin has been encouraged, as we see dictators, to conduct the mass murder in Ukraine. The Iranian puppets have slaughtered innocent people in Israel. The agreements reached in Doha were conditions-based, achieved by Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. And we had testimony before the Foreign Affairs Committee, which indicated by General Milley and General McKenzie, they testified that the conditions were broken. They were broken from the beginning. And this certainly gave the opportunity for Biden-Harris to change course and not to be slaves of a particular time. President Donald Trump has affirmed over and over, and I've been with him at different events in the past year, where he would have left a contingent of military allies at Bagram Base to deter terrorism worldwide. President Trump would have achieved peace through strength. He would have achieved maintaining the Bagram Base so that we would not have it under the control of Taliban terrorists or the Chinese Communist Party. Additionally, I especially appreciate the success of Afghan veterans keeping America safe for 20 years. With my youngest son, Lieutenant Hunter Wilson, he served in Afghanistan for a year as an Army engineer. I appreciate that so much. And then I'm also grateful that my former National Guard unit, the 218th Mechanized Infantry Brigade of the South Carolina Army National Guard, served for a year in Afghanistan. With the leadership of Adjutant General Bob Livingston, they established what they call a brotherhood with their Afghan brothers. And they have been heartbroken to know, as Chairman Mike McCall has so correctly stated, that by abandoning so many people in Afghanistan, they have been executed. We know and we hear where women can no longer go to school, that they must stay in their homes. What had been achieved of young girls, so when I saw at the USAID programs where young girls were able to go to school, and it was just so inspiring to see this. But now women are being totally subjugated due to the Taliban, and this must stop, and a way to do that is to never have this occur in the future. I urge support of the resolution and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas
I reserve.
reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me quickly rebut my dear friend before I yield to Mr. Sherman. Number one, what I want to rebut is that to listen, it sounds like nothing was done by the administration or anyone else for the last 2-3 years. The administration has provided over 20,000 pages and made over 15 witnesses available over this entire Congress. Secretary Blinken has said he did not want to testify. He said he's willing to testify. The first time he was subpoenaed to come was when he was in Egypt negotiating a ceasefire and return of hostages. And I think everyone has known that this particular week is UN week, so that's not something that's secret. The record is clear on that. Fact of the matter is, Secretary Blinken has testified over 14 times in Congress, to members of Congress, 4 of which was in our committee. So, delayed the investigation? I think not. Questioning whether or not our memo doesn't cite transcripts. In our memo, 43 of 59 total pages was cut and paste directly from witnesses' testimony. What we asked for was transparency for the people. And for some of those transcripts, I had to almost beg for them to be made public. It wasn't automatically made public. So, and then I did, lastly, Jen Psaki, who, and it's not political, she has nothing to do with these decisions. It's politics. With that, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Brad Sherman.
The gentleman only has 4 minutes.
The whole 4 minutes to Mr. Sherman.
The gentleman is recognized for the remainder of the time.
A decade ago, we faced a tough situation in Afghanistan. We could have stayed indefinitely at a cost of $50 billion a year and perhaps a dozen casualties a year. But then Donald Trump promised the American people that we would withdraw, and that at that point, it was no longer a possibility that America would remain indefinitely. So what was accomplished during the Obama administration in Afghanistan? One important thing: we got bin Laden. What was accomplished during the Biden administration? A very difficult withdrawal, one of the most difficult military maneuvers, carried out early in the Biden administration. And not only did we withdraw our troops, we were able to get out perhaps 100,000 others. A difficult maneuver accomplished, but not without casualties. But what did we get under the Trump administration? Nothing. Except he was able to sign a surrender agreement toward the end of his administration that he could have signed at the beginning of his administration. This resolution is entirely appropriate if you change one thing. Condemn not that list of people to which they added Harris at the end. Condemn one man, Donald J. Trump. Because during his presidency, 63 Americans died in Afghanistan. 57 of them returned to dignified return ceremonies that Donald Trump was too busy to attend. He was busy golfing instead. During his presidency, his golf handicap did not suffer. But 57 American widows and fathers and mothers and families suffered as they saw the coffins brought back to America and a president too busy to be there. So what did we accomplish for the $200 billion that Donald Trump spent for the 63 who died? We signed a surrender document. Now, I know they'll say there were all kinds of wonderful things in the document. Nothing but meaningless, ephemeral promises with no enforcement provisions, but don't take my word for it. Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster, Trump's national security advisor, said our Secretary of State, Mr. Pompeo, signed a surrender agreement with the Taliban. Why surrender after you lose the 63 lives? Why not surrender in 2017? That's because withdrawals are difficult. Surrender documents, easier. Trump signed the surrender document and then left it to his successor to accomplish the withdrawal. So we're told, oh, well, Donald Trump somehow would have enforced these meaningless conditions, all without enforcement provisions. That's not what he would have done. What does John Bolton, Donald Trump's other national security advisor, say? He said, had Donald Trump been reelected, he'd be doing the same thing on the question of withdrawal from Afghanistan. But don't trust his staff. What did Donald Trump say? Donald Trump said in October of 2020, after the 5,000 Taliban fighters had been released because of Donald Trump's decision, he said, without any of the conditions having been met, that he would have all those troops home by Christmas 2020. Those conditions were meaningless. They were meaningless to Donald Trump. They were meaningless to his national security advisor. They had no enforcement provisions in them. So, why did we stay in Afghanistan past 2017? So that Donald Trump didn't have to accomplish the withdrawal that was so difficult and for which he produced no plan. And so we lost $200 billion. So we lost 63 lives. So we sent over $10 billion worth of our equipment that was spread all over Afghanistan with no prospect of recovering it, knowing that the Taliban would get it. We did all that during the Trump administration. And now we're having a partisan resolution as to who's to fault. The man signs that keeps our troops there, has 63 casualties, spends $200 million, signs a surrender agreement, announces he's not going to enforce its provisions, and now we have this.
Let's announce how much time we have left.
The chair has an announcement. We were in air a while ago, so that you know the gentleman from New York has 9 minutes left. The gentleman from Texas has 16 minutes left. The gentleman is recognized for another minute.
Thank you. So, at least Mr. Trump was able to golf, didn't have to go to the return ceremonies. I would say that once you force the release of 5,000 Taliban fighters, it is very difficult to say things are condition-based, because at that point, the Taliban has those 5,000 fighters and is able to inflict hundreds and hundreds of casualties on our forces unless they withdraw. So this was not a condition-based document. It was, in the words of Mr. McMaster, General McMaster, a surrender, and the surrender was 4 years in the fourth year of the Trump administration. 63 of our finest died. Let us have a resolution condemning the one man who should be condemned, Donald J. Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I love this argument. This is all Donald Trump's fault. I would submit to you, who made the decision to go to zero? And you know what that means? Go to zero means withdraw all troops, withdraw all air cover, and withdraw all contractors. And that is precisely why Afghanistan imploded as fast as it did, and why President Ghani, like a coward, left his people behind. All this talk about Doha is immaterial. Don't take my word for that. That's exactly what the White House said. The Doha agreement was immaterial to the president's political decision, which, by the way, was going to happen on September the 11th. What an insult to the victims, families of 9/11. The fact is, Donald Trump left troops in Afghanistan after his advisors told him that the Doha agreement was being violated by the Taliban. They didn't cut their ties to Al-Qaeda. They did hit our troops. And as a result, Donald Trump kept 2,500 troops, American troops, in Afghanistan and 6,500 NATO. They will tell you that wasn't sufficient. Don't take my word again. Take the word of his top military generals, Milley, McKenzie, and Miller. As for investigations, what did they do when they were in charge? They had one hearing, no investigation. You talk about political to cover up the tracks of this administration's disastrous withdrawal. With that, I'm prepared to close, but I reserve my time as I have no further speakers.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
First, let me just say this.
because I heard this at the hearing the other day. When we were in charge, we held the first hearing after the withdrawal for a cabinet secretary on September 21st. Who was that witness? Tony Blinken. The administration sent several cabinet officials to Congress to discuss the withdrawal. We held hearings with members because our position, trying to work in a bipartisan way, trying to make sure that we were going to get to the facts and understand so that we'd never have the situation again after 20 years. What did we do? We had hearings from people from the Bush administration, from the Obama administration, from the Trump administration, to look at the entire 20-year period of time. Not playing politics, not looking at a month or two, because they all were interconnected. Wasn't about politics for us. As clearly stated here, there was no delay. The administration is cooperative. Fact of the matter is, this Congress, the 118th Congress, doesn't end until January, December 31st. If it's about the facts, if it's about learning the lessons, the Secretary has already said he's willing to testify. He doesn't want to turn his back on his responsibility as the Secretary of State, where he is now meeting. Unfortunately, I know maybe some of my Republican colleagues don't want him to talk to President Zelensky to talk about what's going on in Ukraine and Russia's invasion into Ukraine. That's what he's doing. And so maybe some of my Republican colleagues don't want him to have that discussion. Well, I think my side of the aisle want him to have that discussion because that's his job. To have the discussion to try to have a ceasefire and return of hostages, to talk to our allies in the Indo-Pacific and NATO that is now stronger than ever because of Joe Biden. That's his job. That's what he's doing. Maybe some don't want him to do that. So let me just say, well, how much time I have left?
The gentleman has 5 minutes.
I'll give you your 1 minute, mister. I yield a minute.
I just want to say that some say that we should have left Americans there for this or that reason, or the Taliban doing this or the Taliban doing that. They're saying that Biden should have left those Americans there to die at the hands of the 5,000 Taliban fighters that Donald Trump had released. How many hundreds would have died if they had stayed there? I don't know. But once you put 5,000 fighting Taliban into Kabul, I think at that point it's hard to insist on conditions. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York.
Are you ready to close? I yield my time. I yield myself the remaining of my time for purposes of closing.
The gentleman's recognized.
So the first question in closing is the decision that had to be made because of what the Trump administration had to do was whether to withdraw, as Mr. Sherman has indicated, or to escalate, or to stay, or to try to bring in more troops, as the generals have testified, that if we were going to stay, we were going to need more than the 2,500 that were there. And how long would we stay there? How many more lives would we lose? Because the fighting, the generals did say, would resume after the deadline. So yes, Joe Biden decided no more American lives are we going to lose. He made the right decision. And this resolution, as I've said all along, is nothing more than a political theater designed to score cheap points rather than address the real issues at hand. The real issues. It's a distortion of the facts and a disservice to the American people, a disservice to our service members, a disservice to our diplomats, all of who put their lives on the line during our 20-year war effort there. And their sacrifices should not be used as a political football. We should be working on real solutions, supporting our Afghan allies, ensuring that we learn the right lessons, and providing accountability that are based on truth, not partisan narratives. Not partisan narratives. There's time for us to still do that. So I urge my colleagues to reject this resolution. Reject it. But let's commit to the American people. Let's commit to those service members and the Gold Star families who've lost their loved ones. Let's commit to them that today we are going to work together in a meaningful way that honors their sacrifices, that honors those who served and upholds the values that we all stand for. Let us commit to come with a real report, not a partisan one. We can do that. We can do that today. We can stand together today on behalf of the people of the United States of America and those great soldiers. Why I know that we can do that? Because the United States of America is the greatest country that this planet has ever seen. It is that when we do things together. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from
Enter into the record the minority staff report summarizing the findings of the Committee on Foreign Affairs Investigation and the 118th Congress into the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Without objection. Gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me just say to my good friend, I have tremendous respect. We work together on many things, bipartisan. And when we don't agree, we do so civilly. And however, I cannot disagree with you more than I do today. One of the byproducts of Bagram falling, 7,000 ISIS were released from the Bagram prisons. Some of those have found their way into the United States. What happened in Afghanistan is a tragedy, one of the worst foreign policy failures in our nation's history. Who could ever forget the harrowing images of Afghans falling off the planes and babies being flung over barbed wire in a desperate attempt by mothers to save their children and escape Afghanistan under Taliban rule? The women that Mr. Wilson referred to, left behind along with American citizens, women now under slavery under the Taliban Sharia law. We are the United States of America. You can't tell me we couldn't have safely evacuated U.S. personnel, Americans, and our brave Afghan allies. My report shows the administration had the information and the opportunity to do so. But every step of the way, they chose political optics over the safety of Americans. Their deadly and chaotic withdrawal started a chain of events that have led to a world on fire. We are witnessing the largest land invasion in Europe since World War II, with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The CCP has become emboldened and more belligerent in their aggression towards Taiwan. And there is a war raging in the Middle East, Mr. Speaker, with the Ayatollah now rearing his ugly head. That didn't happen by accident. It happened by design, and it started with the fall of Afghanistan. When you project weakness on the world stage, this is what you get: a world on fire, inviting aggression from our adversaries. Our U.S. national security is degraded. America's credibility on the world stage is damaged, and the moral injury to the American veterans and service members is a stain, an ugly stain on this administration's legacy. So I want to close, Mr. Speaker, with a reminder of the consequences of the actions of those named in this resolution. And it's the 13 heroic U.S. service members who made the ultimate sacrifice. And I met with their loved ones, and they live pain every single day, and they wake up to it every single day. These service members who paid with their lives because of this administration's failure on August 26, 2021. And I, for one, in this chamber, in this House, say, I'm sorry for what your government did to you. And in their honor, I want to read their names. Marine Lance Corporal David Lee Espinoza, Marine Sergeant Nicole G., Marine Staff Sergeant Taylor Hoover, Army Staff Sergeant Ryan Christian Konaki, Marine Corporal Hunter Lopez, Marine Lance Corporal Riley McCollum, Marine Lance Corporal Dylan Marola, Marine Lance Corporal Kareem Nakui, Marine Sergeant Jahani Rosario Picardo, Marine Corporal Hermundos Sanchez, Marine Lance Corporal Jared Schmitz, Navy Corpsman Maxton Soviak, and Marine Corporal Dagan William Tyler Page. Nothing will bring their lives back. Nothing will bring these children of these parents back. But we can hold those responsible accountable, and that's what this resolution does. And I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas yields. All time for debate has now expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1486, the previous question is ordered on the resolution and the preamble. The question is on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor so signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
That
the
I ask for a
resolution is
recorded
agreed to.
vote.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Personally requested the yeas and the nays.
All right, we'll say the gentleman from the Texas requests the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A substantial number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Proceedings will now resume on motions to suspend the rules previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: Senate Amendment to H.R. 6513 and H.R. 9747. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion for the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, to suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 6513, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 6513, an act to amend the Help America Vote Act of 2002 to confirm the requirement that states allow access to designated congressional election observers to observe the election administration procedures in congressional elections. Senate amendment.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 413, the nays are 1. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The Senate amendment is agreed to, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 9747, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 9747, a bill making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2025 and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 341, the nays are 82. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to House Resolution 1486 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee on the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 3334. Will the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, kindly take the chair?
The House is now in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of the bill, H.R. 3334, which the clerk will now report by title.
A bill to provide for the imposition of sanctions on members of the National Communist Party, Congress of the People's Republic of China, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, Amendment Number 4, printed in Part B of House Report 118-705, offered by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, had been disposed of. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, the unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 118-705 by the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will now redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-705, offered by Mr. Nunn of Iowa.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 418, the nays are 1. On this vote, the yeas are 419, the nays are 1. The amendment is adopted. There being no further amendment under the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 3334 and pursuant to House Resolution 1486. I report the bill is amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration the bill H.R. 3334 and pursuant to House Resolution 1486 reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is now ordered and a separate vote demanded on any further amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole. If not, the Chair will put them on gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor, so signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. Does he want? Okay. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
To provide for the imposition of sanctions on members of the National Communist Party Congress of the People's Republic of China and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it. The bill is passed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition? The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 5-minute vote on passage of H.R. 3334 will be followed by 5-minute votes on the motion to recommit H.R. 8205, passage of H.R. 8205 if ordered, and adoption of House Resolution 1469. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 243, the nays are 174. The bill is passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 8205, offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 8205, offered by Mr. Cardenas of California.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 206, the nays are 212. The motion is not adopted. The question occurs now on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The bill is passed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 255, the nays are 161. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Resolution 1469, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1469, resolution ensuring accountability for key officials in the Biden-Harris administration responsible for decision-making and execution failures throughout the withdrawal from Afghanistan.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 194. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to speak before the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier today,
the gentleman has withdrawn the objection. The gentleman will continue.
Earlier today, a gentleman from Louisiana posted on his official X account, LOL, these Haitians are wild, eating pets, voodoo, nastiest country in the Western Hemisphere, cults, slapstick gangsters. But damned if they don't feel all sophisticated now, filing charges against our president and VP. All these thugs better get their mind right and their ass out of our country before January 20th. Mr. Speaker, under Rule 23, the Code of Official Conduct for the 118th Congress states that a member shall behave at all times in a manner that reflect credibly on the House. These words on an official post do not reflect credibly on the House. In fact, they are inciting hate. They are inciting fear. And because of that, it is time for this body to stand with one voice and to ensure that there's accountability. So I move to refer this matter to the Committee on Ethics and that we bring this member up for censure.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I made a motion.
There is no matter pending before the House.
I made a motion based on Rule 23, point of parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman is not stating a proper motion at this time.
The motion, Mr. Speaker, may I inquire under Rule 23 whether this is a violation of the official code of conduct before the House.
The gentleman has not made an inquiry relevant to the current proceedings. The motion is not in order.
My inquiry, Mr. Speaker, thank you. May I ask of the parliamentarian whether the Rule 23 Code of Conduct applies against the gentleman from Louisiana?
The chair will not provide an advisory opinion on this matter.
Mr. Speaker, point of inquiry.
The gentleman will state the inquiry.
Is it appropriate for a member to use their official equipment in violation of Rule 23?
Does the gentleman have a parliamentary inquiry?
Yes.
The gentleman will state the inquiry.
My parliamentary inquiry is a member allowed to use their official equipment of the House of Representatives and platform in violation of Rule 23?
Sir, this is not an issue that the chair is prepared to rule on at this time. This is a matter for the House to determine.
And that is why I made the motion to refer this matter to the Committee on Ethics so that they can fully deliberate and determine whether the gentleman from Louisiana violated Rule 23 of the Code of Conduct of the House of Representatives.
Sir, that is not a proper motion that's in order at this time.
Point of order.
The gentleman will state the point of order.
What is the proper motion for me to refer this matter to the Committee on Ethics?
Sir, the chair will not issue an advisory opinion, but I advise you to take this issue up with the parliamentarian.
I'm not asking, Mr. Speaker, for you to make a determination of an advisory opinion. I'm asking for the matter to be referred to the Committee on Ethics based on the violation of Rule 23, Code of Conduct before the House of Representatives.
Sir, the ruling of the chair is that that motion is not in order at this time.
At what time would it be in order after someone... There's children who are feeling threatened in this moment based on the actions of the member from Louisiana.
The chair advises the member to pursue this matter through the proper channels under Rule 9 of the House Rules. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
I make a motion to overrule the ruling of the chair.
The chair has not issued a ruling.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. You have made a ruling.
Gentlewoman will state their point of order.
You have made a ruling that the gentleman's motion is not in order. And I object and disagree with that ruling, so I would like to make a motion to overrule the decision of the chair.
The chair advises the gentlewoman that there was no valid motion made and therefore no ruling made that can be objected to. The chair advises members of the availability of Rule 9 under the House rules.
I make a motion that this gentleman's words be stricken from the official record that he used by using official property and platform of the U.S. House of Representatives.
Sir, that is not a valid motion under the House rules.
Point of inquiry.
Gentleman will state his point of inquiry.
So the gentleman from Louisiana, had he stood on the floor of the House of Representatives and said these words on the House floor, the body would have been able to remove his words from the record. Is that not correct, Mr. Speaker?
Sir, the chair cannot respond to a hypothetical inquiry. Does the gentleman yield back?
Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that on the last day of this body's work on behalf of the people, after we came together just last week in a bipartisan way to protect and to provide dignitary protection for our national party candidates, that we have a member who is choosing to use an official platform, and therefore it is my intention to bring to this body a motion of censure, and therefore I yield back. I move to censure Representative Clay Higgins for violating Rule 9 by bringing discredit and disgrace to the House of Representatives. And I'm submitting this motion.
A gentleman has not made a proper motion. The gentleman,
I move to censor. I am entering this as a resolution.
Again, the chair reminds members of the availability of action under Rule 9.
I am submitting by resolution a motion to censor Representative Clay Higgins for violating Rule 9 by bringing discredit and disgrace to the House of Representatives. There's an official motion, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman attempting to give notice under Rule 9?
I am attempting to give notice that I intend to bring a censure motion, resolution, upon return to this House of Representatives. And I would hope that every member of this body understands that no person, particularly those who contribute to communities, who are entrepreneurial, who give to our communities by being nurses and first responders and teachers, that those individuals, those children, no longer have to live in fear. or intimidation because of any words or posts that come from members of this body. That it is time to end hate and the rhetoric of hate, and that it is not becoming on any member to continue to push this type of rhetoric on any platform, let alone from the House of Representatives. And with that, I ask unanimous consent to accept my motion to censure Representative Clay Higgins for violating Rule 9 by bringing discredit and disgrace to the House of Representatives.
An objection is heard. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
First of all, the tweet has been deleted already and removed, but I object
For what purpose
to the motion. And if we want to go through every comment tweet from the other side, we'll be happy to do it.
Gentleman has not been recognized. Does the gentleman seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition? Gentleman is recognized. Nope. The objection has been heard. Pursuant to Clause 12 of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to call of the chair. The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., September 25th, 2024. I hereby designate the period from Wednesday, September 25th, 2024 through Monday, November 11th, 2024 as a district work period under Section 3Z of House Resolution 5. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice of my intent to offer a question of the privileges of the House. The form is as follows. H-Res 1500, censuring Representative Glenn Clay Higgins of the 3rd Congressional District of Louisiana. Whereas on September 25th, 2025, Representative Higgins used his official account on X to publicly slander, insult, and demean all Haitians and Haitian Americans in an overtly racist post, referring to Haiti as the, quote, nastiest country in the Western Hemisphere, unquote, falsely accusing Haitians of, quote, eating pets, unquote, denigrating Haitians as, quote, slapstick gangsters, unquote, and, quote, thugs, unquote, and threatening Haitians to, quote, get their mind right and their ass out of our country before January 20th, unquote. Resolved that the House of Representatives censures Glenn Clay Higgins, representative from the 3rd Congressional District of Louisiana. Representative Glenn Clay Higgins will forthwith present himself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure. And Representative Glenn Clay Higgins will be censured with the public reading of this resolution by the Speaker.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the Majority Leader or the Minority Leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the Chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentleman from Nevada will appear in the record at this point. The Chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment to the title of H.R. 8205 at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Fitzgerald of Wisconsin. Amend the title so as to read, a bill to amend Title 18, United States Code to prohibit fraud in connection with posting bail.
Without objection, the amendment to the title is adopted.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered the first sponsor of H.R. 1719, a bill originally introduced by Representative Pascrell of New Jersey for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection. The Chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
That Utah.
Four-minute speech. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Ms. Speaker, I rise today in honor of Edward Rose Newton, a remarkable Utahn who served his country with distinction and honor during the Vietnam War. Ed was raised in the small a tight-knit community of Joab County, Utah. With love for his country, he traded the peaceful farm fields of Utah for the battlefields of Vietnam. While serving as a rifleman in the 82nd Airborne Division, Ed and his fellow soldiers were engaged in a search operation in the jungles of Vietnam when suddenly they came under direct enemy fire. Ed witnessed his platoon leader and medic fall under a hail of bullets and instantly sprang into action. As he rushed the enemy position, enabling a medic to administer aid to the wounded. Though seriously injured, his actions saved the lives of several of his comrades. For his actions, Ed was awarded the Bronze Star Medal with a V for Valor. He was also honored with a Purple Heart. Mr. Speaker, Edward Rose Newton's story is a powerful reminder of the values that define our nation, an unwavering commitment to protect and serve others, even at great personal cost. May God bless Edward Ross Newton, his family, and all those who serve our great nation. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge and celebrate September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month. During this month, I celebrate the rich history, culture, and contributions of the Hispanic community, particularly in my home of the Virgin Islands. This always includes Virgin Islands Puerto Rico Friendship Day, where we recognize our deep-rooted connections and the unity shared between our islands and culture. The Virgin Islands Hispanic community has long contributed to the success of our territory and our country through public service and the enrichment of our heritage and culture. This time gives us an opportunity to take pride in our achievements and impacts that have shaped our nation. Individuals like the iconic Senator Chucky Hansen, Senators Samuel Sanez, Nellie Rivera O'Reilly, the third elected governor of the Virgin Islands, Juan San Francisco Luis, and the list goes on. Happy Hispanic Heritage Month to all Virgin Islanders. Happy Virgin Islands Puerto Rico Friendship Day. I thank you and yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Yesterday, FAA Administrator Michael Whitaker testified before the House Aviation Subcommittee. In response to my questions about his agency's fines and the delays they've imposed on SpaceX, he made a number of statements that appear to be completely false. For example, he said that SpaceX launched without a license. That's simply not true. So there are two possibilities. Either number one, he doesn't know what's going on at his own agency, or number two, he deliberately deceived a congressional committee. Either possibility raises serious questions about his fitness to lead the FAA. I have sent a letter along with questions for the record to Administrator Whitaker, which he is compelled to answer, to explain his false testimony. And I'd implore him to look at this chart. Objects launched into space over time. The point where the United States breaks away from Russia and China and sees absolutely exponential growth is when SpaceX started launching rockets. This company and the broader commercial space industry are tremendous national assets. And those seeking to hold back their progress for, at best, arbitrary bureaucratic reasons are acting directly against our national interest. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York is recognized. For what?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Nearly 1 year ago today, I was awoken by sirens in my Tel Aviv hotel and quickly sheltered in a stairwell as rockets from a terrorist organization intent on destroying Israel and all Jewish people flew towards my family and me. My kids are still struggling from that traumatic day. It has now been 354 days since that terrorist group, Hamas, launched the most barbaric, genocidal, and murderous sneak attack on Israel in its history, killing 1,200 people, including more than 40 Americans. It has been 354 days since more than 250 people were brutally and illegally captured and taken hostage in the tunnels of Gaza, where 4 American citizens remain today as well as approximately 100 more. The violence in Gaza could end today, if Hamas would simply release the hostages they illegally hold.
Gentleman's
The
time
path
has
towards
expired.
peace and prosperity for both Israelis and Palestinians begins with
The
an
gentleman's
immediate
time has
return of the
expired.
hostages. Bring them all home now.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you. October 5th marks the 100th anniversary of Goodwill Industries of Orange County. Goodwill OC was founded in 1924 by Reverend John Winterborn, at first in his home and later moving to a rented house on Logan Street in Santa Ana. Over the past century, Goodwill OC has established a legacy of not just finding value in second-hand goods, but also providing meaningful employment opportunities. Goodwill OC has fostered a vibrant workforce and a caring, connected community by helping individuals find and retain employment and offering training and career coaching. So I want to congratulate them on this amazing milestone, and here's to many more years to come. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the upcoming 100th birthday of Judge Clifford Davis, who is a legend in Fort Worth. Judge Davis graduated from high school in Arkansas and applied in 1945 and applied to go to the law school at the University of Arkansas, and he was accepted, but when they found out that he was black, they did not let him attend law school, so he graduated from Howard University in 1949. Judge Davis would go on to move to Fort Worth, married the love of his life, Ethel, and raised his 2 daughters there. But the thing that he did that was legendary was that he integrated the Mansfield Independent School District. Judge Davis received threats. They hung an effigy of his image up in the school that stayed there for an entire year. And he received so much hate mail and threatening mail, but he went on to have a distinguished career. He helped desegregate the Fort Worth Independent School District and has had a successful law practice for a long time. He just retired a couple of years ago, and he is truly a legend that deserves all the honor that he is going to receive at his birthday next month. So to Judge Clifford Davis, thank you for all that you have done over the years to make our community better in North Texas, for the risk that you took for your family to help make this country better. We congratulate you on your 100th birthday, sir. Happy birthday.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to thank the many responders, agencies, organizations, and volunteers who worked tirelessly to respond to the Alexander Mountain Fire, which last month ravaged 9,600 acres near Loveland, Colorado, and destroyed more than 50 structures, including 26 homes. As with previous disasters, these people and organizations such as Loveland Fire Rescue Authority, Thompson Valley EMS, Windsor Severance Fire Protection District, Larimer County Sheriff's Office and Emergency Management, and many others rose to the challenge and kept the tragedy from being much worse. We know from experience that when faced with adversity, the people will come together in the spirit of community during and after emergency to respond vigorously and recover profoundly. We owe first responders and the families that support them a huge debt of gratitude. So, Madam Speaker, we recognize these amazing efforts and know that if and when great challenges come before us in the future, we will conquer them and emerge stronger, because that's what we can expect from the great people of Colorado. I thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize the work of Dr. Cedric Dark, a board-certified emergency physician who serves people across Houston as in a trauma center, and who has just written his first book, Under the Gun, an ER doctor's cure for America's gun epidemic, published by Johns Hopkins University Press. As an emergency physician, Dr. Dark has witnessed the devastating impacts of gun violence in our community, and his experiences in the emergency room have motivated him to work to find policy solutions to reduce gun violence. Under the Gun reminds us that making public policy and keeping our communities safe are collaborative efforts that benefit from the wisdom, experience, and participation of many. And while some people tell our doctors to stay in their lane, through this insightful and compelling work, Dr. Dark demonstrates that gun violence prevention is and must be all of our lane. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 1 year ago, UAW members across the country went on strike and won a historic victory by securing agreements with the big three auto manufacturers. That included an agreement with Stellantis to retool and reopen the Chrysler assembly plant in Belvidere, Illinois. Thanks to the solidarity of UAW members across the country, Stellantis agreed not only to reopen the Belvidere plant, but to also build a brand new battery factory there and an automobile parts distribution center. That agreement was only possible because of strong federal and state incentives put in place to secure a bright economic future for places like Belvidere. Now, nearly a year later, Stellantis has yet to follow through on the commitments they made, leaving hundreds of workers in limbo and delaying the promised investments. One cannot but wonder if they are waiting until after the election to see if Trump's Project 2025 will destroy those investments and with it the future of Belvidere. So I rise today to reiterate my support to the UAW workers who fought hard for this contract, and I call on Stellantis to honor the agreement they made. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to thank my colleagues who voted in support of the Care for Military Kids Act, vital legislation Congresswoman Jen Kiggins and I introduced together. The Bipartisan Care for Military Kids Act ensures service members can maintain critical health care coverage and medical services for their children, no matter where their service takes them. Relocation is a fact of life for many of our servicemen and women, and this can lead to uncertainty around Medicaid and CHIP coverage for their children due to these services being handled at the state level. Our legislation will save military families from facing this added burden of health care insecurity by establishing streamlined Medicaid plans. This clarity and consistency ensures that no child of a service member will go without essential medical services. I look forward to the Senate's passage, so let us stand together in full support of our military families, the kids, and send this legislation to the President's desk to be signed into law. Thank you to all the members who supported us in this endeavor. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor a true American hero, Captain Paul Bucca, a Medal of Honor recipient and a longtime resident of Ridgefield, Connecticut. Captain Bucca was the son of a World War II veteran and attended West Point and ultimately earned a master's degree from Stanford University. He was deployed to Vietnam in 1967 and assumed his first command after only 2 months in country. In March of 1968, Captain Bucca and his men encountered a North Vietnamese force more than 10 times the size of their own. Outgunned and outmanned, Captain Bucca rallied his troops, commanding a vigorous all-night defense that deceived the 1,500 enemy combatants into believing that his own force of 89 was much larger. He personally eliminated a fortified enemy position and directed the medical evacuation of his wounded men, all while coping with his own shrapnel wounds. President Nixon bestowed the Medal of Honor upon Captain Bucca 2 years after his courageous actions, citing his, quote, extraordinary heroism, inspirational example, outstanding leadership, and professional competence. At the time of his death, he held the distinction of being Connecticut's only living Medal of Honor recipient. Captain Paul Bucca passed away in July of 2024 and is survived by his wife, Cynthia, his 4 children, and his 9 grandchildren. A true American hero. May he rest in peace. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize National Food Service Employee Week. The food service workers at hospitals and care facilities across Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District work each and every day to ensure that patients are fed the healthy and nutritious meals that they need. Last month, I had the honor to meet the food service staff at the Conemaugh Miners Memorial Center in Cambria County. Each and every one of them showed their firm commitment to the patients at the hospital, and it's unparalleled, and far too often their work goes unrecognized. Today, please join me in recognizing these men and women for their work and for their compassion for the sick and the injured as they heal. And their outstanding public service should not go unnoted. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, since we will not be together on Halloween, I thought I'd share some spooky stories with you. And these spooky stories are all real, verbatim, and lifted directly from the Republican Party's playbook, Project 2025. The Department of Education should be eliminated. Eliminate the Head Start program. The Department of Labor should amend its hazard order regulations to permit teenage workers access to work. In other words, back to the mine, Timmy. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration should be broken up and downsized. No more weather forecasts. And finally, no public education employee shall use a name to address a student other than the name listed on a student's birth certificate. This will, of course, be a problem for James Donald Bowman, James David Hamill, J.D. Hamill, or as they now identify, J.D. Vance. This is truly scary because it is a real plan. But, Madam Speaker, I hope you and all Americans' fears are only imaginary in 2025. I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, October 7th, 2023 was supposed to be a day of joy. Jewish communities around the world, including many in my Queens district, were gathering to celebrate a holiday. But instead, it was and forever will be a day of agony. October 7th was the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Hamas terrorists invaded Israel, murdered over 1,200 people, took more than 251 hostages, and destroyed entire communities. I will never forget going to shuls in Queens that night to share the news of the attack with my constituents. 1 year later, our hearts remain heavy as we pray for all remaining hostages to be returned home safely. Our souls remain shattered as we see the rise in anti-Semitism at home and abroad. But the sacred bond between the U.S. and Israel will not be broken, and our commitment to Israel's security and countering the Iranian threat will not waver. May the memories of all those murdered that day be a blessing, and may we continue working to achieve peace. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Republicans are addressing the most important issues facing Americans across the country. And this week, we will focus on crime. Over the past 3 years, violent crime has surged under the Biden-Harris administration. Its soft-on-crime policies, coupled with bail reform, open borders, and the defund the police movement, have put every American in danger and threatened our nation's security. That is why House Republicans have brought to the floor the Keeping Violent Offenders Off Our Streets Act to fight back against Democrats' woke agenda and give our law enforcement the tools they need to defend public safety in our communities. Last week, House Republicans passed the Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act to ensure that illegal immigrants convicted of sex offenses or other crimes involving stalking, child abuse, and neglect are inadmissible or deportable from the United States. This legislation now waits to be voted on the Senate floor. Republicans are the party of law and order, and we will continue to fight for the safety of our nation's communities. I am grateful for my colleagues for joining me in this evening to talk about the importance of supporting our law enforcement and implementing robust crime policies. And with that, I gladly yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
Can carry that on his own.
Thank you to our Vice Chair of our conference, Blake Moore. I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the life and service of Chautauqua County Under Sheriff Richard Telford, a dedicated public servant who spent over 3 decades protecting and serving the people of our community. Rich's passing is a profound loss for Chautauqua County. Those who had the honor of knowing him say that they knew they could always count on Rich. In remembering him, Sheriff Jim Quattrone said, "Rich was a man of integrity. He can always be counted on to do the right thing." Throughout his service, his sense of duty and his commitment to the community he grew up in ran very deep. After graduating from Jamestown High School and studying criminal justice at Jamestown Community College, Rich began his law enforcement career in 1991 with the Chautauqua County Sheriff's Office. He quickly rose through the ranks, serving as a deputy and a sergeant overseeing the county's 911 center, a lieutenant, and later a supervisor for court security. His hard work and his leadership were undeniable, and in 2021, he was appointed Undersheriff of Chautauqua County, a role in which he continued to lead by strong example. Rich's dedication to the community wasn't limited to his badge. He is remembered as a family man, a loving family man, devoted to his wife Amanda and their 3 children, Caitlin, Andrew, and Alex. Throughout his career, Rich embodied the qualities that we look for in public servants: integrity, courage, and respect. His actions over 33 years spoke louder than any words. Whether it was investigating fires with the department's fire investigation team or attending the prestigious FBI National Academy, Rich never stopped pushing himself to be better for his community. Mr. Speaker, our hearts are heavy today, but we're filled with gratitude for the life and the legacy of Rich Telford. His dedication and his service to Chautauqua County will not be forgotten. Your family is in our prayers, Rich. And Rich, you will be missed, but your contributions will live on through the many lives that you've touched. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from New York. Appreciate your comments on such a dedicated public servant. I will now yield so much time as you may consume to the good gentleman from Michigan, Mr. James.
Thank you, sir. Madam Speaker, today I rise to say congratulations to the West Point class of 2024 for graduating this past spring and for their continued commitment to service. It's no small feat, and the country is indebted to them for their immense willingness to sacrifice. I hesitate because I myself am a West Point grad of 2004, and I know what they're signing up for. I know how serious it is, and I'm very proud of them. It's the greatest service academy in all the land, and I know that each of you will be looked at as leaders, not just now, but for the rest of your lives. So I ask you all to lead with the West Point motto in mind: duty, honor, country. It's something that's ingrained into each and every cadet. It's something that's part of the long gray line. You are our nation's best and brightest, and I cannot wait to see what you and the class 2024 does for our great nation. I also want to briefly congratulate you all on going 3-1 in your 4 years against Navy. You're winners, and on a more serious note, the country will be better off because of your sacrifice and determination. I'm honored to ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating the following 24 grads of the 2024 class from Michigan. Catherine Cornett of Muskegon, Dominic Curdy of Bloomfield Hills, who was a fantastic intern, by the way, Lucas Dickerson of Sterling Heights, Colton Doherty of Garden City, William Drake of Bloomfield Hills, Jason Fargo of Portage, Alexandria Goss of St. Clair Shores in my district, Aiden Griggs of Traverse City, Shane Hayner of Brownstown, Joseph Hickson of Orchard Lake, Timmy Kipmiller of Freeland, Brandon Liu of Northville, Brennan McAllister of Chesterfield, Titus McClary of Detroit, Mark Miller of Grand Blanc, Eamon Mott of Bloomfield Township, Andrew Zakora of Metamora, Alexander Rose of Hackensack, Itef Sikoswi of Novi, Dawson Steck of Canton, Chelsea Tenekuate of Macomb, also in my district, Emily Vanderplug of Hudsonville, Kyle Wallace of Brownstown, and the son of my sponsors when I was a West Point cadet, Second Lieutenant Robert Sunday of St. Joe. Class of 2024, your service and sacrifice will never be forgotten. Godspeed, and God bless you all.
Thank you to the gentleman from Michigan. I will now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, to address the House for so much time as you may consume.
Thank you again for my colleague from Utah for leading this tonight, as we certainly have plenty of things to talk about and what Congress and our federal government should be doing. The topic I'm going to hit on is the crime situation. Now, you'll hear different things reported in the news on how is crime in the U.S. Well, I think normal people, regular everyday Americans, see that it's a problem. But the way it's reported or the way it's spoken about under the Biden-Harris administration is like, oh, crime is not a problem. Crime is down. Tell that to the people, the storefront owners in various blue cities where you see these massive break-ins by hordes of people smashing their way in and smashing the countertops and all that, taking cell phones and jewelry and whatever else might be on their minds. So where do they come up with these statistics, though, like crime is somehow down? Well, we're seeing more and more evidence that perhaps the mayors of these blue cities, perhaps other leaders, are telling their people to not report them. So if the police departments and many jurisdictions around this country are underreporting what's really going on, I guess that's how you can skew the statistics to look like they're better and that crime is somehow down. But I tell you, theft is up, breaking and entering is up, violent crime is up, and it's due to lax policies. Now, as a member from California here, it's very acute in some of our large cities, as well as we have these soft on crime recent efforts being made by the Newsom administration and others that have basically made it almost a free-for-all in my home state. For example, the dollar amount got bumped up several years ago via one of the propositions, fooling the voters as to what the proposition was actually doing on crime. You know, Prop 47, which is one of the big problems, was known generically as the Safe Neighborhoods and Schools Act, yet all it did was relax the level of felonies down to misdemeanors to the level of $949. That means you can steal $949 worth of stuff out of the store and still have it be just a misdemeanor instead of a felony as it should be. So people go in sometimes with calculators and add up, how much can I steal? And brazenly carry it out the door because there's not enough police around, and of course the retailers, especially the large corporate box retailers, say, oh, don't dare go try and impede them, don't go talk to them, don't even go out in the parking lot and take a picture of their car or their license plate because we don't want to offend them or we don't want to incur that somebody might get injured. Well, I tell you, people are getting injured by this happening. The price of everything, the stores, I mean, look how many stores are closing around the country as it is. And then tell that to the mom and pop stores that only have one or maybe two markets that they deal with, and that they're not supposed to do anything about this rampant crime, the rampant stealing happening in their places there. So this was put in part by, in my home state, legislation called AB 109, which is supposed to be trying to help empty overcrowded prisons, as they termed it at the time. Now, I don't know if the prisons are overcrowded. I've actually had a chance to visit them. I'm thankfully they let me out of them when they were done with the visit. But you see prisons designed with 2 bunks in them, and they're only keeping 1 person in there due to somebody's idea of how that would be crowded. And so what else happens? When the federal court ruled that California had overcrowding, they started trying to release prisoners to meet a number, but also the state had several outside of the state prisons it was contracting with to take some of its extra prisoners. What do they do first thing? They bring those back. They bring them back from out of state, which are that. They're actually getting a good deal on the cost of keeping them in those out of state prisons. They actually brought them back home so they could crowd them even more and have even more to release. Does that make an ounce of sense to anybody? So crime is up in California because they're releasing more. Under AB 109 called realignment, it pushed more and more hardened criminals down to the county jail level, which means now the county jails have to deal with them. Now when they got more normal neighborhood crimes, or even something up to the level of assault or stealing a car, things like that, there's no room for them. So they're releasing people normally would have a local county jail on their own recognizance or on a small amount of bail or what have you, until now they get rid of bail as well. So you keep pushing the problem down, and now we have chaos at the local level for what our sheriffs, our jailers, our district attorneys have to deal with locally. It all starts at the top on this. And so with the crime wave you saw during the riots that one summer, like in Portland and Seattle and Minneapolis, especially I want to underline Minneapolis here, because where the Biden-Harris administration wants to claim crime is down, you saw Kamala Harris actually advocating for people to send in money so they could bail out the people that were there, that were arrested for all the chaos and damage and vandalism and burning of Minneapolis. Oh, let's chip in to help get them out, because she thought that was some form of justice. Now in this campaign, she seems to want to run away from all that and run as a, changing her spots to some other, as a political chameleon would do. So there's no lack of crime, there's no lack of prisoners. In my home state, again, bringing the ones back from private or other prisons out of state to crowd ours even more, and then closing down more and more prisons. Gavin Newsom has in mind closing down 4 more. And I keep telling people, it's not like we're running out of bad guys. Our population of the state and our country increases anyway, so you think generically the number of prisoners or number of criminals is going to increase probably commensurately with that, especially in these times where we're encouraging people to do it with lax laws. So you had AB 109, you had Prop 47 fooling the voters by saying it was somehow a Safe Neighborhoods and Streets and Schools Act. Indeed, it just lowered the level. Then Prop 57 came in, and it had some horrific crimes that made into just misdemeanors and less, including some forms of date rape and things like that. It's horrific. So those 3 things have helped put California in this mess, and a lot of times this body here tries to emulate what California does. And certainly the White House, bringing a lot of Californians in when they came into power to emulate what California does. And that ain't good for the country. So what we have in California, for example, now is to counteract a lot of the provisions of Proposition 47, is one currently on the ballot called Proposition 36, which will restore some of the jail sentence lengths, some of the crime classifications back up to what really should be a penalty, and doing other things that are going to tighten up the idea that crime is so far paying in California because they can walk away and get away with it. you're seeing more and more as people go into these markets and stores and big box stores, and when they're catching somebody coming out, obviously with armloads of stuff they haven't paid for, they're disguising themselves, et cetera, that this is somebody stealing. You're seeing more citizens stepping up saying, nah, I'm not going to watch this happen. They're detaining him because the store won't do it. So I consider that kind of heroic, actually, but some in the corporate level might say, oh, they shouldn't do that because someone might get injured or whatever. But, when the buyers, when consumers see that their prices are going up because you can't keep insurance anymore, they go into a large box retailer and find everything is locked up. I don't know how it's this way all around the country, but the retailers, many of them in my home state, are locking up a whole bunch of the items. You have to go ask a clerk to come open it up so you can get into the makeup counter or some of the medicine counter. I hear even like socks and underwear in some cases are being locked up behind glass, or the tool section. And you have to have people come help you to get these items because it's going to walk out of there otherwise. So crime is down? I don't think so, because we're seeing those effects. You're seeing in places like San Francisco more and more corner markets and drugstores. They might have quite a few of a particular chain of drugstore in downtown. Well, they're closing several of them, because of the rampant conditions of theft and other things going on in the city. Why are they promoting this? Why are their city leaders allowing this? It's a mystery to me. But it does start at the top, and when we get the signal being sent from the White House and even Congress of soft on crime, this is what the results are going to be. So again, in my home state, voters have an opportunity with Proposition 36 to turn back that tide at least somewhat. Even the retailers were behind it there, which generally they're kind of afraid to upset the apple cart in Sacramento because of the 3-to-1 Democrat majority there, and they don't want to make them mad. But so far they're sticking with it, which is actually admirable for a change. So fentanyl, drug charges that have been made weaker during this time would actually be increased and put back in place in Prop 36. We're not talking about just a guy being caught with a little bit of marijuana, as Kamala Harris has kind of made famous. We're talking about serious drugs and serious amounts of them being dealt out there that is going to be curtailed, at least in part, by Prop 36. And which I hear it's polling quite well, and I hear Governor Newsom has actually given up on it too. He went so far as to say, with all the support for Proposition 36, because the people are speaking back with their initiative process, that they're tired of the crime, they're tired of the inaction by the government, that he says, I don't know what state I'm in. Well, Governor, I think I agree with you, because I don't know that you know what state you're in either. It's pathetic. And he doesn't seem to care much about neighborhoods and regular folks that have to deal with this stuff. Lastly, this crime extends to our border. And we're talking about this Biden-Harris administration, the czar, Vice President Harris, allowing 530,000 illegal immigrants to be flown in on aircraft into our country and then turned loose because we can't possibly process them. They're ending up in your neighborhoods. And they're overwhelming some of these neighborhoods. They're overwhelming the school system. They're overwhelming the other services, hospital, all that, because they're just flying them in for an unknown reason. They'll try and cloak themselves in the idea that they're helping refugees or something, but it's way beyond that, especially when you find, talking to them at Border Patrol, that a high ratio of them are coming from China, and these are likely going to be agents of China's efforts to undermine the United States. So, we're expecting also maybe another 800,000 of them are going to be attempted to be brought in by the Harris-Czar situation. They get 2 years of humanitarian parole and work permits, but they're not even tracked whether to depart or not. Completely blowing the idea of what asylum is as a temporary respite for people in a bad situation in another country. We're still sympathetic towards that, but there's no holds barred on how it's being abused, especially these last 3.5 years. ICE officers are overwhelmed by the work that they're having to do at the border and with the expectations of parole that they have to deal with. 8 million illegal immigrants have come into this country under this administration. 8 million. That's more than the size of several states. But they go on and push the Border Patrol out of the way and take their jobs and really demean them. The morale is as low as it's ever been. But the last kicker on top of this, when the administration orders the Border Patrol agents to underreport, to skew the statistics, to basically be forced into lies about how many people are coming in, especially those on the terror watch list. We've got a serious problem. People need to be brought up on charges for that. Not the Border Patrol guys that are trying to execute their plan, but people in the administration that are telling them to lie about it. How pathetic, how deranged. Excuse me. So we have a lot of choices to be making in the next few months here. And the American people, tired of the crime, tired of the civ at the border, demanding from your politicians that they care about them and their communities and their storefronts and their ability to do normal. I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from California. Madam Speaker, I just quickly reiterate, I appreciate my colleagues for not only tonight, but the last several months in communicating some of the reality that we see on the ground. And policy matters. Policy leads directly to good or bad outcomes back home in our districts, and we need to be recognizing what is going to create better outcomes. And if we've made mistakes, be willing to own it and move forward and find better ways to address the issues that our nation faces. Thank you so much. And with that, I yield back the remainder of my time to the chair.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today with deep gratitude to honor a remarkable woman and an extraordinary leader, Kimberly Wiard, who is retiring after 50 years of service at Northeast Valley Health Corporation, NEVHC. Kim's tireless dedication has transformed NEVHC into a lifeline for countless families and individuals, particularly those in our most vulnerable communities. Kim joined NEVHC in 1974, just a year after the organization opened its very first health center in the city of San Fernando. In the 5 decades since, her vision and leadership have guided NEVHC's growth to 18 health centers, providing over 300,000 medical, dental, and behavioral health visits every year, as well as 9 WIC sites serving more than 38,000 participants. What started as a single clinic has evolved into a vital network under Kim's unwavering commitment to providing care where it's needed most. As CEO since 1996, Kim has embodied the spirit of service, ensuring that low-income families, immigrants, and underserved communities have access to quality health care. Her leadership, compassion, and relentless drive have changed lives by giving hope and health to those who might otherwise go without. But Kim's service wasn't limited to her role as CEO. She worked her way up from positions like Director of the Adolescent Health Program and Clinic Administrator, and she represented our community at the local and national level, always advocating for more equitable health care access. Her heart has always been with the people she serves, and that love for the community has been the driving force behind NEVHC's success. Today, as she steps into a well-earned retirement, I want to thank Kim Wiard on behalf of so many for her lifetime of service. She has built a legacy that will continue to enrich the lives of people in our community long after her work is done. Thank you, Kim, for everything you've done for the Northeast Valley Health Corporation and for the thousands of families whose lives you have touched. Your dedication, compassion, and leadership will forever be remembered.
Kim, when I was a little boy, my family, my 11 brothers and sisters, and my mother and father used to go to NEVHC, and that's where we got our health care. How the world turns and how it flows. I used to go visit NEVHC, and you were one of the people to receive me. Now that I'm a congressman and you've advocated not only for NEVHC, but our health care for all, you have been someone who comes to my office and to visit with me. So thank you very much, Kim, and may you retire and have a wonderful, wonderful future in whatever you choose to do. Madam Speaker, on this important day of Hispanic Heritage Month, I rise to honor my friend and my colleague and a true pioneer of Latino empowerment, Richard Alatorre. Richard Alatorre was born on May 15, 1943 in Boyle Heights, California, the son of Joe Alatorre of El Paso, Texas, a repairman at a stove factory, and Mary Alatorre of Arizona, a beautician. Richard and his sister Cecilia were brought up in East Los Angeles. Richard found his passion for politics and civil service. Very early in his life, when he was a class president at Garfield High School and volunteering on John F. Kennedy's presidential campaign. Richard would also volunteer for Leopoldo Sanchez, who became the first Latino judge elected in California. Richard attended Cal State Los Angeles, where he earned a BA degree in sociology. He would go on to earn his master's in public administration from the University of Southern California. Richard was a man of many hats and roles. He was a professor at Cal State, Los Angeles, and UC Irvine, taught night courses at the federal prison on Terminal Island, and was the Western Regional District Director for the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund. During the 1968 Chicano walkouts and the 1970 Chicano moratorium, Richard fundraised bail money and advocated to the judges on behalf of the protesters who were arrested for a fairer bail arrangement. What do all these roles have in common? Richard had a gift to uplift the voiceless and the defenseless. Soon enough, Richard's community would see his ability and power grow even more as he embarked on a career of elected public service. In 1972, at the age of 29, Richard Alatorre was elected to the California State Assembly, where he quickly moved up the ranks and became the chair of the Committee on Ways and Means. During his time in Sacramento, he fought for farm workers' rights, increased educational opportunities for migrant families, child care for children with special needs, and the desperately needed prison reforms. Looking around the halls of Sacramento, Richard noticed that not a lot of people looked like him. He knew that the state's Latino community was immense, yet their representation in Sacramento was very minimal. So Richard co-founded and was the first chair of the California Latino Legislative Caucus, which at the time had only 5 members. Today, because of his vision, we can proudly say we have 37 Latino state assembly members and state senators in Sacramento, California. He took it upon himself to increase Latino representation throughout all of California. When then Speaker Willie Brown appointed Richard as chair of the 1980 Election and Reapportionment Committee, Richard was able to gain an expertise on the Voting Rights Act. Richard set out to combat the discrimination in the halls of government, and he wanted to ensure Latino voices were heard through elected offices. He was responsible in overseeing the reapportionment of California legislative and congressional districts. Today, the state of California has 15 congressional Hispanic caucus members in Washington, and this is attributed to the foundation Richard Alatorre built. Richard had the foresight to believe in Latino representation, and he accomplished this in his own right. In 1985, Richard Alatorre made history once again when he was elected to represent the 14th district in the Los Angeles City Council. He would be the first Latino in nearly a quarter century to be elected to the city council. For his first task, he wanted to ensure there would be more Latino representation during the reapportionment process on the Los Angeles City Council. Richard Alatorre can be credited with increasing the number of 2 predominantly Latino districts that existed during his time to the current 5 Latino district seats that the community has today. In addition, Richard ensured that Black representation was also present during his time, and he worked to strengthen the 3 council districts for the Black community. His work extended beyond just diversifying elected positions and districts. On the Los Angeles City Council, Alatorre was successful in diversifying the city's workforce, especially the Los Angeles Fire and Police Departments, expanded city support for anti-gang programs, ensured Los Angeles County Metro projects such as the Gold Line were started. He mentored countless people, not just in the east side of Los Angeles, but throughout California and the United States. Richard's unvarnished manner in expressing himself represented the authenticity and passion needed to push for Latino families in these halls of power. We unfortunately lost Richard last month, on August 13th, 2024. Richard was a man of the people. His funeral at the Cathedral of Our Lady of Los Angeles was attended by hundreds, from elected officials to business owners, from members of academia to the working class people from the East Side he once proudly represented. As it was said by one of his former staffers at his funeral service, Richard didn't just see our potential, he nurtured it. And this is who Richard Alatorre was, someone who saw our people's potential and moved mountains to help reach our full promise. Powerful words for a powerful man. Richard deserves our recognition and our eternal gratitude. Assemblymember and Councilman Richard Alatorre is survived by his beautiful wife of 33 years, Angie, by their sons Derek and Daryl, by their daughter Melinda, granddaughters Gabriela, Mariela, Daniela, and Casey. His sister Cecilia, son-in-law Patrick, daughter-in-law Diana, and his faithful black lab Reggie. Gracias, Richard Alatorre, for being a mentor, a teacher, and most importantly, a friend to so many of us. Madam Speaker, I rise today in appreciation of a great organization in my hometown of Pacoima, California, champions in service, and honor them today as Valley Luchadores. This organization is run by 2 incredible community leaders whose tireless work has transformed countless lives in the San Fernando Valley and beyond. William Blinky Rodriguez and Bobby Arias. Together, they have embodied the essence of leadership and dedicated their lives to promoting peace, hope, and opportunity for the most vulnerable among us. In 1990, tragedy struck Blinky Rodriguez's family when his 17-year-old son, Sonny, was killed in a gang-related violence. Faced with this devastating loss, Blinky could have turned